There's something
You
they
want
had
to
to
use
do.
that?
Some copyright thing they had to do first.
You want to use that mic?
I don't know. He's just looking at me.
They both died at the end, and we were lice. I think I'm going to introduce them. I will introduce them.
Should we all three just go?
Yeah.
No. I want to say something. I like a thing to say. We can say that first, then I make that noise. Are we starting it?
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, this is it. Go.
Hello. No.
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 It's popping up.
There we go. No, there's no one. It's not working.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
there
there.
you go. Use that one.
Why did you hand me this then?
Can we start?
Hello. Welcome to the 10th annual, honestly, 10 years, baby, 10th annual YALLFest. We are so glad you are here. My name's Margaret Stoll. I'm an author. This is Melissa De La Cruz, another author. Jonathan Sanchez, owner of the Blues Bicycle Books and our festival director. This is a super special year, so before I hand it over to Jonathan, I just want to say, I'm not going to cry. I've been crying for 2 days, but thank you from the bottom of our author hearts for coming out. And it means so much to see you in bookstores and in signing lines and here with your butts in these chairs today. It has been a rough road for all of us, and this is the thing we've most wanted and missed, and we're super, super grateful. So thank you for coming out. And I've been thinking a lot about why this is so special, and I think it's because this is like when we remember who we are. So I just want you to look around and remember these are your people. We love what you love, and that means we love you. And you're what has not been the same in our Zoom festivals and in our lives. And we are so happy to see your faces, even if we only see this part of them. So thank you for coming out. And I want to just say to Jonathan Sanchez, who 10 years ago cooked up this idea with Cami Garcia and myself before Mel De La Cruz came on and exploded it into the thing you see today. But I want to just say, we build worlds in books. And Jonathan, you built a world in real life. And we all get to come live in it for one super special weekend every year. And we will never do this. You did this. And you have changed thousands and thousands of lives. And you just low-key hang out and make this happen every year. So to Jonathan and Lauren and your team, we could not love you more. Thank you for the best 10 years ever.
Thank you, Margie. Love you.
Love you.
It is really hard not to be emotional today at our 10 years. And it's so nice to see all our authors, all our sponsors. So we want to thank our sponsors who aren't here with us today, and we miss them so much. But without them and their money, we wouldn't be here. But this is live stream, so Jonathan and I want to thank them all. Disney Publishing.
Worldwide. Wattpad Books, underlined.
Fierce Reads, Blue Bike.
Epic Reads, Charleston Area Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Penguin Teen, Ink Yard Press.
Wednesday Books, Penguin Random House Audio Publishing.
Novel and Pick.
Peak.
Yeah,
It's
Peak.
Peak
Sorry.
Beyond.
Sorry.
We love you, Peak. Riveted, I Read YA, Flatiron Books.
Torteen, Bloomsbury.
And don't forget the Bookish Box.
Yay! That's all.
All right. Thank you guys so much. It's been just a great year, and of course, being back with my OGs here has been amazing, Margie and Mel. The fans, you guys are honestly the ones that really got this going. I mean, this summer we just kept getting questions and questions. When's YALLFest coming back? And then the authors came on, and that it's been fun. And we're so glad you're here. Give some love to your volunteers today. They've been here since like 3 a.m. or something. So so when you see them, Give them a fist bump or an air hug and a big smile. And I think we have a video. And then we're going to bring out our special guest.
Thank you. And before we bring up our special guest, we just want to thank the board of YALLFest and point out who's here. I think Brendan is here. And Brendan will be doing Smackdown with Soman Chinani later. But without further ado, our amazing keynote speakers, two of the biggest YA names in the world. Right now, we are so honored that they decided to join us this festival this morning. We have Adam Silvera. Yay! Incredible. And Emily Lockhart. Yay! Take it away, guys.
Hi, good morning.
Hi. Okay, full confession, I have no idea what you guys just watched. We were in the back going, it sounded like it was about Game of Thrones.
Like a full-on episode of Game of Thrones.
That was going on for so long. I think it was about my book, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. But I have
you.
no idea what was in it, and it just sounded like, I don't know, like people were battling with elven.
Seriously, I'm like
armor.
desperate to get footage of this later because I have no clue. But
I really almost hyperventilated
Yes.
back there because I did not know what was
but
going on.
congratulations,
Out here. Thank you. I'm psyched about it. So Adam,
Emily. Hola.
last time we hung out, can we get closer?
Sure.
Okay.
We're vaccinated. Yay, science.
We're back. Okay, because I feel we should be a little more cuddly.
Cool. Like we're friends.
Well, we're not really friends, but we are friends
She's not
also.
lying.
We're not like unfriends.
We are very friendly people.
Friendly.
Yeah.
But the last time we did an event together, which was in 2017.
September 2017, yeah.
And it was my birthday, and you brought me flowers.
I did bring you flowers. I'm a sweetheart. I don't know why she's not my friend. We should have been better friends after that. I know.
But
I feel like the ball's in your court after I bring you flowers, though.
Oh, because I was sort of thinking you were going to bring me flowers today.
Oh. But it's not your birthday.
No, but they just announced my book, and I'm feeling myself.
Maybe I have a
little
thing
bit.
to announce too. Where are my flowers, Emily?
Okay, you're
Well-
right. You're totally right. It's very gendered of me and
Yeah.
not.
I
20.
love flowers. No one ever gives me flowers. I have like told boyfriends, yeah, I just really love flowers, you know, and like no one comes through with the flowers.
Okay, so
And then
you
I break
people,
up with them,
You
so.
guys and me. Let's see if we can get Adam a flower or 2 or
Yes,
8
I'm
or
signing at 11.
10.
So by the end of
Today.
that, I hope to be like just bouquet galore all up on
okay,
my
you're
table.
right. It is your turn. I'm sorry. That's why we're not friends. is 'cause I failed on the. Oh, okay. It's really all my fault. Okay, so we're psyched to talk to you about what's going on today, and that we're here, and we're so grateful to be in this room with all of you and to be talking about books with our writer colleagues and to be meeting the teachers and the librarians and the young people and the booksellers who have been, spending the pandemic reading and are now getting to celebrate books in like actual person.
Yeah, I mean, we're super grateful to Blue Bicycle Books, obviously, for hosting this event for us. And yes, please, thank you. And to all the staff and volunteers who are donating their time, and of course to all the readers who have shown up to this. This was obviously a really incredibly special festival to so many of us, and a lot of us have come back out of hiding during this global pandemic, like for this event, and it feels like a really appropriate space. I cried twice yesterday, which I'm a very social person who lived alone during the pandemic and had to adopt the world's cutest dog. His name is Tazito. And so to be surrounded by friends again and just like hugging everybody, it's incredibly special. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm a little more.
Are you good? That was like, I don't know if I felt good out of that response just now. Like fine at best.
No, I'm like overjoyed, but also nervous. It's like I lost some of my social skills over the past, especially like this kind of public forward-facing type of thing. So
No flowers.
It was
We saw that.
surprisingly, yeah, exactly. Like it was I had a signing yesterday, and it was very emotional to me to be face-to-face with the readers who came by, because I had not done that in so long, and I kind of forgot that part of my job. My job had been very internal, like just making stories by myself and not having the sense of the stories going out into the world. And that is, so that's feeling very new and unfamiliar to me, and a little overwhelming. I think I'm just a little overwhelmed.
Well, what are you excited about? What are the things that you're kind of like anchoring
For
yourself
today?
to? Yeah. What are you excited to see? What are you excited to do?
Well, I wrote a graphic novel.
Whistle?
It's called Whistle, a New Gotham City Hero, and it's about a Jewish teenage activist superhero who lives in Gotham City and fights Batman villains, including the Riddler, Poison Ivy, and Killer Croc. So that is all about me, but I'm also getting to be on the graphic novel panel.
Fun.
And it is a very Spider-Man heavy graphic novel panel with Miles Morales and Spider-Man Noir represented, as well as Goldie Vance and other cool things. And I really grew up with Spider-Man. I was a Spider-Man reader from very young. I subscribed to Spider-Man comics when I was in my 20s. It came regularly in the mail. It was Aces. I really do love my Spider-Man. And so, I'm really excited to just like listen to my fellow panelists and dive deep on like the Spidey lore.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna geek out about that. And then I'm moderating a panel, which was really fun because I got to read a bunch of writers' new books, and it's called Unlikables.
Ooh.
And so we're talking about anti-heroes and villains and the people that you love to hate, and also writing stuff like how do you write a really unlikable character that readers will also love.
Right.
And, that is just my
I need to
jam.
go to that because, like, in my fantasy series, excuse me, I have a character who is not designed to be like your favorite person in the world. Everyone's like, God, he's so fucking annoying, and I'm
Right. Right.
He's
right?
not supposed to be like a role model. You know, like you're supposed to like him. Like, I did my job right. Like, I'm good at my job. Like that. If you hate this character, like, props to me.
Well, he's just ambitious, though.
Yes, he's ambitious, but
he,
that makes you unlikable. You're not allowed to want things, I've discovered.
I do think that is
Yeah.
something that weirdly readers often, people, humans, have ambition. They
Right.
want things, and sometimes they want like power or superpowers. I mean, right? Like Whistle and Infinity Son are both about people who get superpowers, which is not a spoiler because, right? And so, and in the case of Infinity Son, right, one person really wants powers and doesn't get them.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know why that makes you unlikable. Like, I think we all want power or success or recognition or to be seen or to feel empowered at least. In
I
one
think
way or
empowered
another.
is absolutely the note I was going to hit.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate it.
Right, but okay. Well, we
Yeah.
can talk about unlikableness more.
Who are you, which authors are you excited to meet?
Well, I read Blackout this week.
Yes.
You guys read Blackout?
Yes.
So you all should come to the closing keynote.
Closing
because
keynote. It's going to have everyone except Nicola Yoon. So the closing keynote will have Tiffany Jackson, Danielle Clayton, Angie Thomas, Nick Stone, and Ashley Woodfolk.
Yes.
So Nikki Yoon will be here in spirit.
And this book romantic and touching. It's also really thoughtful and deep, but it just gave me like, it was a feel-good novel.
Yeah.
And Adam's novels just make me weep, and my own novels make me weep, and a lot of other people's novels make me weep who are here, very good Cry Fest authors here. But this novel did not make me weep. It made me just like feel all the just hope and happiness and comfort and connection. And so I had never, well, actually, Ashley, I'm really sorry because I was so excited to meet you, and then she was like, oh, we've met before. And I felt like, there you are. And I felt like such a jerk because I was really excited to meet her for the first time because I had read Blackout and I liked it so much, and then I felt like an ASS. So anyway, sorry about that. I really did. Anyway, this book is really great, and I'm psyched to I got to talk to Danielle about how she masterminded this project because she architected the whole, you'll talk about this at the tonight, right? But anyway, she will explain to you how it is you write a novel with 6 people, and that was super cool.
Yeah, and I mean, just my endorsement for Blackout is that I literally brought this book into the shower with me to keep reading it because
Wait,
I was.
how did?
I shower with my back to the water. No, well, so I started off with the arc, and then the book got published. I was able to get the audiobook, and then I was like doing my chores and living my life while listening to the book. But I was so into it. I was reading Nick Stone's story at the time, and I was like, well, I can't put this down, but I also have to go get ready. So I just brought it into the shower with me, and I just I was showering. That's my endorsement. So it is you won't even shower without this book. It's fantastic.
What are you psyched to do?
Well, I'm excited to sign, which is at 11, and to have the experience that you were speaking to just moments ago. I mean, the last public book signing I had was in January 2020. It was for the last tour stop for the Infinity Son tour. I've had a whole book come out since then. I have a whole book coming out next month, so it feels really awesome to reunite with readers, especially so sometimes as authors we have to sign signatures. They're called tip-ins, these little autograph pages. It's so impersonal, because I don't know who is going to receive this book versus when I'm in a signing line, I get to look you in the eye. I get to learn your name. I get to write your name. That personalizes the experience for me. So I'm really excited for that. I'm also super excited to hang out with so many friends, and there have been so many books that I've loved in the past couple of years, including Aiden Thomas's Cemetery Boys, and Margot Wood's Fresh, Jordan Afueco's Ray Bearer. And then we have so many wonderful debuts here today. So I'm just excited to see friends and toast to everyone.
But what panels are you on? What are you doing?
Oh,
Where
what
can
am I
people come hang out?
doing?
Where can people hang out with you?
Oh, So I'm going to be on the...
And bring you flowers?
Yes,
yeah.
please. Well, I'm going to need it because I'm going to be on the super fun mental health panel at 3 o'clock. So that's going to be a total just fun time.
No, but that's going to be like a mitzvah for everybody. It's going to be
is.
like cathartic and beautiful.
I remember like years ago, I actually had to tell the festival that I wasn't interested in doing the mental health panels anymore because it was just so much, you know? But like this year, I felt so excited for it because we've been through it all together. Like we have been through this like collective traumatic experiences together, and it's gonna be a really wonderful opportunity to just like check in and see how people are doing, how people manage to create during this time, if they manage to create at all, the kindness we have shown ourselves and that we had to learn to show ourselves. So I'm really looking forward to that. Bring me flowers, 3 o'clock.
So we were talking on the phone before we came here. And we were talking about this being kind of a soul healing experience that we were looking forward to. And then we were also talking about, you know, kind of apropos of the mental health panel, like what did we write during this pandemic, and how did we figure out how to stay creative under these new circumstances and with our kind of reduced lives. So I was curious if you could talk to that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, so during the pandemic, I wrote Infinity Reaper, which is the sequel to Infinity Sun, and it is the longest book I've ever written. It's 140,000 words, and for some context, like Infinity Sun was like 76,000 words.
Oh yeah, my books are all under 60.
Yes, and they charge the same amount for the book. Like, they don't pay by the word, apparently, so don't know what I'm doing here. I'm working on a really outdated, stupid business model. So I'm gonna start cutting my books in half. Yeah, I worked on that. I did the sequel to What If It's Us with Becky Albertalli.
Tell about that.
Yeah, so that comes out
People
December
will wanna
28th.
know.
It's called Here's to Us. And there's something really comfortable in the pandemic about working with characters that I already knew, right? So for the past few years, I've been writing the same 5 narrators across like a few different books between like the Infinity Sun series and the What If It's Us series, and I knew those characters, so that was really comfortable to be able to just like fall back on those. I didn't have to like create anyone from scratch. I just had to like jump back into my space, but it was difficult. Like, you know,
Well, like, how do you and Becky do it?
Yeah, so I mean, for What If It's Us,
you guys know about these books, right? He writes them together
Simon
with
vs.
Becky
Homosexual
Albertalli.
Agenda,
Right.
amongst many others. And for What If It's Us, you know, our process was that Becky wrote a chapter. She sent it to me. I wrote a chapter. I sent it to her, back and forth, like seamlessly.
Did you know what was going to happen ahead of time, or were you
We
just
outlined,
like tossing a ball back and forth?
We outlined, but of course the story grows, and we gave ourselves that opportunity. But this time, we didn't get to do that. I had to write Infinity Reaper because I had a publication date for that. And Becky all of a sudden became a full-time teacher, excuse me, because she had to like homeschool her children, and as many parents did during this past year. And so we were writing, we had an outline, but we weren't writing together. But it kind of added to like the strength of the novel because our characters are separated for a bit and they're thinking things that like aren't really proven. So we got to not influence each other's writing for a bit, which really proved nice for the book, but was difficult. You know, What If It's Us was the most fun I'd ever had writing a book. I will not say that about Here's to Us, neither would Becky, right? Because it was written during a really traumatic time.
Right. So you didn't have that back and forth energy of like,
No.
Oh, the new chapter is in my inbox.
Yes, and then
now
like the cute text messages that we would send each other as we read it, like it just like the flow was completely off, like because I was writing the longest book of my life and they didn't pay me by the word. So it was really tricky, and I'm glad that I got through it, especially as someone who went from writing all standalones to writing like 2 sequels back to back. Like it was a lot. I'm working on something new and fresh right now. That's really nice. But how about you? Were you working on Whistle during this time?
Yeah, I wrote Whistle, a lot of it before the pandemic. But the art was coming in. And it's illustrated by this Italian illustrator, Manuel Pretano, who also did Oracle Code. And so that was the opposite of like your I'm not really writing with my friend experience. Yeah. Manuel is like my best friend that I never met because he's in Italy, and I have no idea what this guy even looks like. He only draws cartoons of himself. So there's no photographs of him.
Yes.
I know.
Yeah.
It's like he could be, I don't know, he could be totally different than these pictures that he's drawn of himself.
He could be catfishing you.
Yes, basically, this is true.
I won't say it, but.
No, that's kind of what I was thinking. Anyway, but he made the pictures. So, so this art would come in, every couple days, and I would get to sort of kibitz a little bit, and I did a lot of kibitzing on the characters' outfits, and I would send him like Pinterest pictures of Taylor Swift and things like that. And then he would like put the character in Taylor's outfit, and I was like, oh, now I'm happy. And we talked a lot about his design of these famous DC villains, and also the superhero's costume, and like, wanting it to be like teenagery and cool, but not like super sexualized, and good for cosplay and all this. So we just had a lot of dialogue back and forth, and that was like a lifeline for me, right? I was like so thankful to have this like collaboration with this man that I don't even know,
And like your work was done for the most part. Like you just had to.
I was fixing, like a lot of times he was drawing things, and then I would realize that I had overwritten my scene and it didn't need to be so dense with language. Or I would tweak something because, when you have a good artist, then your character does not need to say, I'm angry at you. Right? Because the artist made it very clear. So you can just take the words out or rewrite it to have them say something less explicit or more nuanced.
Love that.
Yeah. So that was a really great experience. And then I wrote Family of Liars, which was really terrifying. Like I sort of finally had an idea for a sequel to We Were Liars, which had found a new audience during the pandemic, basically. Because of people like you guys making TikTok videos and Instagram posts and things like this. So thank you, that's nice. Anyway, that whole thing was a real surprise to me. But the idea of a sequel to or a prequel to this novel was not a surprise. Like my publisher had asked about it and readers had asked about it. And I really, I did not have any good idea. There were ideas, but the ideas were just terrible ideas. And I was with my darling friend, Gail Foreman. Gail, author of If I Stay and We Are Inevitable, and If You Like to Cry, her books are aces. And Gail and I we do like fitness things together. We go to Zumba, and not during the pandemic. Oh, actually, we did Zumba in the park during the pandemic, outside in Prospect Park. It was truly ridiculous and fun. And anyway, we were not at Zumba, but we were walking around the park, middle-aged lady exercise walking, and as we do. And she was like, why are you always saying never? Why are you always saying there's no idea? And I was like, because there isn't a good idea. And then we just kept talking, and she sort of made me get an idea. And at the end of this walk, I had an idea. And so then I dove into this project, but I did feel like I'd said, like, I will jump off that, roof and do 6 backflips and then dive headfirst with no splash, like, without having done any training for that business. So that was really intense. It was really, really intense to do it. But, if you're busy trying to do 6 backflips off a building, you don't have time to like feel sorry for yourself or really do anything. It prevents you, I think, in some ways from sinking into sadness or depression. I mean, not that you can stop that if that's what's going on with your chemistry, but it is helpful to have an all-consuming task, and to to be driving yourself in some way. And so I was grateful for that.
Yeah.
I have notes about what we're going to talk about, so I'm going to look at them.
Well, I mean, I want to ask, because you've touched on Book Talk now.
Yes, yes, let's talk about that.
Which, like, again, seriously, Book Talk was, like, the greatest, surprise to come in 2020. Because I remember when they both died at the end, started seeing, like, a little boost. We were trying to figure out what happened, like what was going on. And I remember my publisher was like, we don't know where it's coming from. But I was like, oh, it's like August. I was like, maybe there's like
People
school reading
wanna
list
be
or
sad in
something.
August?
Yeah. No, I was like, oh, school's about to start in September. So like maybe it made its way onto some like statewide reading list or whatever. Like, cool, let's figure out who it is and like say hi. And then it was like, okay. Then it jumped back on the bestseller list and we're like, what is happening? And
Yes,
someone was like,
same.
Book Talk. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like what? I thought it was like another app. I had no idea what Book Talk was. And they're like, oh no, it's like a category in TikTok. For those who don't know what Book Talk is, download TikTok and love yourself. But it is a like subsection of TikTok that is like dedicated to book love, and it's incredible. And one of my favorite things about that space is that like the readers are the stars for the first time. Like it feels like every other platform that we've seen so far on social media, it's like the author is the person, the author is the person. Like that's the person to follow. And I'm like, oh my God, the readers are leaving us in dust with their followings, right? Because they're so entertaining, they're so engaging. And I was like, I could not do what they do. I've told everybody, if you see me ever doing, something's gone wrong in my life. Like, I have hit a low, buy my books, but that is not my flow, you know? But I applaud all of you. It's like truly some of the like bravest people are on Book Talk. I'm so in awe of like all the teens and young adults.
But did you go see some of the videos about They Both Die at the End?
Yes, everyone was crying and I was obsessed.
Yeah, so to me it's not the bravery of doing the whatever. I don't even know. But the bravery of crying in front of people, you know, showing this naked emotion and also making a film about it that's interesting to watch, that has some kind of physical beauty or charm or surprise at the end or some kind of cleverness mixed with this vulnerability. To me that, you know, it's like all these filmmakers are making things. And we got lucky that they were making things connected with our books. But
100%.
It was really exciting to me to kind of dive in and see how people's creativity had like exploded around books and reading.
Yeah, and I mean, we got lucky because our books were included in Moon Girl Reads. She's the Book Talk user. Her name is Selena, and she's wonderful. She's super sweet. And like it was like 5 books that will make you sob, and our books were part of that. And so I'm like forever grateful to just see like all the reactions, because again, I was like, I'm not a cute crier. Like you were never gonna see me like just putting that out there.
Some people were not cute criers.
Yeah,
Some people were ugly criers.
Yeah. Which is great, and they still just went for it, you know? Like they had that connection, and especially like at a time where it was so challenging. Like we get asked a lot, why do we think our books connected with people during this time, like during the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
Like I really thought like rom-com was gonna be like the thing, right? Like who was like trying to be even sadder than they were, but you know, it's like there was a lot going on last year. We had also a full-ass election, like it was a whole moment, but we won, well, my people won. I don't know where everyone stands, but like,
They had to be vaccinated to come here.
Yeah, I mean, hey.
So you can pretty much.
People have nuance and they have depth.
Okay.
But
let's leave the presidential election to the side.
So,
why do you think people wanted to read these
I
books,
think
though?
people, because I mean, especially with They Both Die at the End, there's so much about evaluation of your life. And I think a lot of us were reconsidering what made us happy last year. People were leaving their jobs. My editor left publishing completely to go work in social services, right? Like he found a greater mission, you know? And I think a lot of us really just kind of took a step back. So how about you?
Well, I did think about this a lot, partly because I wasn't really ready to read books that made me cry. I wanted to read Blackout, you know? And feel encouraged and feel hopeful. But I think people were so separated from each other, and so separated in some ways from life, that they wanted to feel. There's a certain amount of time that you spend online where you're like, entertain me, right? You want action sequences, and you want video game explosions, and you want funny little TikTok videos about fat animals, which I particularly like. but at some point, none of those things really are making you feel. And I think people became hungry to have, to feel deeply.
Yeah.
And I think that is why not only our books, but a lot of the other books that might have been around for a while connected with readers during the pandemic, is that people were really looking to have a genuine emotional connection, but they were stuck in their homes. And so books were able to provide that kind of longer term relationship, right? It takes 6-7 hours to read a book, and a sustained emotional connection to characters that they weren't able to get in their other media.
Yeah. So we're veterans, we're very grateful for the support of our books, but the pandemic robbed our debuts of having the traditional publication experiences that we were lucky enough to have in our time.
Bookstore events.
Yes, and the
festivals.
signings for a lot of debuts in 2020, 2021, YALLFest is going to be their very first signing, which is really exciting. And with our last 5 minutes here, we'd actually like to bring our 2020 and 2021 debuts up onto the stage quickly. So if you guys want to start following up.
Adam, you're going to read their names
yes.
out? Yeah.
I mean, everyone should stand, but.
All right.
Yes,
yeah, everybody stand up for these people.
Yes.
Stand up, because these people wrote books that came out for the first time in the past year and a half. Hi. Come on. All right,
I'm gonna read everyone's name in alphabetical order by their first name. So please, when you hear me read your name in a kind of graduation style moment, just raise your hand quickly so people can identify you. Adeline Grace, Adam Sass, Aiden Thomas, Angela May, Ayana Gray, Chloe Gong, Clarabel A. Ortega, Justin Thao, Johnny Garzavia, Jordan Afueco, Margot Wood, Namina Forna, Raquel Vasquez Gillilan, Shauna Miles, Stephen Salvatore, Tashi Bouillon, and Tracy Dion. These are our debuts.
Woo!
We hope that you guys will visit them. Thank you so much for coming to our morning keynote.
And happy YALLFest!
Happy YALLFest!
Woo!
Good morning, Charleston and the world. My name's Margaret Stoll. I'm an author of comic books, video games, most known around Charleston for Beautiful Creatures with Cami Garcia, who we miss. Hi, Cami. And I am here to moderate the next Star Wars, because I like a little hubris in my panel titles. My panelists are fantastic. I know that you are here to see them. I will let them introduce themselves and tell you what they're here to talk about, and then we will kick this off. But thank you for coming today. All right, take it away, Ransom.
Hello, Charleston. I'm Ransom Riggs. I missed this place. I'm really, really glad to be back. It's so gratifying and so such a balm after years of self-isolation. We really miss you guys, so glad to be back. I wrote the Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children series, and I don't know what the next Star Wars is, but let's figure it out right now.
30 seconds. My name's Marie Liu, and I write fantasy and sci-fi, and my latest is Steel Striker, which is the second book in the Sky Hunter duology. Thanks.
You can woo-woo all you want. The world doesn't care. They'll hear your woo and be fine with it.
Hi everyone, my name is Jordan Flecko. I'm the author of the Raybearer duology, which is in development at Netflix. Yay! Yeah.
Hold up your book. Hold it up in case it's not in the shot. Hold it up.
Yes. It's this one. The sequel Redemptor came out in August. I don't have it with me because carrying around 2 hardback books is hard. But yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm Victoria Aveyard. I am the author of the Red Queen series and the thank you. And my new series is the Realmbreaker series. The first book, Realmbreaker, came out this past May, and I like to say it's Lord of the Rings meets Guardians of the Galaxy. I had a lot of fun writing it. And the next one is hopefully coming out in, I can't say when. Oops.
That's like Lord of the Galaxy, kind of. Well, I'm super excited to have you here. Do you ever just once in those introductions want to say, I'm Victoria Aveyard and I need no introduction? No. I kind of wish you would say it, I'm just saying. Okay, so we're here to talk about something these guys all know I'm obsessed with, which is transmedia, or the idea that we build massive worlds that will endure from books into many other forms of content. And partly the reason I'm so interested in that is, as I said when I introduced myself, I make comic books with Marvel, I make video games with Activision and Bungie and a bunch of other places, and I make novels. So I'm really interested in things that, like ways that storytelling migrates back and forth into all the channels we live in. So these guys are fascinating to me. Ransom has been through the book to film experience and also, as we all know, works in a bunch of mediums or is inspired by. Jordan, as she said, is coming, has a show coming up from her book. Marie has had something in development as long as I've known her. She always has it coming, and actually has been inspired by games. Has worked as an artist, so crosses media a whole bunch of ways also. And who did I forget? Oh yeah, and Aveyard's like you've written on your show. I mean, you're like fully immersed and on the level of producing, writing, and all of it. So you guys have a bunch of experience in how stories get lived in and inhabited. And when you do that, they change. So I'm just curious, any of you can take this. Have you seen your own world differently as you start to look at it through a different media lens? Does it change the reality of it or your own experience of something that came out of your brain?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm writing a pilot right now with a showrunner who it's really an interesting experience to be the person who wrote the book and to know the story so well and then be consistently surprised by the things that someone else is now doing. And I'm really enjoying it. I know people will say, oh, it's not going to be good unless it's 100% a faithful adaptation. And I think all of us on this stage know there's no such thing, and that would be terrible, because there are things you can do on a page that you cannot do on a screen, and vice versa. So it almost feels like I'm getting a second chance at the story, to look at it from different angles, to fix things that I might have made a mistake on, and to have another pair of eyes say, well, what if we did this instead? And I think, why didn't I do that in the first place? So I'm having a really fun time doing it. I'm interested to know what you guys are doing and how things have changed for you.
I mean, I think one of the first things I realized when I got to have my first meeting with Gina Atwater, who's writing the pilot for Ray Bear, I don't know my world as well as I thought I did. I was able to answer a lot of questions, but the kind of things that are important to someone who is trying to adapt your story, like all of the blank spots that didn't make it into the book that you need to fill in. I've sent her so many just scraps of pages and conversations between characters and stuff that didn't make it in the book because it didn't necessarily push the plot along, that she just she's like, this is great. This is just what I needed to know, this kind of thing. Just off chance details, this didn't even make it into the books. A major character whose mother dies, his mother isn't actually dead. It was all a propaganda thing. And it didn't make it into the story. And she's like, wow, that changes a lot. I was like, yeah, I guess, for someone who has to spread the first half of the book out into a one season, right? So, you don't know as much as you think you do.
Yeah, everything you both said is so true, and especially the thing about not knowing my world as well as I thought, because there's so many questions that they ask, and the thing is, I feel like with series you have a lot of room to expand on things, and suddenly I'm like, oh, and it triggers a lot of old memories of when I was first drafting, and so many things that, like you said, didn't make it into the books, and then I'm like, oh, we actually get to explore all the backstories of these side characters, that had a moment, a chapter, a cameo, or whatever, and then suddenly they're like, let's bring that back in, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know anything about this character, and let me build it out. But usually I'm just like, oh, let me dig through my old world building notes, but I'm actually just frantically typing out new stuff. Yeah, it's an interesting experience.
I've cheated that way too. You're like, yes, this is something I found. Here you go.
How much of the world do you guys build out before you start writing? Do you make story Bibles? Do you plot?
Really jumping to my next question. So, Victor,
we'll take it from here, Margie.
It's relevant.
No,
I'm
you've got
sorry,
me
Margie.
covered. No, I really want to know that because I've actually seen when I was studying all of you, which I totally did because I'm super responsible. No, but they literally talk about Jordan's showrunner as created the rules for, was a part of creating the rules for the Westworld universe. And I love the idea because that's honestly what I think. We are increasingly creating a rule set for future content, a map of what's going to come out. And I think that way because I think that way in games. But what do you think, how does your brain process that, Ransom?
I mean, I think the rules get expressed as you make plot decisions, I have a lot of ideas about what I think should happen in a book, and I'll spend way too much time creating a story Bible, and then 90% of it won't get used. But it's there, it's at the fringes of the story I'm telling as I'm telling it, and it sort of informs the stuff that does make it onto the page. And I think when it comes to making a series or expressing your story in different medium, that stuff is pretty invaluable. And you can write, 10 novels in a series and still have experiences left over that could be expressed in a totally new way in a film or something, because books don't do that. And we're trying to recreate essentially a human experience, which is you could never write a book to encapsulate even a single day of your human experience, even if the book is 1 million pages long. So there's always stuff left over for movies and shows, and I think that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, go on.
No, yeah, I was just curious, like, have you ever experienced, like, when you're building out your world early on in the story Bible and then you start drafting, does anything change in the world? Like, do you write halfway and you're like, oh, this actually doesn't, my world needs to change to fit the plot that's happening or
All the time.
the characters that's happening?
A lot of it changes. I have better ideas as I'm writing, but I can't start writing until I have some ideas that I can burn later.
The plan to beat.
What?
You need a plan to beat.
Yeah, exactly.
I almost wonder how much the accessibility of things like TV shows and movies with streaming that we've gotten to have for the last 10 years or so has influenced our writing processes. Because I know there are some things I changed, not even with the expectation that the books would get adapted, but because my mind sees things more cinematically now. And so I knew that there would be key elements of this story visually that would stick in people's minds. And I changed them for the most petty reasons. For example, in the end of Ray Bear, there's a big climactic scene where the main character rides across 12 different realms, warping through space using magical lodestones on the back of this big magical cat. And originally, this cat was supposed to look a lot like a tiger because of where it comes from. It's like the spirit beast of someone from an East Asian realm. But the more the hype was growing for this as a fantasy inspired by lots of West African elements, which it is, it's inspired by lots of different global cultural elements. But I just kept thinking, I don't want to seem like one of those people who thinks there are tigers in Africa. Because there aren't, and that's important to me. And that is the only reason why that big spiritual beast is I think I made Young a leopard, ultimately. But yeah, just even little things like that, when we're used to seeing our own stories cinematically now and knowing there will be iconic images. So that's changed for me.
I think there's something really lovely and intriguing about how much we can build, but the audience then has to build a little bit for themselves in their mind. Because as Ransom was saying, we cannot encompass everything. We cannot fully immerse you. We can do 90%, but you have to come that 10% to make it the full experience. So with my world building, there's always that balance of giving you enough so that you can fill in the pieces later and metabolize the story in the quickest way. My background is in film. I studied film in college, and so all of my stories are structured like movies. They use 3-act, 8-sequence structure. If you know what I'm talking about, you can look into my books and find the seams exactly at those points. And it seems
I'm going to do that.
You should. My midpoints are all right in the dead center. But it works for a reason. It's a pattern for a reason. It's the way that we ingest storytelling, so there's a rhythm to it that I naturally gravitate to, and that an audience naturally gravitates to. So I do have a very visual background, and that's definitely something you're thinking about. I always feel that I'm watching the movie of the story in my head, and I'm just writing it down.
From comics, I learned to step off. Joe Quesada at Marvel is the chief creative officer, taught me to step off. He was like, that's not your moment. That's not the writer's moment. Back it up. That's the artist's moment. And so I was thinking about that, Jordan, when you were talking, is I completely have also learned that from other medium. What is visual? Because it's not words. So words describing an image, right? Screenwriters approach it as dialogue a lot of the time until they think about those images. I've also been working with a director on a project that you guys don't know about for a year and a half, and it's really interesting to see a director's point of view on an unformed universe, because this particular director is just propulsive conflict, what is the problem? Everything comes from the problem, and their disciplines are sort of so specific. The soul at stake, what's the soul at stake, and so those voices are in my head now, beaming on different things. Do your collaborations do that to you, or learnings from those media?
Yeah, so my showrunner is always saying, what's the emojo? What's the emotional journey? And I'm like, oh, I've never thought of that before.
Emojo, #emojo. New things you learn in Charleston.
Emotional journey, and we had it for every single character going through that episode and going through the season. What is their emotional journey? And it's almost like having like formulas for things we don't even think about anymore. And then you break it back down, you're like, oh, right, that's what I'm doing. Like, naturally, I thought I was just really good at this. No. We're all learning with the same tools. But it was fun to have a name for it, finally, of the character's arc.
Did you guys, any other tidbits from backstage you can tell us?
I from working with people on the film TV side, I have learned, they've taught me how to outline, because I'm such an unstructured writer. Just naturally, this is why I like live in fear of ever working with a co-writer, because I just kind of spew things out of my brain, and I'm sure if I worked with a co-writer, they would just want to kill me, because they're like, why are characters disappearing halfway through this chapter? The sun is setting 3 times in one day. I don't understand. Like it just kind of like comes out, and I've always wanted to be an outliner and want to have that structure, and I just veer off every time. But you can't do that in TV. Like, you're working with like a writer's room, or at least a co-writer or somebody else, and so you have to outline. So early on experience I can't quite talk about yet, but like we're like sitting there and I'm laying out things for her, and she's like, and she's like, okay, let's take a step back. Like, we need to let's lay out some cards, and kind of taught me like, this is why your story is the way it is. And it's like you said, like I never thought about things like that. I never like lined up, these important like character moments with like when the plot happens, and suddenly it was like looking at my writing in a completely different way. So now I'm like, this is the first time that I'm plotting out a new story that I'm working on, like as a novel, but now applying some of those things that I learned from the other side.
Also, we live in a culture of professional content consumption. So all of our readers have watched everything. As you said, we're all learning those rules together. But I thought about that a lot with Squid Game, which was like, I was like, oh, these people play video games. Like, this is like, Hunger Games and the novel even before that of Battle Royale or whatever. But I was like, this is definitely like a video game world, which is actually very true in Korea. So, but like, you can see everybody working in this digital ecosystem of like world building sort of together. Yeah. That's not a question, I guess.
I feel like, we've been consuming stories since the moment we could understand what they were. And just unconsciously, this 3-act structure gets ingrained in us, so that if you read enough, you can start to replicate what you see, and you can make a solid structure unconsciously. But then sometimes, we go to USC Film School or something, and we learn, oh, these are the names for the things we've been doing unconsciously. And it helps to be able to name things and say, oh, I see what I'm doing. And if I move a little to the left and I tighten that up, I can do it even better. But at the same time, I think it can be dangerous. There was a time like 10 years ago in Hollywood where I started to see reviewers saying, why do all these movies feel the same? And then someone was like, all the screenwriters are being forced to read this book called Save the Cat. Yeah. And it's got this structure in it that really works. But if everyone does it, there's sort of a creepy, like unconscious thing where you're like, am I watching the same movie over and over again?
I was gonna say, like, if anything, what I learned from talking to Gina is that I like how many more things you can do with a novel as a medium than with film or television. There are things I won't share that they're tweaking about Ray Bear in order to make that first part with her childhood and going to the Children's Palace more time sensitive. Because the way I wrote it, I'm like, they're all 11 at the beginning. They're babies, and then there's like a 2-year jump, or like a 5-year jump, and then there's a year jump, and then there's 6 months. I'm just like, I just like spend time with these characters. I'm like, I could have made all of these character journeys happen when they were all like 16. But I like the vulnerability that comes with them meeting at age 11, and then you get to jump forward to the main story knowing that they have that background of having spent their most formative years growing closer and closer together while people get eliminated in this process. I like that freedom. So while I have learned a little bit about like, oh, I can see how it's more snappy to make there be stakes, have everything happen in as short amount of time as possible, it actually just kind of put it into context for me, like how much I like taking my time. I know that Tarisai is dearer to me because the time she spends as a little girl, even though it's just in like the first 25% of the book, is what, I don't know, I feel like she reverts back to that little girl at several moments throughout the duology, even when she's getting like older and an empress and things like that. So I guess that could be like a reverse lesson. It's just like, wow, I'm glad I'm a novelist.
The economics of screenwriting versus prose writing is truly baffling. For those of you who don't know, a feature screenplay, the longest it should be is 120 pages and about 20,000 words. So think of a feature, yeah. And then for a pilot, you're looking at anything between 45 and 60 pages to get that pilot episode out there. And then you think about our books, which are anywhere from 100,000 to 150,000 words versus 20,000 words to tell that same story and somehow imbue it with the same energy and emotion. It's really, really tough, but it's a different language, but you're saying the same thing.
Yeah, when I saw the script for Beautiful Creatures, I literally said to Kemi, where are all the words? There's no words.
And it's about tricking people to read it, too. They need to see as much white space on that page as possible because people in film don't have time and they don't like to read. They want to go, go, go. So you have to be able to give it to them in the easiest way possible.
Okay, a world is different than a story. Stories have worlds in them, but a world and a story are not the same thing. Do you feel that tension when you know you're building a world that's going to could be around in success? The lifetime of the human race, as one of my creative partners always says, with a straight face. Like, do you feel that? Like, what I need for the story versus, like, am I serving world first or story first, or does it just naturally happen in your brain?
I'm bad because I'm world first. I always start with a map, and because I love maps, I'm very weird about geography and history and politics. I love the way that it affects human nature. And I actually started writing stories because I was drawing maps and I wanted to know what was happening in the world of the maps.
You should make video games.
So it started because when I was like 7 years old, we got an N64 and my brother would play Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and it's a one-person game, and I sat there with the guidebook and all the maps, and I just fell in love with it. I fell in love with the world building of it. And so my challenge is stopping myself from world building too much because I don't want to burn out all my energy and all my momentum on the stuff that only matters to me and no one's ever going to see. But as you guys were saying, it does help you metabolize the story. And down the line, you're going to do things you're not even thinking about because you already inherently know it.
But is there a point when you have to pivot and say, okay, now I have my Silmarillion, I'm going to tell the story?
When I realize that I'm doing the trade routes of wool, where do the sheep start and where is it woven and where does it end up and who's wearing it? That's when it's time to leave.
I love you. I love you.
I started with tectonic plates on this map and realized that's too far back. I can't do that one.
I got into a same loop when I realized that humans need, all humans need salt to survive. That seems like something that should be obvious, but it wasn't to me. And I was like, where is the salt in Eretzar coming from? I'm sure there are salt mines, and what about the people who don't eat animals, because that's a big source of salt, and all this stuff. I literally spent, I lost a day, and none of that made it into the series. None of it. I think there were salt mines in Redemptor that ended up being coal mines or something, because it was just easier.
I was so frustrated by worlds like Lord of the Rings, where I was like, I want to know the economics. I want to know where is this coming from. Where are all these people? Why are there no houses outside Minas Tirith? It's just a field. Where are the farms? Tell me where the armies are. I want to know all that. I once heard Holly Black give a keynote that she was like, you need to know about the money. Yes. You need to know your universe to the level of I want to know the coin. Tell me about the coin. And I was like, that's a cool note.
Yeah, one pet peeve of mine is when there's ready-made, I'm a big dress person, ready-made dresses somewhere, and I'm just, but the society is too primitive. I'm just who is just sitting around making all of these dresses to hang in stores? You said you were using torches a minute ago, what? Anyway, sorry.
Okay, Dune.
Yeah.
I love Dune. I worked on the Dune video game very long ago, Dune 2000. Thank you, one person. And I'm glad they kept making it until they got it right. But like, do you like think how many years that is? You know, from the novel to the things going like they just kept trying that one, and I think the previous Dune was one of the best and worst adaptations of all time, which is fantastic. But like when you factor in the element of time, well, two things like what's the world that built you? For me, Dune was like a big thing. But like, do you have a world that like really built you that made you the world builder that you're building? Ransom, I'm looking at you.
Narnia. Yeah. And stuff like, I would just sit there and look at the maps and like the frickin' Winnie the Pooh books, the 100-Acre Wood. You can get lost in all of these places, especially when you're a kid.
Marie?
Yeah, Redwall was mine. Like, I read that first Redwall book when I was 11 and just like fell into that hole and I wrote so much Redwall fan fiction. And the thing about Redwall is that he had such an amazingly richly textured world, with the wool and the sheep. And the food was such a hallmark of the Redwall books. Like, there were so many like long descriptions, lush descriptions of like what these characters, like mice and squirrels and whatever, like ate in Redwall Abbey. And there was like a cookbook released of it and everything, and that stayed with me so hard. And now, like in every single one of my books, I'm always like, food. What are people eating? What do they like? Because food tells you so much about people, about the socioeconomics, about where they live, about the land, and that was probably my biggest takeaway from Redwall. And also just like this idea of this world that spans generations. That it's like just this ongoing saga of all these cute little woodland creatures. And yeah, that was like my gateway drug to all of fantasy and science fiction.
Gail Carson Levine, hands down. Ella Enchanted, Two Princesses of Vamar, all of her fairy tales that she wrote that were like, they were all in like this kingdom, like Snettering on Snokes and things like that, where like they happened in neighboring kingdoms, even though they were different fairy tales. They were really short middle grade books. And all of them had maps. And so like she'd put in, or at least her illustrator would put in Easter eggs for people who'd read the previous ones of just like, oh, if there was like a racetrack in like the previous book, that would be like a kind of like a monument in the map, even though it's not about that, because that happened like 50 years ago in the time of these fairy tales. Definitely, I would still read her today. So.
Right, because it has to be real.
Yeah.
Right, in your mind it's real, so you need to see your universe respected.
Yeah.
I will second Ella Enchanted. That was the first one for me. And I specifically remember the coins were called KJs. And I remember always being like, why the hell are they called KJs? What's that all about? And that was one of those things, is the questions lead to more questions, and you want to fill in the blanks, and then you want to do it yourself. So Ella Enchanted and Lord of the Rings. That was it for me.
You know what also is great world building is A Wrinkle in Time. Like by the time you're describing the wrinkle, that should have taught you the whole thing right there. Like when your title is like, about time wrinkling, then you know there's you've got the universe down to a fair level of detail. Okay, let's specifically talk about the next Star Wars. Like think about it for real. Like a world-owning franchise. Like where is that going to come from? And is it going to come from the United States? Is it going to come from a book? Like, what's going to give birth to one of those giftable franchises that you hand on for, you take your kids to, that you wait, like the lunch boxes, the whole deal. Where is that in the zeitgeist?
Why has no one cracked Legend of Zelda as a movie or a television show or something? I'm dying for it.
Get out your ocarina.
I kind of hope it doesn't come from the United States. I think one of the really cool things about like the current top show on Netflix being a South Korean piece of like extended TV is that there are so many things, like you'll watch essays on YouTube of like American commentators saying like, here's the imagery you didn't know was in Squid Game, and they'll get it wrong because they're going still completely from a Western mindset. Like the red-blue game, like a lot of people are saying like, oh, that's the Matrix, and instead it's actually going back to like a Japanese and Korean children's tale that would be recognizable to anybody from those cultures, and people are learning that, and I don't know, I guess I'm just fans of any beautiful, well-built worlds where like, that aren't Eurocentric or where the US isn't the center of attention. I think that'll be good for everybody.
yes, to everything that you just said. I think I've always liked film and media and books coming out of Asia and from like other parts of the world. You just see, and I think it kind of speaks to what you were talking about, Ransom, how there's like a certain formula that can be overused in media, and we can get out of that by looking elsewhere, by seeing the freshness of what is out there. And yeah, I don't know, there's such a richness of stories out there that hasn't been tapped for, like being built out into transmedia. And one that I would like to say, this is coming from America, but like I would love to see the Broken Earth trilogy like come into to be built out like that, because that is just one of my favorite. It was one of those series that like there was a version of me before this series and a version of me after this series. It was just that like earth-shattering, no pun intended, like of a series, and I would love to see that get the next Star Wars treatment.
I'll be the devil's advocate and say, is it possible for anything to ever be as big as Star Wars, which has had 35 years to marinate and had so little competition for so long? It just dominated people's imaginations for a long time, and now we're saturated with worlds coming, at us from every direction every day. I don't know how anyone can compete with all that time and all that money and all that investment.
Well, I've seen that before when Beautiful Creatures came out, which was in 2008. It was the era of, are you the next Twilight? And I used to go on tour and say that, I'll tell you, the next Twilight is Twilight, right? Like those those, at a certain point, those franchises become self-propelling and they become sort of like houses for other, storytelling in them. So yeah, the next Star Wars is probably Star Wars, right? But do you really think in the era of streaming culture, that like streaming content, that ecosystem, like I want to know, because I've seen this article a bunch too, like that there's no possibility of another Game of Thrones, but do you really believe that? Because I honestly don't know the answer.
I think there could be another Game of Thrones, but Star Wars is kind of its own universe.
And Star Wars wasn't created to be Star Wars. Now people are trying to make Star Wars. That was just, we're making a movie by the seat of our pants and we're losing money every single day, and then it comes out and suddenly it's a phenomenon, Yeah. It's not what people weren't looking for it, and now we're looking for it. So it's almost like we're not going to find it.
Well, I get the build a Marvel question a lot. People will be like, come build a Marvel for us. And that's like, and Marvel people always laugh about that. And my Marvel co-writer, Judy, is here today also. But they're like, Marvel wasn't building a Marvel, right? It's the same thing. They were like a bunch of guys in New York. Stanley was writing soap operas, essentially. He loved romance comics. That's what he's writing. Marvel was an extended soap opera with heroes. It was Shakespeare plus soap opera.
It's so true. Like when you think about it, all of the biggest franchise hits, they weren't made to be. Like Pirates of the Caribbean, while I will say those might have descended in quality, that was just a bunch of goofy people making a story like kind of directly off of a ride, and like the lead actor just riffing a lot. And then it didn't work as well with the other ones because they were trying to replicate exactly what they did with the first movie, which was just a smash that nobody expected. Another thing that happened in the Broadway world is like Cats. If anybody here has not seen the Lindsay Ellis video essay, Why is Cats? You need to go, because it was just this nerdy passion project with this composer, and I think it's still like the longest running show on Broadway. So I think maybe you can't intentionally make the next Star Wars.
That's interesting, the whole idea of the nerdy passion project, because that's what Star Wars was, and that's what Twilight was. It's these things where the creator is allowed to be the creator and be the be-all to end-all, and sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't, but when it works, it really works. When you're kind of in a laboratory with a bunch of cooks in the kitchen trying to dream up something to make it successful, that's a bit harder. So maybe that's the key, is they should let us creators be creators.
And it's always the one that that everyone ignored for 10 years, and they're like, oh, go away, Squid Game was also exactly, and he had spent tried and failed for 10 years to get someone to pay attention to Squid Game, and meanwhile everybody's, like you said, in the kitchen trying to figure it out, and there's a little kid there who's like, I have an idea, and they're like, go away, child, you don't know what you're talking about, and he's like, okay, and he makes the next thing, So if you get rejected for like 10 years, know that you probably are the one with the next Star Wars.
And usually it's a thing that's not trying to copy something that's already in existence. Or, in the case of Star Wars, it was like George Lucas echoing something that he loved when he was a child, which was made in the 1930s and 40s, So it's not, I think it won't be obvious. It'll come from the side and no one will be expecting it, like you said, Marie.
Okay, so, and we're going to run out of time here, so we're in our last 5 minutes. So unless someone has like a burning, urgent question, and that sounded like I was talking about an infection, but the infection question. I just had one more thing. Seriously, raise your hand and go ooh 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 if it's burning. No, okay, we're good. So what I want to, here's my last. I know. Well, who's going to raise their hand and say I'm burning? It's burning. Ow ow ow. Yeah, I can't help you with that. No, but here's the thing I want to know. For me, I was really shy. I sat in a tree. C.S. Lewis also, I read Narnia books. I sat in the avocado tree, I'm Californian, and read. I didn't speak to anyone outside my family till 3rd grade. I was horrifically shy. And I didn't love the world I was living in. So for me, it was 100%, I am creating a new world to live in for myself. Like, is there an element to your relationship to the real world that makes you a deep world builder? Because that was why, I was thinking of you all specifically for this as deep world builders. And is there something about the real world that sets you spinning into your own world?
I'm similar. I feel and still feel this way, very disconnected from the real world. And telling stories is how I connect to other people and to the world around me. And it was very much, building a little bit of a sanctuary for myself, a little bit of an escape, a little bit of, I don't like myself, so I'm going to live here to anesthetize myself or become who I want to be. So I think a lot of writers have that connection where we don't have a connection and we're trying to make one so badly. But yeah, it comes from a place of pain, but also wanting to share your emotions.
Yeah, one thing a lot of people know at this point is that I started the Ray Bear duology when I was 13 years old. I had just come from being homeschooled for 12 years, and then I moved to Oregon where my dad had a new job and got to attend school with people my own age every day for the first time in my life. And that's where this idea of this girl coming out from isolation and then having to mentally bond with this group of teenagers came from. It was a very small school. My graduating class was 17 people. And it's weird. It's actually harder for me to make worlds now that I'm well-adjusted and have lots of friends. It's just and have agency over my life, right? Because the drive to create and to create somewhere else when you don't like where you are, don't like who you are, is so addicting and overwhelming. And I just have notebooks and notebooks and notebooks and notebooks of creation. And I can't even think of putting out that much creation now every day because it's well, I have met my word count. I'm going to go get, drinks with Nomina now. You have more control over your life and you can go do things. And so you don't have to put all of that into your books anymore. Luckily, if you have that foundation, you can still do that. But I actually find that I have never been as creative as when I didn't have control over my life, when I was in a very strict household as a 13-year-old daughter of Nigerian immigrants. So.
Yeah, I can look back through my books and kind of and look at that series and see a photo in my head of what the world was in that moment in time, because every single one of them is kind of a reflection of me trying to figure out the world, because the world a lot of times makes little sense to me, and I find that the only way that I can figure it out is by world building and by taking something from the real world and and saying, you know, oh, I don't understand. Let me put this into like a sci-fi or fantasy lens, a microcosm, and figure it out. And so it's always whatever's keeping me up at night at that moment in time. You know, with Legend, it was written like 2009. It was right after Obama had been elected, but you could see the fractures happening in the political parties, and it was really unsettling and troubling. So Legend came out of that. Warcross started because that was when like you could see VR really taking off, and Skyhunter was like my post 2016 series, and it's just across every page of that series. You know, Talon was born from the story that was told at the 2016 Democratic National Convention about like a Humayun Khan, who was a Muslim American soldier who was killed, you know, fighting for America, and I just couldn't get out of my head like young people of all marginalized walks of life going off to fight for this country and for the country that doesn't deserve them. And so all of these like that's like all of the world building that I do is always rooted in me trying to understand what's happening like around us and how I fit in there, you know. And it's like you said, like, I feel like sometimes I have so little control over the world, but in our worlds we are God. You know, like I can do anything, which comes with a lot of responsibility. But like trying to figure out real world problems in this kind of controlled space gives me some comfort and insight.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all engaging with the world in our fiction, one way or another. You know, none of us are creating in total isolation. You know, in a vacuum, and oftentimes, yeah, it's been said a million times. You know, fiction is autobiography, and autobiography is fiction, and fantasy is just reality wearing cosplay. I think we create fake worlds, but we feel very deeply, and the best novels are written by people who are feeling through their characters. And if you feel and you're really receptive to the world, then that fiction, however fantastical, is going to engage with the world too. And sometimes it's just much easier to engage with the world in a way that's not immediately politicized or interpreted in some unfair way or something. So fantasy allows us to do that.
Well, I think that is the end of our, is that the end of our time? That's the end of our time. We're 2 minutes over. But I want to say, because I don't get the chance to say this to you very often, I've now read all your stuff, and, well, not all your stuff, but I've read of all of you. And I got to say, like, thank you, truly, because you are all different voices, you are unique voices, and I personally, as a reader and a nerd, have really enjoyed living in your worlds. And I don't think we as writers get to like fangirl in person out on our fellow writers enough, but you have all moved me and made me feel things, and I have loved every minute I have spent in your world, so thank you. And I think you guys probably feel that too.
We feel the same about you, Margie.
Thanks, Margie.
You can see all these wonderful people at their signings, which are, do you want to say what time it is? Shout out when they can meet you.
I think mine is like now, like in the Blue Books.
They're probably all now, actually.
Yeah.
I think all of our signings are now.
I think mine's
so
at
come
1.
tell us what worlds you love. Thank you. We love you. See you the rest of the day.
they're flying. All right, I was like, I can't read this.
All right.
Hello, everyone. We are here from fairy tale to fairy verse, a discussion of all things fairy. And I think I'm going to start out here with by letting everyone introduce themselves. First, we have Jen Canalita. Tell us about your most recent book. Give us your plug. If it's fairy tale, if not, still describe. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Jen Calanita. I write some of, Disney's Twisted Tale books, and I have a new series with Disney called Lost Legends. The Rise of Flynn Rider is the first book.
Yay! Everyone clap. Next we have Melissa De La Cruz.
Thanks, Mike. We're also married, so I can bop him on the head with my mic if he gets out of control. I'm Melissa De La Cruz, and my latest books are Never After, The 13th Fairy, and High School Musical, the series, The Road Trip. And I also wrote Descendants.
Woo. And next is Elizabeth Lim.
Hi everyone, I'm Elizabeth Lim, and I'm also part of the Twisted Tales series with Jen over there, so she's my Twisted Tales sister, and my most recent book is a retelling of the Wild Swans fairy tale, and it's called Six Crimson Cranes.
Woo! And last but not least, Soman Shanani.
Hello, I'm Soman. I've written the School for Good and Evil series for 10 years, and I finally wrote a new book, which I'm very excited about, that is not School for Good and Evil, called Beast and Beauty, which is a collection of 12 dangerous fairy tales that just came out last month. So.
So we'll be talking about fairy tales, and feel free to jump in at any point. We're not going to go down the line or, go one by one. So if something strikes you, go ahead, talk. If somebody talks too much, cut them off. The usual. We'll try to have some fun. Since we're here to talk about fairy tales, maybe let's start off talking about maybe a favorite fairy tale, favorite fairy story, something that got you interested in writing these kind of books. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a fairy tale. Like for me, I got interested in it with J.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit. I wrote a book called Confessions of a Dork Lord. It's kind of about the villains, and when I was reading The Hobbit, I was like, I'm not really that interested in the hobbits. They just eat a lot, and it seems really boring. But I was kind of interested in the orcs and the ogres. They seemed to have really living their best lives. They were up all night. They were eating meat from the bone, and I thought, God, that's a really interesting kind of trope. And I was like, I want to explore the ogres and the orcs and the villains. So is there something in fairy tales like that kind of struck you, or oh, that's really interesting that, might be able to make a book out of that?
I can start with this one, because my favorite was Sleeping Beauty, and not the Disney version, because the Disney version's so boring.
This panel is sponsored by Disney.
Oh,
Sleeping
no!
Beauty is awesome.
I forgot. They'll never know. It's not like I've ever said anything negative about Disney before. So the original Grimm's Sleeping Beauty sort of is the Disney version up until she pricks her finger and she wakes up. And in the Grimm story, all of a sudden, the Disney version ends there. In the Grimm's version, she wakes up, and all of a sudden, the prince is gone, and the princess wakes up, and she's pregnant. And she's like, why am I pregnant, right? And all of a sudden, the story takes this strange turn, and it becomes about the fact that, you never know who your prince is, you never know what's going to happen to you, the way that life has these kind of sharp twists that can completely, throw it onto a new path. And I thought that to me seemed like a more relevant, interesting lesson to our lives today. And I think for me, I always looked for fairy tales that shocked me, that as a kid felt dangerous somehow, and that's why I wrote this new book, Beast and Beauty, because I wanted to try to recapture that feeling. So yeah, for me it was the stuff that was shocking and dangerous.
So Sleeping Beauty is also my favorite. And what's interesting, because you brought up the Grimm in Never After, it is a Sleeping Beauty retelling, and it's a retelling of the Grimm fairy tale, because there's a Sleeping Beauty Part 1 and a Sleeping Beauty Part 2, and in Part 2, you discover that there's no happily ever after, that her mother-in-law is an ogre, she eats the Sleeping Beauty's babies, the prince is blackmailed for her death, he had nothing to do with it, but he's framed. Like, it's just this terrible, sad, tragic story. And I thought, oh my goodness, if this is the real story, maybe the evil fairy who put her to sleep wasn't evil at all. Maybe she was trying to help her, kind of escape this terrible fate. So I think that there is something about the darkness in fairy tales that as kids we're so drawn to, because, our parents are just trying to keep us safe. But the fairy tales are telling us that there's witches out there who want to eat us. There's like evil fairies who want to curse us, So.
My parents wouldn't let me read the Grimm's fairy tales. They only let me watch Disney movies, so I apologize. But my mom would put on Cinderella, and I would cry at the end of the movie, and some of you have heard this before, because I was very worried about the wicked stepmother. I thought she was going to fairy tale jail, and if she went to fairy tale jail, the wicked stepsisters were going to become these massive villains. And I was very concerned about what was going to happen. And my mom, who knew I liked to write, would always say, well, this is Cinderella's story, which it really wasn't, because it was the Disney version, but she said, if you want to write the wicked stepmothers, you have to do that yourself. And so that was something that always stuck with me, because I always liked the villain more. I felt like they were so much more interesting. They had so many layers. Were they born dark? Did they, become dark because of things that had happened in their life? So that was always the more fascinating part for me.
Can I ask a question about your mother?
Yes, she's not here, yes.
So when she was watching Cinderella, and she's like, oh, it's Cinderella's story, does she actually like that character? Because anytime, especially the Disney version, when you're watching that Cinderella, she's so dull. She's not funny, she's not interesting, she does not say a single interesting thing in that entire movie. She's just this sort of collection of virtues that are unrealistic. And does anyone actually like Cinderella? Do you know what I mean?
The mice talk more than Cinderella.
Wait, say it again?
The mice talk more than Cinderella in the movie.
That's a good point. The mice talk more than Cinderella.
Mice agency Cinderella, not.
I think that Cinderella is one of those fairy tales that I've always loved and hated at the same time. And I couldn't decide which, because it was my first ever movie that I ever saw. I was 3 years old, and it's my favorite Disney movie, I think. And so I think I love the makeover, I love the magic, but, like Soman, I do get a little bit worried that she, she doesn't make things happen to her.
And also, when you watch that new live-action version, every 10 seconds, someone's reminding you her mother's catchphrase, be virtuous and kind, which, we can try to do, but at least me, that's not my style. So I feel like it just creates this impossible standard to live up to, so you end up just not liking her. That's, maybe I'm odd.
He's right.
Okay, so I guess just to keep going with this topic, one of the things that I think is really interesting about fairy tales is these are very old stories that, were often oral tales that were kind of then collected by people like the Grimms and Hans Christian Andersen, and a lot of these, and then all the way up till, Disney sanitized versions. So I'm kind of interested, when you see these different versions of the same tale, what strikes you? Are you interested in the cleaned up version, or do you kind of lean into the the cannibalism and the crazy stuff that we see in these fairy tales? Because one of the interesting is it's not always kind of this straight path towards Disney cleanliness. I was reading about Red Riding Hood, and I guess in the original Red Riding Hood version, the grandmother and Red Riding Hood actually saved themselves. And it was later, I guess, Grimm put in the whole thing with some lumberjack guy saving them. So it's not always a linear path towards kind of the civilization we imagine. The values kind of come and go. So I'm guessing at one point, do you kind of apply maybe contemporary values, or kind of maybe lean into some of the older stories because they're different, and that different sensibility is actually kind of refreshing sometimes. And conversely, you can say, actually, I ran into stuff that I thought was kind of terrible and didn't want to write about. They're next question.
I guess for me, like when I think about stories that have a very different retelling between like the Disney version and the original, I would think of The Little Mermaid. In the original version, like every step that she takes, she's walking on like shattered glass, and it's just really painful. And of course, at the end, her sisters cut their hair and give her a knife and say that if you kill the prince, you know, you can come back and be a mermaid with us, everything will be okay. But then she decides not to kill the prince, even though he's married another woman, and instead becomes sea foam. Like, it's a very grim and dark end. And it's never really sat quite right with me, because I know they're painting this, I guess, portrait of her again being like virtuous and like having done the right thing, but you know, part of me is like, you know, maybe you should have killed the prince, or like, it's not an easy thing to grapple, I guess, but it definitely raises many more questions than the Disney version, where she marries this boy that she's only known for 3 days.
I think the other thing is, like, especially in today's times, we're often preached to about what's appropriate for kids and what kids are allowed to read, especially when it comes to fairy tales, which is why the Disney versions exist, because the Grimm stories were considered too dark. And I think my entire writing career has bet on the fact that kids can handle a lot more than we think. So when I wrote Beast and Beauty, I was like, I'm going to do it like the Grimm story. They're going to be for kids and adults together. And everyone can read it together, and the kids are going to be shocked, and the parents are going to be even more shocked that the kids are hearing these stories. But they're meant to be survival guides to life. And I think that's what we're kind of missing, because if we only teach kids that the good guy wins, and in my stories, the good guys usually do not, it means that you're growing up with this tilted version of the world where the evil guy's always going to go down. And that, in its turn, creates a place where you have to aspire to 100% goodness in order to believe that you can actually win in your own life, which is not how it is. We both have both sides, especially me. So I feel like it's all about, you know, teaching kids the balance of... Red Riding Hood is a story about a girl who often has to lie and do clever and weird, sort of underhanded things in order to escape a wolf. That was the point of that story, which is sometimes you have to lie and cheat and steal and deceive in order to survive. It's part of, you know, and of course, that's not the version we teach kids today. The version we teach kids today is wait for a man to save you.
Let the wolf eat you first.
Just to defend my publisher. No.
They were dangerous putting us both on this panel.
You know, there is a reason. I think, you know, the reason that, you know, the Disney versions are so popular is they're so comforting, you know, and I think as a kid, you also want that comfort. Like, I like the whole idea that, you know, you could have a happy ending. I mean, and there is darkness and sadness in them, you know, in the middle, and then in the end, everything turns out okay, and there's a lot of really great singing. You know, and, you know, I grew up with those songs and with those movies, and I wrote The Descendants because I knew them like the back of my hand. I was a huge Disney kid, and I was so honored to be able to write, you know, the kind of next chapter of them. And, you know, my Descendants books are a little different from my Never After books. You know, with the Descendants, you know, I am in the Disney universe, which has its own rules of fairy tales, you know, and in Never After, I could make up my own. And you know, and everybody says, well, which kind of writing do you like better? And they're just so different, you know, because in one hand, like, I'm playing in a universe like Jen and Elizabeth that has already been set for us. So we're, you know, we have to, you know, follow these rules. And it's funny because, you know, everybody always asks what's the hardest part, and I said, you know, they were fine with all my outrageous plot twists, but it would be some kind of thing where they're like, well, the crocodile does not talk, you know, and it's like I had given the crocodile from Peter Pan all these lines, and I had to take them all out because in Disney canon he only talks, he only clicks.
And also in defense of Disney, I will say, is anybody a Once Upon a Time fan? Anybody? Okay, so you guys know, you know, that is, you know, done by Disney, and when you think about what they've done to some of those characters to modernize them, I think of Red Riding Hood most of all, who is red. She wears the cape to keep her from turning into the wolf, so she's one and the same. She's good and bad, and I find that fascinating.
I think the idea is that, you know, as time goes on, they'll keep updating those stories. Like, I know they're doing Little Mermaid now, which they'll have to update, I'm assuming, because it cannot end with the prince marrying a girl that he's never heard speak. Because if you watch the Little Mermaid cartoon, of course, Prince Eric marries Ariel at the end, and he's never heard her say a single word in the entire movie. which is odd. If you marry someone and they've never spoken, you would
But
assume
they're
you...
fairy tales. They're not real.
I don't know. I just think that if you marry someone and they've never talked, you did it on purpose. But
Isn't there that reality show now, like where you get married before you've ever met? Isn't there that?
oh, I want to be on that show, actually.
Married at first sight.
Yes.
It would make life so much easier.
I've
But-
also always thought it weird that Eric, like, when he saves her, he doesn't just offer her a reward. He's like, oh, I want to marry her. Why can't he just give her some, like, money? Be like, thank you.
Yes.
Marriage is the reward.
But I think, look, they're coming out with a new version. They're going to have to change it. I mean, they're going to have to do something at the end. So I think they're going to have to contend with the legacy of their own stories and how much you want to keep the familiar elements that you love. All of us have in common, I think, that we were Disney children. Like, we grew up, I know every movie by heart because, like Mel and Elizabeth and Jen, like, that's where we learned the fairy tales. But it'll be interesting to see how time forces them to reinterpret their own work, if anything, you know?
There will inevitably be Disney versions of Disney versions of Disney versions as time goes on. So talking about all these different versions and finding it on a TV show or in a film or in a story somebody even told you, like, what do you think is consistent throughout all those mediums? Like, what, to put it simply, like, what makes a fairy tale a fairy tale? You know, is it magic? Is there a sense of learning? Like, what quality drew you to kind of write in those worlds?
I think the moral absolutism is very exciting for me. Like, this is good, this is bad. You know, there's really no shades of gray. Like, you were either a good person or the evil stepmother, you know, who was going to put the evil stepsisters, I guess, into foster care. So I think I really like that. It was very simplified, the world. The world is so complicated and layered and gray, but in fairy tales, because they're not real, there's good and evil, you know. And I think maybe in our new books, we explore the gray. You know, we explore the villains, we explore the reasons. But I think as a kid and as a reader, I was drawn to these heroic stories where everything turned out right. There was a bad guy, there was a good guy. I kind of liked that because it made the world simple.
Fair enough.
Or like, I think in my version of Peter Pan in Beast and Beauty, you know, when I look back at that story, Peter just keeps letting Wendy get kidnapped again and again and again, and I think it's on purpose because he wants to save her from the pirates. So he'll just be like, you know, he'll go be kidnapped, and then he'll go save her. So I thought at some point she would get sick of that, and she would start to see that Peter is quite creepy because he doesn't want to get older, and do you really want to be with someone who doesn't want to get older? And when you read the original Peter Pan, Mel, do you remember this? And Jen, I think you remember this too, that Peter doesn't want his friends to grow up, right? Because he doesn't grow up. So he doesn't want his lost boys to turn 18, 19, 20 and become grown dudes hanging out with this boy. So he tells them, if you guys keep growing older, I'm going to kill you. And they can't stop themselves from growing older, so he starts killing his friends in the middle of Peter Pan. And he calls thinning out, it's called thinning out his lost boys. And so obviously that's not in the Disney version or things like that. But Peter is creepy, he's strange, he's obsessed with youth, and he's a murderer, right? And yet somehow we consider him the hero of that story. So when I'm sort of looking at that story with a clear eye, to me it makes more sense that one of these times that Wendy gets kidnapped by a pirate, she would realize that the pirates are the more intriguing characters to hang out with, right? And ultimately, her love affair would not be with this child, Peter. It would be with one of the pirates. So I think sometimes it just takes looking at the story almost as if it's not a fairy tale, as if it's real, as if these characters have real relationships, and what would it really be like? And sometimes that gives you a new entrance into it.
So maybe going beyond the nature of story and stories, was there one character for any of you that drew you to kind of write in this world, a fairy tale character, or conversely, even more interesting, like somebody that you kind of, because a lot of these characters are kind of diabolical, like somebody that was kind of like evil that drew you to write about them, because sometimes, especially with fairy tales, we're drawn to the villains too.
So I've always loved The Wild Swans fairy tale by Hans Christian Andersen, and it's about a girl with 7 brothers who are 6 or 7 brothers who are turned into swans by their stepmother, the queen. And in the original fairy tale, the only reason that's given for the queen to turn them into swans is that she was jealous that the king was spending so much time with his children. And for me, that wasn't really a valid reason to turn your stepchildren into birds. So that was something that I really wanted to explore in my retelling of this fairy tale. And also, I've always loved this fairy tale because I feel like unlike so many of the others, like Snow White, Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, the princess herself has a lot of autonomy in this story. She's the one who goes out to try and break her brother's curse. She's the one who decides to, she can't speak, for instance, or else her brothers will turn to swans with every word that she speaks. And so she goes through a multi-year ordeal of trying to break her brother's curse. And I don't see too much of that in other fairy tales, and so that's why I was really drawn to that one.
I feel like Jen and I are obsessed with Peter Stump. Should we tell the story of, does anyone know who Peter Stump is?
Peter Stump. He was from Germany, right?
He was the inspiration for one of the versions of Red Riding Hood. It's about to get darker than Squid Game in here. So do you want to tell them about Peter Stump?
Go ahead. You tell them. It's a good story.
To fill in
You
the
own
details.
it, Selman.
So tell me where I'm going wrong, Jen.
Okay.
So the whole idea with Red Riding Hood was when you meet this wolf, in these various versions of the story, is the wolf a wolf, or is it a man dressed as a wolf, or is it a werewolf? What exactly is this wolf supposed to be, literal or figurative? And one of the places it came from was this guy named Peter Stump, who was in, what was it, 17th century Germany, something like that?
Yes.
And he believed himself a werewolf?
Yes.
And
he killed his family and his children, right? And
yes.
then the town mutinied against him.
Yes, so he was going around, literally operating in pure moonlight, I guess, going around, killing his own family, killing children, killing other people's children,
Wonderful inspiration
until
for a
finally
children's story.
the town suddenly realized that this guy was kind of possessed by the devil or whatnot. And it sort of inspired this idea that these wolves, these sort of predatory creatures could exist within your own town and village. And so when I was looking at my own version of Red Riding Hood for Beast and Beauty, there was this idea of, okay, it's not in the wilderness that you're going to run into a wolf. It's really within your own community. And I think that's what that Red Riding Hood was ultimately about. And of course, they burned Peter Stump at the stake.
Yes.
And didn't they burn his whole family too, because they were afraid that the traits were
Anybody
carried
who was
on?
still alive, they also burned at the
Yes,
stake
because they thought
they
that
were worried.
werewolf was
Contagion,
genetically
you
passed
The devil
on.
made him do it, and he had a magical belt or something too that made him do it. So it was very
17th
complicated.
century Germany was the best.
And so that was the inspiration for you guys writing fairy tales.
Nice.
Peter Stump.
Peter Stump.
Okay, well, just continuing with that happy theme, could you think of a fairy tale world you might actually as a person, not as an author, to actually visit or exist in? And I asked this question at a YALLFest panel a million years ago, and someone said that world in A Wrinkle in Time where everyone comes out of the house with the yo-yo, and I thought, oh, that is interesting. I might want to.
Wait, they wanted to live there?
Yeah, or visit. I mean, sometimes you want to I really like the Chittagazze in The Subtle Knife, that kind of empty world with ghosts. I thought that would be kind of interesting to live there. Has there ever been a fairy tale land that actually appealed to you just kind of as a person? Long vacation.
I don't know how long I'd survive in any of these worlds.
No,
I
there's that
mean,
too,
maybe
especially
visit.
with the burning and all that.
Yes.
Unlike you, I like the Hobbits, and I
Okay.
think Lord of the Rings is a fairy tale also. And I just loved the fact that they would eat, and there's 2 breakfasts, and then there's luncheon, and then and they were just so happy, and it was just beautiful. They live in the English countryside, basically. So I think I could happily live in Hobbiton. I feel like I'm a hobbit.
For me, I'd love to live in the world of Howl's Moving Castle. I think there's something so... Yeah, exactly. There's just something so magical about it, and I love that it also touches upon our world. I find that so fascinating. Yes, that's my pick.
Neverland is interesting to me because if you think about it, it's a little bit like Game of Thrones, because you have the mermaids and you have the pirates and you have the Lost Boys and you have the fairies and you have the warriors and you have, who knows, T-Rexes. So everybody's sort of running around this island, and the only person who's sort of king of the island is Peter. So I just feel like at some point someone's going to kill Peter because no one likes Peter. So at some point Peter's going to die. And then who runs the land, right? So I thought there was always this tension of, okay, you have this 12-year-old boy terrorizing the entire island as sort of like the boy king, but the moment he goes, you're gonna literally have Game of Thrones for Neverland. But is he immortal?
I think so. And it's just so funny that Peter Pan is now Lord of the Flies.
I think you want to take over this island. I can see you taking it over.
I feel like if Peter and I had an election, I would win.
Nice.
But maybe not. You never know what. He's stayed in
Vote
power a
so
very
many.
long time. So, but he is immortal, yeah?
I think he's immortal because of the fairy dust, right? Or can't you, maybe you can get the fairies to rise against
But
him.
Tinkerbell, to me, is old. I always read Tinkerbell as this, 55-year-old woman who's, kind of, traipsing around with her old fairy dust, trying to, lure Peter back into her lair. Is that a misreading?
I always see her as Julia Roberts in Hook. I don't know why.
So I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting question. If anybody knows the answers to whether he's immortal or not, definitely tell us at some point.
Yeah.
Well, so when I was writing Descendants, I wrote a version with Tinkerbell's descendants, and the note came back, Tinkerbell has no descendants. I was like,
It's just her.
Yeah, it's just her.
But she's clearly hot for Peter. I mean, that's what Peter Pan is all
Well,
about.
she's flirting with him, right? Yeah.
But that
She's in
implies
love
that
with
at
him.
some point there will be a
No.
second generation of Tinks.
Nope.
Disney's not letting that happen.
She opens the Disney parade, no descendants.
But Liz Braswell did a Twisted Tale on Peter Pan straight on till morning, which is excellent, which is really, Peter's not even in it. It's all about Wendy and Tink's relationship. They have this amazing friendship, and it's one of my favorite Twisted Tales in the series.
And there's no love interest for Tinkerbell.
No, Elizabeth, did you read that one? I don't know if, no, I don't think so, not at all.
Never a love interest, right? That's not. She doesn't
She
do
literally
that stuff,
spends all
apparently.
of Peter Pan trying to make out with Peter.
Yeah.
And it's very strange. Anyway.
Okay.
I
This is
didn't
gonna
see
go on
that.
to-
I
this is
didn't see that, Soman.
And I'm going to be
Nice,
thrown
nice.
off a
Just
bridge
you.
somewhere.
Okay. Time for a few more questions here and then we're going to, we'll open it up to a Q&A and we'll do a couple questions. But I know a lot of people come here because they're interested in being a writer and hearing how writers think as well. So I thought I'd talk just a little briefly about being a writer. And coming out of a pandemic, I think one of the most important things a writer needed to do, and I'm going to form this into a question, is how do you get out of bed in the morning?
How did we get out of bed in the morning during the pandemic?
Yeah, well, just always, actually.
Well,
I think it's always a challenge.
During the pandemic, at least the first year, I was feeling like, well, this isn't that different from my life. I work at home, I work in my pajamas. So I was just in denial about anything changing because I didn't want to accept, any of the darkness of lockdown and quarantine and the fear. So I think for about a year, I felt pretty normal. It didn't feel like very different for me. But then I was just saying to everybody who's seen me today, the last 3 months have been really hard. It's been so long now. And, it is a little harder to get up in the morning because it feels like there's nothing to look forward to, and that's really hard. You want to look forward to writing, you want to look forward to your work, and I think I was emotional this morning to see all the readers because we've been in our little, isolation chambers, and really, for the 22 months, I felt like, well, who reads anymore? Do books even matter? Does what we do matter? And to be here with people who read, who love books, I told Mike, I was like, oh my goodness, this is why I'm a writer, and because, of all of you and all of you guys, I'm so glad we're here.
And to see all of you as well, because while I've spoken to some of you on the phone or we've Zoomed or whatnot, it's such a solitary job that we have. We've always worked from home, even some of us, pre-pandemic. So then to get to be together again at a festival after so long is so nice to connect with like your coworkers in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, and I also think that during the pandemic, we realized that left undisturbed, people will just resort to the slickest, easiest form of entertainment, right? Which is TikTok or whatever. And so at some point, books are the only way you can sort of reconnect with your own soul and imagination in long form and remember what it's like to be you, right? Because your version of Harry Potter is very different than mine, you know? So I think it's important that reading becomes the vehicle where all of us can have our private flex of our own imagination. And once you take that away, or once you limit it or whatever, I think something fundamental disappears. And that's why I think these kind of book festivals will always be so important, because it reminds everyone that there is this community of readers that's out here trying to find themselves in between the covers of a book.
For me, what literally gets me out of my bed are my two toddlers. They're 3 and 1, and they usually
get you out of your bed.
They get me up. They literally cry at 6:30. So this morning was like the first time in 3 years that I've slept until 8. So thank you. But they were also, I think, what got me through the pandemic. My 3-year-old is starting to sort of learn to read. She can recognize her name and recognize like a couple words. So just seeing her become interested in books and like pull out books on her own to flip through them is something that is very inspiring for me as a writer, because I'm like, it also makes me remember how I grew to love books when I was younger, and it's something that I want to see my children do. And because I haven't been able to connect with readers, it's just seeing this every day is my motivation to write and to tell stories.
I think we've got about 5-10 minutes left. So I'm going to open it up to questions from the audience. So does anybody have a question? It can be for the authors in general or fairy tale related.
Over here, Fitch football.
Yep. Go ahead, right here.
Yeah, you want to stand up, honey? Oh.
That's awesome. All right.
How do we think of the storyline? How do we make up our stories?
I think it happens to us. I don't think we sit there thinking of it. I think in the same way that when you're in the shower, you don't decide what song to sing. Like, you don't sit there and be like, what song am I going to karaoke in my shower? You just find yourself singing your song. That's kind of what happens, at least to me. I think, like, you just find yourself writing a story because you're so pulled to it and it feels like something you want to explore. And so it's very sort of, it's kind of a magical process. And I think anytime, kids ask, where do your ideas come from, or where do your stories come from? It's, I think, often going at it from the wrong direction. It's almost like asking, where does the magic come from? We don't know. We'll never know. But I think knowing that it's magic is the best part of it.
Yeah, I live in Los Angeles. All my thinking occurs like in the car. When I'm not working is the only time that I think of great ideas for when I am working.
I'll answer it a little bit in the craft way. I always think about the end. So I know the end of my story, and once I know the end of my story, then I can build towards that. And then I have to write the beginning, which is also easy. So I know the beginning and I know the end, and then you have to have a twist in the middle. So what is your twist in the middle? That's the hardest. The middle is always the hardest. But I think once you know the end of the story, like you want to write maybe the prince and the princess live happily ever after the ball at midnight. So you're going to get there. But what happens before then? You got to think about that.
Anyone else? Questions? How about right here, because you had raised your hand earlier.
Who is our favorite of our characters?
Kiki is my favorite character. She's a paper bird that the main character, Shiori, folds into life. And she is just kind of like a sassy god sister, godmother. I adore her. She's in 6 Crimson Cranes.
Is it hard? The stepmother.
I know. I love Meg from Go the Distance, because I always hated how in the Hercules movie, Herc spends the whole movie trying to become a god, and then in those last few minutes, he's like, but I'm going to stay on Earth and be with Meg. And I was like, why would Zeus ever say yes? So getting to explore the Disney version of Meg in the book and having her question if she's really in love with this guy she barely knows, who she really tried to screw over at first, was just a lot of fun to try to give her some layers.
In Never After, Philomena is a 6th grader, and my daughter, who's here, not watching, not listening, is not based on my daughter, it's based on me. So she's a nerdy book nerd who's kind of bullied, whose only friends are in books. And I put a lot of myself in her, but I made her a lot braver. So I think I'm kind of impressed by that character in a way that I'm not, because I'm not like that at all.
And I think maybe in the School for Good and Evil series, Sophie's my favorite. When they were trying to cast her for the movie that comes out next year, I'm like, you're never going to be able to find her because she's me.
You are so Sophie.
Sophie is she's basically Madonna as a teenager. She's a troublemaker, she's provocative, if anybody ever tried to cancel her, she would be thrilled. And so I think she is basically me. I'm always sort of riding the edge of getting canceled. And so I think that was sort of the big one for me. And in Beast and Beauty, when I wrote my Sleeping Beauty version, I changed it from a princess waking up to a prince. And the prince wakes up every morning and he feels like someone's been sucking his blood at night. And he doesn't know how to explain it to anyone. He has bite marks and he feels very weak. And he knows that someone is drinking his blood. And that is all he knows. And I love the idea that he has to somehow walk around with this knowledge, but he doesn't know how to explain it to anybody. He doesn't know how to explain to his mom or dad that he thinks there's a demon feasting on him at night. And there was something very sort of weirdly universal about the experience of having a secret and not knowing how to talk about it.
All right, I think we have time for one more question. Anyone in the... Oh, I don't, where are they? Okay, in the back. Yep. You probably have to speak up. Yep.
She wants to know if you've ever been inspired by any music lyrics to write a song.
So who's been inspired by
music lyrics as an inspiration?
Well, I don't know. I feel like all my books are sort of extensions of Taylor Swift albums because I feel like if she can write...
Nice.
I feel like if she can make money off all the boys she hates, I'm going to do the exact same.
Nice.
So I feel like we share that in common. So I feel like her lyrics, if you read School for Good and Evil, her lyrics pop up in my stuff all the time.
2 of the books in my Blue Blood series are straight from music lyrics. One is Misguided Angel from the Cowboy Junkies, and we had to ask for permission. I could use it as a title, because titles are not copywritten, but I wanted to quote a chunk of the song, and so we had to ask for permission from the Cowboy Junkies, and they were so nice, and it turned out his daughter was a Blue Bloods fan, so that was kind of amazing. So.
Very cool.
I have a middle grade coming out next summer called 12 to 22, and it's kind of like my ode to 13 going on 30, if you've ever seen it. But I said to my editor, I don't think anybody wants to be 30 anymore. They want to be 22 because that's what Taylor Swift says is this magical age. So I feel like I just kept listening to 22 over and over again while I was writing the book.
Did you actually like being 22?
No, but now I feel like I would like to be 22.
I loved being 22. I was really hot at 22.
You didn't like 22? I know. I feel like I looked really cute at 22.
I did not.
I haven't been inspired by song lyrics, but I actually used to be a composer. So I've done the flip side where I have actually written songs based on the books I've written, but I just don't share them with anyone.
Very nice. Well, I think that's all the time we have, right? So I want to thank all of our panelists here. I want to thank our wonderful sponsor, who I may not have thanked at the beginning, Disney Worldwide Publishing. And thanks to all of you for coming out of here. Because no one mentioned Disney at any point during the...
Also, all of you guys write for Disney. Like, it makes sense that you guys would be on this panel because you all work for Disney, and then you put the one guy who's like the bogey in the middle of the crowd.
But that's YALLFest.
Do you guys want to go through and say where we're signing?
Yes, let's do that. I'll be signing at Blue Bicycle at 1 o'clock.
I'll be signing at Blue Bicycle at 4 o'clock.
Blue Bicycle at 1 o'clock.
Blue Bicycle at 3 o'clock.
I'll be in the tent at the Blue Bicycle tent at 2 o'clock.
All right. Well, thank
right,
you,
thank you,
everyone.
guys.
Thank you
Thank
guys
you.
for coming.
goodness, that music.
Oh, good.
I feel like we're in the beginning of an action movie. I love it. Hi, everybody. Oh, my God. I'm so excited to be up here with all of you right now. This is so fantastic. Welcome to our panel on Enemies, a Love Story. We're going to talk about enemies to lovers. How many of you like that trope in your books? Yes! Excellent. So yeah, I am joined here on stage with Chloe Gong, Shelby Marin, Rachel Lippincott, and Neil Schusterman. And yeah, some of you I've never actually met in person before, you know? Like, this is our first time hanging out at this conference, and it's so great. So my first question that I'd like to pose to everybody about this beloved trope that we adore so much is what do you like about it? What do you like about enemies to lovers? What is it that draws you to this kind of narrative?
Why do we all look at me first? Am I the start of the line? Okay, I'm the start of the line. I love enemies to lovers because of the tension. There's just so much angst, and you can't really find it in any other trope because a lot of other ones will start by showing you why they're going to end up as lovers, right? You're going to see immediately how they're compatible, and you're going to be like, oh, I get it. I know why they're going to end up together. Enemies to lovers has a different flavor. You're like, oh, these people should not be together. And yet somehow them being together is a little sexy, and it works. And you want to cheer for it. If you eventually know that, you know, some spicy stuff is like in there. So it has the angst.
Right. I completely agree. I think that enemies to lovers has an inherent tension, like you said, and that makes the plot a lot easier to incorporate the romance, right? Because the characters have to grow. Yes. They aren't compatible at the beginning.
Narrative arc.
Yeah, exactly, and it makes for a really satisfying narrative arc.
No, definitely, yeah, and there's that chemistry that's like all throughout the story.
Banter.
Yeah, oh, totally the banter. I think that's my favorite thing about writing it personally is just like, I'm super non-confrontational, but I feel like I'm the kind of person that like 8 hours later, I'll kind of think of like all the things I should have said, and that's the magic of enemies to lovers. You can like write these scenes where these two people are saying like, all the things you wish you had said in your last confrontation. But yeah, there's just the chemistry, the magic, and then I think there's also something, you know, as they kind of get to know each other where to really get under somebody's skin, you also kind of have to really know them very well. And I feel like that's where all the magic starts happening. So yeah, it's definitely the best.
And I think a lot of it also has to do with the distance that you have to go from being one extreme to the other. That character arc and that relationship arc is so much more expanded. And so it becomes very interesting to watch. And when it comes to the chemistry, I mean, it's like, you know, you have nitrogen and glycerin. Are they going to combine and explode, or are they going to find a way to, you know, to coexist and make this relationship great?
So, as someone who is a Scorpio, you know, like when someone wrongs me, they're kind of like dead to me forever, right? and I think I like enemies to lovers because there's that hope there for forgiveness that I don't possess. But how do you keep it? You know, Neil, you said something interesting about that character arc. How do you keep it believable that these characters like can have that moment that they get together? Like, how do you balance that?
Well, I think it takes time for it to be believable. I mean, it usually is kind of a slow burn, right? Because it is a long, usually painful transformation for both of the characters to find common ground. So I think that, you know, taking your time with it, you know, like doing the work on the page.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, exactly that, right? You have to give it time because a believable enemies to lovers arc has movement. It's very hard to go straight from one side to the other because they're two complete extremes. But at the same time, right, there's that saying that there's a very thin line between love and hate because they're both such extreme emotions. So it's almost like working towards that sudden flip where, oh, okay, these extreme emotions also feel like something else. And at that point in the story, like, have we pushed enough to get to that lover's point?
And I also like the idea of characters who don't realize they're enemies and have fallen in love, and then after that realize that they are on opposite sides, that they are enemies, and how do they reconcile that? And, you know, do they maintain the relationship, or do they realize that they have to be adversaries from this point on, and how does that affect how they feel to one another?
No, that's good. Chloe, when it comes to these violent ends, right? We have this like deep-seated blood feud, between these two gangs. We have Juliet and Roma who are on these opposite sides, but they have this like history there, right? They have this past. Like they don't roll in totally unknown. How does giving them like an established past help dig into that trope a little deeper?
So I not only wrote enemies to lovers, I wrote lovers to enemies to lovers, or otherwise known as like exes to lovers, technically, yes. So again, right, it's the love for angst. Like we love enemies to lovers so much because it has tension, it has conflict, and I thought throwing in a little history makes it even more tense because it's like knowing that you could love someone and then choosing to hate them instead. And then the entire time thinking, but wait, was loving them better after all? Can I get rid of this like blood feud between us? And then it's the external elements that bear down on the characters. And it's like, can they find their internal resolution towards all of that? And it's so delicious, I love history. I love history because it gives you so much to work with in terms of like character arc and where you can push them, because then you've already pulled them back so much. It's like they used to be together and now they're not together, they've reached their lowest point. Can we bring them back to how they were, but as different people, as people who have grown and changed?
I love that. And Rachel, your next book, She Gets the Girl, when does that come out? It comes out in April?
April 5th, yeah.
That's awesome. So it's enemies to lovers, right? It's this hate to love story. And you've co-written before, but how did you write a hate to love story with the person you love the most, right? So your co-author's your wife. Yeah. Like, can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, no, it was definitely a lot of fun. It was a whole new experience, and I have co-written before with Mickey Daughtry. I did 5 Feet Apart and all this time, and with that it was like, taking a screenplay, adapting it into a book format. So we kind of reached an understanding, I feel like by that point, between mediums, and like what I kind of knew what Mickey was trying to say, but there was kind of that innate understanding working with my wife just right off the bat, which was really fortunate. It was a lot of fun. I feel like it was just really good writing like all of the banter and all of the small moments. I was like, Allison, are you trying to like, take something out on me in this chapter? But no, yeah, it was definitely a lot of fun. And there was always just like moments where I would kind of like turn to Allison, I'd be like, is this taking it too far? And she'd get like this mischievous gleam in her eye that I've only seen when like somebody scratched her car in the Target parking lot. So it was definitely a really fun dynamic to try to delve into that world and that space with somebody that obviously I care about a lot.
Oh, I love that. And when it comes to the setting in the book that's coming out, right? Is there anything specific that makes sort of a messy enemies to lovers story work better like at college, right? Like, is it easier when you're trying to figure out who you are, to forgive people, like who haven't quite figured out themselves?
Yeah, that's so true. I think you hit the nail on the head with that. Yeah, I think there's definitely an element in college, everybody's getting to the space and trying to figure out who they are and try to come into their own, and kind of having this enemies to lovers dynamic. There's this person that is really getting on your nerves, and you have all of these key moments with them, but then there's also an element, as the story goes and the journey kind of changes, where you kind of realize that, some of the elements about this person that makes them so abrasive and so kind of like not necessarily your cup of tea, kind of also might be the key to kind of becoming the person that you want to be, and kind of those parts of yourself that you've never maybe gotten to unlock or experience when you were in high school. So yeah, I think I was really excited to dive into like the college experience and kind of, have these two characters, kind of out of their comfort zone for the first time. Molly, and She Gets the Girl, is somebody who was like best friends with her mom, didn't really have like maybe the high school experience that she was really hoping for, and Alex is very confident and sure of herself, and grew up in Philadelphia and kind of like knows her way around things. And it was really cool to just put them in a setting where both of them kind of were knocked off their feet for a second and had to regain their balance. So.
And I love that the second you said Philadelphia, like Chloe and I looked at each other. And
Yeah,
yes. Now Shelby, in Serpent and Dove, right? We have a witch hunter, like they should not be together. They're like destined to be enemies, like right out of the gate, and yet, here we have 3 books where they're navigating this relationship. Like, how do you keep, I guess this is like a series question, right? Because we're talking about time, we're talking about how long these like burns take. Like, how do you keep that tension going and crackling over the course of like multiple books? Like, what is the big challenge there?
It's really difficult. Neil talked earlier about how it's really interesting sometimes when the characters fall in love and they don't know that they're enemies. That was Serpent and Dove. Reed falls in love with Lou, not knowing that she is his mortal enemy. And so at the end of Serpent and Dove, he has to make a choice with this knowledge, which I thought was really compelling because it's like, okay, have I changed? Have I grown? Or have I not? And he does, at the end of Serpent and Dove, choose to be with Lou, knowing that she's a witch and that he's a witch hunter. So I knew that I wanted to end Serpent and Dove with that choice because it's a really powerful choice. Yeah. So it did present a problem for the rest of the series because a lot of the tension in a romance is like, will they, won't they? And that was already done. He had chosen to be with her, so it was, we will. So Blood and Honey presented a unique challenge because a lot of times with enemies to lovers, I feel like it also goes hand in hand with opposites attract. And so the tension in their relationship came from how do we make this work? We were enemies. We had completely different worldviews. We were raised in different like environments. Like we believed different things, or we did. And now we have to figure it out, which is really messy. And like I said, it's really painful and it's really hard. But it was really important to me to show it because just personally, my spouse and I, we are opposites. Like when we did all of the, we had to do premarital counseling and everything, and like with every personality test that we took, I was over here and he was over there. Like every single one, it never failed. So it was important to me to like show what that looks like, and it does become like an active choice to love that. In Blood and Honey, a lot of the tension came from that, like, did we make a horrible mistake? Like, can we actually make this work? Are we compatible? And then the external plot as well. But just specifically, I used a lot of tropes as like vehicles to like drive my plot forward and keep tension, especially in Gods and Monsters. I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but it was challenging. But I think it was really satisfying too.
I love that. Love as an active choice is good. That I can see that as like a Tumblr picture, you know. I like that.
Put it on a T-shirt.
And Chloe, can I ask you the same question actually? Because you know the tension is carrying over from book 1 to book 2, right? Like, how did you maintain that over a series? I mean, and the new book comes out. Is it next week?
3 days.
3 days.
Yeah, for me, I almost, because it's a duology, so I had a built-in cheat where for book 2, they switched places. And I thought that was so fun because, well, I don't really think it's a spoiler, but in book 1, Juliet believes the whole time that Roma betrayed her. And he did, but for a reason, like because it was out of love that he made a betrayal and that caused her to hate him. And then book 2 starts with Juliet having betrayed him at the end of book 1. So they've just completely swapped shoes, the tables are turned, and it was just so fun to me to get the chance to almost replay the events, but they have changed as characters after book 1, and so that made their replays in book 2 more interesting to me as ways to explore like who they've become now. And I just had so much fun, like because all of book 1, Roma's like, oh, well, you know, if she did that to me, I wouldn't react like that. And in book 2, he's just so mad. He's slamming her against walls. And, like, he has to come to the realization, like, oh, like, this is actually the same thing. And so having a duology and having the chance to do that and push both characters in their, like, opposite roles really gave me the chance to bring out the both of them as who they are as characters. And I'm glad that it's not a trilogy, because otherwise I wouldn't know how to do it. So braver than the Marines, Shelby.
No, it's like you like mirrored. It's like mirror situations.
Exactly.
I love a full circle moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and Neil, when it comes to Scythe, like you were just talking about how not knowing your enemies or things are gonna go bad right away, right? And we have like Citra and Roman, whose relationship is tested when, you know, they figure out they have to maybe kill one another. And you know, when I think about like Dry, right? Like Alyssa has to figure out how to like save her brother in the middle of all this awful stuff and rioting and things that are going on. Like you do this awesome thing in your books where like you show these relationships being challenged, whether they're, you know, romantic or platonic or familial. they're being challenged by all these really dark forces that are coming in. And I'm just so curious, what drives you to tell stories where, relationships are persevering despite all this awfulness,
I think a relationship is what keeps you going through all of this. I mean, like Citra and Rowan, they realize that one of them is going to have to kill the other, they have to figure out a way to scam the system basically so that doesn't happen. But even afterwards, they are still adversaries. I mean, she is working within the laws of the Scythedom to change things. Yeah. And he is kind of like this dark knight working on the outside towards the same goals, but with completely opposite perspectives. So they are, in a sense, still adversaries as much as they, care about each other. And in my latest one, Roxy, there's the relationship between the character Isaac and Roxy. And just to give you a little bit of a background, this is a story about drug addiction. And drugs are kind of like the Greek gods. They exist in this eternal party in the sky, and they come down to earth to mess with us. Roxy is OxyContin, and she's beautiful, and she's seductive, and if you fall for Roxy, you fall hard, and she won't let you go. So Isaac falls for Roxy, but what Roxy isn't expecting is that for the first time, she falls for a mortal, and so she falls for him. And so she's trying to find a way to save him, but when it's her nature to destroy him, how can she do that? And so that's where the conflict between their relationship comes in there.
That's amazing. I love that. And wait, I'm sorry, did Roxy, did it just come out?
It just came out on Tuesday.
Yes.
Brand new.
Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you.
I feel like this weekend and this week has been, so, book just came out. You just saw the paperback the other day, right? And
one, yeah.
Birthday?
Yesterday was my birthday. Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank
you. So this question is another one for Neil and Shelby. And I'm sorry if I'm asking too many crafty questions, but I feel like I never get to hear them on these kind of panels, and you're also very interesting. But you deal with relationships that are set in sort of these otherworldly places, right? We're set in this fantasy world and these sort of sci-fi spaces. How do you go about navigating, telling very contemporary, personal relationships that could just exist right now, outside of those fantasy worlds, in these fantasy worlds, right? They still feel very real and contemporary, even though we're dealing with witches and death and drugs and things like that.
I think there's something that's universal, regardless of your time period, regardless of your universe. There is something that is universal about the human experience. I mean, even in Roxy, where Roxy isn't human, she is for the first time experiencing human emotions, and so it's sort of connecting with the humanity that she never knew existed. So I think everybody can relate to these things, regardless of the world that it's being told in, because there's just a universality to it.
Yeah, I agree. Regardless of setting, whether it's in 1920 Shanghai or this Belterra, this fictional epic kingdom, love is universal, and at the heart of Serpent and Dove. And it sounds like your books, there's this love story, So I agree. That was an excellent answer, Teal. Good job.
Now, I'm not saying it's a healthy love story, because it is a bit toxic, because Roxy's toxic, but.
So, we've been talking about series a little bit here, and I just want to veer off really quick, because Chloe, you had some pretty big news, yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't you have, a trilogy or something?
I have an adult fantasy trilogy starting from 2023.
And it sounds...
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, can you tell us a little bit about it? Because I saw the title, and it was it's Immortal Longings?
Immortal Longings, yes.
Yeah, and that sounds like relationships. So can you dish a little?
Oh,
do you have a pitch?
Yes. It is a Antony and Cleopatra retelling set in a 90s Asian noir world. It's like the Hunger Games, but if it was written for adults. Set in a walled city where everything is very dark and dense. But sorry, what was the question?
Just to tell us about it.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I came into YA with a Romeo and Juliet retelling, right? So I kind of got this idea for an epic fantasy trilogy. And then the first thought was, why don't I adapt
like Antony and Cleopatra for the adult world, because if you're an English major, like in the Shakespeare realm, Romeo and Juliet, Antony and Cleopatra, they're very like star-crossed lovers, different factions, they end up choosing each other, but whether it's good or not is, it's a whole other question. But yeah, I had a lot of fun like adapting Antony and Cleopatra, especially because like they're really toxic lovers, like really toxic. The play starts with Cleopatra asking like, how much do you love me? And then Antony is like, oh, well, I can't count anymore. You'd have to go beyond the earth, beyond the stars, beyond the skies. And it's like, okay, right? So that was kind of the relationship like dynamic that I was putting at the heart of my adaptation. Because, These Violent Delights is a loose retelling, but it even still has like very classic, like there's balcony scenes, there's masquerades. I took the plot events still. For this trilogy adaptation, I took almost none of the events and all of the toxic relationship and made that like the beating heart of it and the reason why it's a retelling. So, more enemies to lovers content coming from me always.
That is excellent. Now, I have a fun question for the group now, because we were just talking about retellings. If you could retell any enemies to lovers story, it's a movie, TV show, comic book, whatever property, what would it be in your YA space?
So it doesn't have to be a book?
Oh, no.
Just enemies to lovers?
Anything?
Just retelling?
Yeah.
Okay, this is not like a classical example, but I've recently started rewatching The Vampire Diaries. And I feel like I would really love to get my hands on a Caroline and Klaus retelling, like to give them the ending that like I wanted them to have. I think that would be really fun. Maybe a little toxic, a little problematic, but we could change him,
Okay. I could fix him.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. She can fix him.
My first thought was Zuko and Katara.
Oh.
Yeah, we all know they should have ended up together. He took lightning for her. How are they not going to end up together, right? Yeah, so I would get my grubby little hands on it.
Nice.
Well, I have like a bit of a Killing Eve obsession. So yeah, I feel like probably like some version of that would definitely be a dream come true.
Oh man.
Dimitri and Edelgard.
Ooh.
If anybody knows from Three Houses, whatchamacallit, the name of the game. It's Fire Emblem, thank you. Which my daughter got me into, and I got hooked, and that sustained me through part of the pandemic.
Love that. Oh, these are all so good. I would read all of these. Absolutely. So before we end up doing questions and everything, I would love all of you to talk about your most recent book with everybody. I've been just peppering you with questions, but talk about your books. Let's hear about them.
Do you want to start? Okay. Is my most okay. Well, in 3 days, Our Violent Ends is coming out, but I feel like I talk about that so much, everyone already knows. It's the sequel to the Romeo and Juliet retelling set in 1920 Shanghai. So maybe instead I'll talk about Foul Lady Fortune, which is coming out fall of 2022. And it's a spin-off duology of These Violent Delights and Our Violent Ends. And it takes place a few years after the events of Our Violent Ends, which is why there hasn't been any proper information released about it yet. We don't know who the main character is, but it is someone that you've met before if you've read the original duology. And I kind of pitch it as a Chinese drama meets a Marvel movie. So it was a lot of fun to write, and I'm excited for it to come out next year.
Oh my goodness, congrats.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
This is it should not be a tough question for me to answer, and yet it is. So I'll talk. Gods and Monsters is the final book in the Serpent and Dove trilogy. It came out this past July, the end of July, and it just wraps up Lewin Reed's, epic romance, ending in that war between the witches and the church and the werewolves and the mermaids and all the paranormal creatures. Big epic battle. My next project was going to come out in a year. It was, I kind of teased it on my Instagram. It was a Greek mythology retelling. We talked about retellings about a siren. So the sirens were originally handmaidens of Persephone. And when she either was abducted or, eloped into the underworld, Demeter sent them to find her. And when they could not find her, Demeter cursed them. They were originally naiads, so they were like river nymphs, to become these monstrous creatures, the sirens. So that was my next project. But in a change of an unforeseen change of events, I have another project coming before that project now that I'm going to be talking about very soon, hopefully. I don't think I'm allowed to officially reveal it, but it's hopefully Serpent and Dove readers will be very excited for it.
I had a book come out this past June. It was called The Lucky List. It's a story about a girl who discovers her late mother's summer bucket list and decides to duplicate it with the help of the swoony new girl in town. So that was a lot of fun. This next April 5th, 2022, She Gets the Girl comes out. I wrote it with my wife, Alice and Derek. It was so much fun to write, but it's pretty much about two girls who are complete and total polar opposites. They end up on the same college campus, and they decide to team up to help each other get the respective girls of their dreams and end up falling in love in the process. So hopefully check it out.
And my latest one, as I mentioned, is Roxy, which just came out, and that is, I co-wrote that with my son Jared. The first book that we wrote together was Dry, and we wanted to write another story that dealt with an important issue, and so we decided that this was going to be about the opioid epidemic. And by telling it from the point of view of the drugs themselves, we thought this was a really unique way of doing it, and sort of showing drug addiction as a toxic romance, and how deadly that can be. And after that, my next book coming out is a short story collection in the Scythe world.
Ooh.
And already about 2/3 of the way done, very excited about it. It's called Gleanings, and that's coming out next fall.
Awesome. That's so exciting. All right, so I see we have about 10 minutes, so why don't we open it up to questions? And yeah, please fire away. We'd love to chat some more. And yes.
Eric, our lovely moderator, did a great job at the book out.
Yeah.
Enemies to lovers as well, but actually it's a little twist. It goes friends to enemies to lovers. So you sort of, your characters have a relationship prior to becoming enemies. So for the panel, not really what you've done in your book necessarily, but would you think of doing something like that with your characters? They've known each other for a long time, become enemies, and then
Yeah, so that storied history, enemies to lovers. I know Chloe has that in your book, right?
Yeah. So I did that as well. I do think it adds the added history and backstory and the reasons why they might hate each other even more. It provides that, good basis to get a relationship out of.
I feel like it's an extra slow burn.
Exactly.
You didn't see the fire get started, but it's been going for a long time. Yeah. Yes.
So you said that your enemies to lovers comes from your own personalized longings in a book. How many does your enemies to lovers come from personal stories?
Sorry, guys, set you up for that.
This is actually really funny because I've had so many people, because the characters do go to the University of Pittsburgh, where I did meet my wife at, so many people from like my family, just relatives being like, I had no idea you two hated each other. And it's like, no, that's purely like fictional, that's in the story. So yeah, for this one, it definitely was not based on that, but it's funny because everybody I know seems to think it was.
I very much did not have a relationship with a Russian gangster, so all my imagination, for better or for worse.
Ooh. What about lovers to enemies?
You kind of did that in a way.
Yeah.
She's got all of it
Yeah,
here.
I have the whole spectrum. Like, I've got bouncing, like, lovers, enemies, enemies, lovers, just the whole bouncing back and forth. But lovers to enemies is, like, criminally underrated right now because it's like, what is more compelling than having to hate someone you once loved, right? It's like the ultimate, again, it's like bouncing from hatred to love. Bouncing from love to hatred is also such a thin line. Your extreme emotions can flip so quickly. So yeah, I wouldn't know what to pick if I had to pick between lovers and enemies to lovers, and which one I liked more. Because I do think they kind of go hand in hand sometimes, depending on what story you're working with. But I don't know. What are all your thoughts?
No, yeah, I really love it. I think there's also this special dynamic with, yeah, you brought up history, and that's so important. And I feel like if somebody's your enemy, there's nothing better than to know a painful amount about them, because then you can really get under their skin and really, make it hurt, the enemy part. So yeah, I feel like that's such a special dynamic, and I definitely would be game to write a book about it sometime.
Yeah, there's something to be said. It kind of goes hand in hand with like a friend breakup. It's like a platonic love, which I think is really, really tough. And there aren't many books that explore that. So yeah, I would think, and it's something that most of us go through at least once in our life when we, seasons and we outgrow a friend or they outgrow us, and it's very painful. So, I mean, I would be interested in exploring that someday, for sure.
Yeah, and if you do want to read a really amazing friendship breakup book, Ashley Woodfolk wrote that, is it When We Were Everything? I think is that the title? Or When We Were, it's something along the lines of that. It's probably outside. It's a beautiful green cover, awesome book. Yes? Oh.
Zuko and Katara.
Yeah, that's kind of tough to answer, just because it's something that maybe I don't like, you would like, and so I don't want to rain on anyone's parade.
I mean, I struggle with some enemies to friends stories on TV a lot, because you don't get the whole backstory. You just see them make up really quick and they're friends. Like I love that show Billions, which is all about these rich monsters and everyone's backstabbing each other, or Succession, everyone's backstabbing each other and being terrible. But I'm like, how do you hang out afterwards? I don't get it. How do you come together again? So I think I'm better suited to read that stuff in books, because you get more.
Yeah.
You get the burn. Yeah. Let's see, some more. I see a hand right there.
All of them.
Yes,
do I have
good
to pick
answer.
one? Yes, exactly. Yes is the answer. I really love. I like forced proximity with enemies to lovers, like an arranged marriage, or there's only one bed. I mean, obviously, I've written all of them in my books.
I'm kind of a contrarian, because if someone tells me that it's a trope, then I try to find a way to do the opposite.
Ooh, okay.
And so I'm always trying to figure out ways of turning tropes inside out.
Like subverting them.
Yeah.
Yeah. But tropes are still useful to set the expectation, so you can subvert them. I think Stephanie Garber said that in her panel this morning, and I was like, oh, brilliant.
Yeah, I like forced proximity, because then you're gonna have to talk about all the stuff.
Yeah.
You're stuck together. It's time to get it all out. Right there. Ooh, favorite subverted trope.
Oh man. I would have to say my favorite subverted trope is the dystopian trope. Just in general. The whole idea of Scythe was to take, instead of a story about the world gone wrong, tell a story about what we get when the world goes right, and just set everything up. If we get everything that we want, the way that we want it, if all our societal dreams come true, medically, with technology, with AI, socially, if it all comes true, what are the consequences of that? And what is the world we end up with, and how do we deal with that world? And so it was basically turning the whole idea of dystopia upside down and ending up with not a utopia, because a utopia would be a world where everything's great and there are no consequences. But that can't exist. Because, yeah, everything is what we want, but there's going to be a lot of problems that come from getting the things that we want. And so that was sort of how I sort of turned that around.
Oh, wow, I love that. Let's go over here. Yes, in the back. Oh. What's more interesting, the enemies or the lovers part, the beginning or the end?
I feel like the enemies is really entertaining. Yeah, I feel like I kind of mentioned this like at the start, but I just really love writing the banter and just kind of writing those scenes, where they're playing off of each other and there is that kind of tension. And I feel like it just makes, the eventual writing of the lovers part like so nice. But yeah, definitely I like writing the enemies.
I like the middle switch. Like the pivot point where the enemies become lovers, it's always because they've suddenly reached a breaking point and they either have to talk about it or they have to realize certain truths and realize that what they thought all along hasn't been, what it is, or they have to come to terms with themselves and think, oh, like, my beliefs aren't that anymore and I'm willing to like set this aside or whatever. But just that pivotal moment where things switch is always my favorite.
Yeah, it's like the oh no moment.
Yes.
Like, oh no.
Italic
It's
oh.
like, yeah, like when you it's like, I'm in love with this person.
Yeah.
What am I going to do? Yeah, that moment's really fun.
Yeah, and I think, that's when everything switches, then, that's the moment when it is really about the characters and everything that's going on between them and internally. And then it becomes about, many times about the rest of the world and how are we going to deal with the fact that we are in this new role and maybe nobody knows it. If it was enemies to lovers, then it's dealing with the rest of the world knowing that we are now lovers. But the moment when it's just between the two is just exciting.
All right, anyone else? Back there. So was the question, what is our response to people who think that trope is like a toxic trope? Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I think that a lot of times it gets slammed with that label as a general reaction because, yes, there are some times where enemies to lovers is toxic, but sometimes that's intended too by the author. And then other times it isn't toxic because the two have been placed on like equal power fields, right? And I think a lot of times it is so nuanced. Like you have to actually open the book and go from beginning to end and see how the story actually ends up resolving it because, if they have equal power over each other the whole time, it's not really like toxic, right? They're both being bad to each other. So yeah, like they kind of just, they're enemies out of a external force. So, I don't know, when people use the word toxic, it's like, well, some people enjoy that and they get a lesson out of it. Books aren't supposed to be like moral teaching fields anyway. Like if you're learning life lessons out of our books, you might not live a very good life. They're entertainment. Yeah.
I just want to take the last part of what you said, the idea of people commenting without having read it, which is, I think, the whole point of Reddit. Because I think that's one of the things that I like the least is, and I hear the most, is people posting on things like Reddit saying, well, I haven't read this book, but, and then they give their comment, and then people start commenting on the comments, and pretty soon you're getting all of these people who have opinions on something that they haven't even read. And that's very frustrating. So, so I always say to people, if you're going to comment on something, read it first. Don't comment on the comments.
I think in general it's a pretty dangerous thing just to take other people's word for it without doing the research yourself before forming an opinion. So that's my first response. And it's like Chloe said, I think it's really important with enemies to lovers to have an equal power roles between the two parties, but the characters have to start somewhere. In order to have a compelling emotional arc, we have to start somewhere to get there, So it's like many people love a villain love interest, and it can be very toxic and it can be very problematic, but it's like a compelling arc is the villain learning, you know, like, and changing and growing. So I think that you do have to read the book to understand the nuance and to see the full picture.
Yeah. Yes. So what is the hardest part of the character relationship while you're writing it? That's a good question. Is it that switch moment, maybe?
It is. I think that you have to have a lot of legwork up front to make that like moment where they kind of like come together like and realize that they like each other. It's the switch from enemies to lovers. It does take time, you know, and you do, and it, like I said earlier, it has to kind of be painful for both characters. I mean, if they're enemies at the beginning, they have to grow, and growth is painful. And sometimes that can be hard to like navigate as a writer and like walk that line.
Like you have to figure out how it's earned, right?
Yeah, or believable, you know, just that element of like, you know, having them make this transition throughout the story and having it actually work and I guess pass the sniff test, you know, like if they all of a sudden start being nice to each other, the reader's gonna see right through it because they've been terrible to each other for the first half of the book. So yeah, I think just making sure that you kind of have that balance between, you know, they said something awful at the start of the story, but slowly and gradually, you know, these two people come to like each other, trust each other, and work together.
I think the hardest part is the selling of the relationship. And when a relationship switches like that, you have to sell it 3 times. You have to sell the relationship as it exists at the beginning. You have to sell that moment where it changes, and then you have to sell where that relationship lands. And so you're really working on 3 separate things and make all 3 of them believable.
Oh my God, I teach part-time to writing students, and I'm just gonna steal that and just write it on the board at some point. That's great. And right there. Ooh, do we think characters need to be redeemable for enemy and lovers relationships to work?
I guess to an extent. It always differs, right? Depending on what the characters did. Because sometimes I think the narrative ends up being, it's not that the character becomes redeemable, but the world around them gets so like dark that what you can, I guess, forgive starts to change as they move together. But yeah, I guess it really depends on the severity of how they became enemies, the point at the flip of what the world around them is going through, whether they're like, oh, I'm gonna choose love instead because I'm sick of the, you know, hating and the angst and all of that. Yeah.
I agree. I think it varies. And I do think there's a difference between a character being redeemed and a character being empathetic. And it's really important to create like an empathy. Like the reader has to feel an empathy with the character. Otherwise, we hate the character. We dislike the character. We don't connect with the character. So it's like you said, it depends on severity. But like as a writer, we maybe want to make the character empathetic in small ways, which can be hard to do if they're out murdering people, you know.
No, yeah, I think the empathy point really sticks with me. I think there's an element of just kind of learning about the characters too. You know, you see them maybe do something awful or say something awful at some point in the beginning of the story, but as you learn about them and maybe learn about their circumstances, they might not necessarily go as far as being redeemed, but you just kind of learn who they are and the place that they're coming from, and hopefully the empathy kicks in at some point. So, yeah.
You know, it's so interesting, like, we're talking about, like, redemption arcs and, like, toxic characters and, like, if so-and-so killed somebody, and, like when it came to, like, my book, like, the enemies to lovers thing is that they were kind of mean to each other on Twitter a little bit, right? But then we have, like, the blood feuds, and we have the witch and the witch hunter, and I'm just like, I'm just so fascinated by that. Like, I wish I knew how to do that. Like, I admire you guys so much in all the world building. Someone all the way in the back. Yes. Oh no, I can't hear you. Oh, that's a good question. Do we always expect the characters to be enemies to lovers? Like, do we go in to write it, or does sometimes it surprise us and just happens?
I knew going into Serpent and Dove that was going to be my premise, was a witch and a witch hunter, which, so enemies to lovers is like really inherent to that plot. But I would be interested to know if you guys set out to write it.
I actually didn't. Yeah, I definitely started as more of like a friends to lovers story and that was very much one-sided, where one person was helping the other get the girl of her dreams kind of thing. But I guess as we kind of like dove into writing, just the character of Alex became like really abrasive and just like, rough on the outside, but you end up learning her backstory as the story goes on, and it just kind of worked for them and worked for their dynamic, and ended up sticking with it for the duration of the book.
I think for me, in thinking back over the books, I pretty much knew how the relationships were going to go. I think the only one that I can think of where a relationship developed that I wasn't expecting was in Everlost, between the character of Nick and Mary Hightower, and how they ended up being, kind of falling in love with each other, and then you came to realize that she was the antagonist of the story, and so he had to fight against her. And so I didn't realize at the beginning that they were going to even have that dynamic. But when the characters came to life, which happens when you're writing, the characters will take on a life of their own, and I realized, my gosh, these guys are going to fall in love. And how is that going to play out? And so, you're writing, but at the same time, your characters are taking you for the ride.
Yeah, I had an interesting experience with You Can Go Your Own Way, where, originally it was just these two characters just didn't like each other on the internet and were kind of mean to each other, and then were in forced proximity and had to deal with it. And when my editor read the book, she was like, this is great, but we need to give them that slow burn background where they have a reason to be mean to each other on the internet, because reasons isn't a reason, when it comes to writing. So I guess when it came to me, I didn't know the depth of the enemies to lovers until I had a really great editor help me fix it up. Anyone else looking around? Oh, it's time to wrap things up. Okay, it looks like it's time to wrap things up. But this was lovely. I had such a great time talking to everybody. And if any of you have more questions, come talk to us at the signings. Say hi on the sidewalk.
Thank you, Eric.
Yeah,
thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, a little excitement. I had some extra coffee.
Little afternoon.
Little afternoon, little late lunch. Hello, YALLFest. YALLFest. Sorry. This is my first YALLFest. I've been to YALLFest twice. This is my first time as an author. I'm Judy Stevens. I worked. Woo! Also, this is my first panel that I've moderated since the pandemic. So let me get out of my little rest. Let me shake it off. I'm also a new author. I'm currently co-writing a book with Margaret Stoll, all about the history of women who worked at Marvel, called Super Visible: The Story of Women at Marvel. Comes out next spring. Please pre-order. But I worked at Marvel for almost 15 years, and when I was there, I co-created the Women of Marvel podcast, along with many other things. I was seen running across Comic-Con floors and red carpets and all that jazz. But obviously, lots of knowledge of comics and graphic novels. I'm actually really excited because we have a packed panel of both Marvel and DC, spreading the love across the two universes. So we're going to talk a little bit about writing for graphic novels, how we're all super geeks, because we're all geeks on this stage. So I'll have each one of you guys introduce yourself and then tell me who your favorite comic hero is, super or normie.
Well, I have to say, isn't it fantastic to have a professional moderator? Because you already are the best.
Thank you, Margie.
Judy she also has not told you she's a super famous cosplayer, so you should all look her up online. In fact, tell them who you are online.
You can find me, I'm OMG DJ Judy. I'm most famous for doing Captain Marvel, but I've also done She-Ra and Mystique. She-Ra, the new She-Ra from the Netflix series. But yeah, anyways, introduce yourself. I mean, I'm sure people know who you are, but.
I'm Margaret Stoll. I write video games, and I worked on Destiny and recently on a Call of Duty, don't judge me. And I worked on the Dune 2000 video game, we have to celebrate that. I write comics, which is why I'm here on this panel. Captain Marvel, Life of Captain Marvel, just most recently Spider-Man Noir, and I write novels. I'm best known here for Beautiful Creatures. And my favorite character, that's like a crime to ask that. The first character I ever wrote on was Spider-Man, believe it or not, for a video game. And I will probably never get over that experience, but the most fun I've ever had writing was Spider-Man Noir. But Carol is my perfect person, Captain Marvel.
Hi, I'm Lillian Rivera, and I write young adult, middle grade. But I did write a DC Comics graphic novel called Unearthed, a Jessica Cruz story, and it's about Jessica Cruz, who's part of the Green Lantern universe, and it's kind of her origin story. And it's illustrated by this amazing Mexican artist who's young, Steph C. So if you go see her, go check her out on Instagram, and she has really beautiful work. And let's see, my favorite hero or comic hero was Wonder Woman, because I wrote the only fan letter I ever wrote was to Linda Carter, who played Wonder Woman back in the day. And I was so obsessed, and I was really sad that she never wrote back. And I almost feel like tweeting at her and telling her that. But, she seems really nice, but I don't know.
Did it change the way you, do you now have to write back to every reader because you were so burned?
Because I felt that. I was 9 or 10, and I just remember being really can I get a stamp? Asking my mom to buy me a stamp. And she never wrote back. I was like, man. But I still love her. Okay, I still love Wonder Woman.
I think it was probably just the Postal Service.
It was the Postal Service,
Clearly. Just got there. Hi, I'm Justin A. Reynolds. I am a writer of young adult and middle grade fiction, and I'm here because of this Miles Morales, Shockwaves graphic novel. The cool thing about it, and I think people think it's always fake or that I'm being disingenuous, but because it's it's too convenient. But Spider-Man was definitely by far and away my favorite. Not just superhero, but character in comics growing up, and I'll probably get a chance to talk a little bit about my fandom. But so then when I got the opportunity to do Miles Morales, who this year has been around now for a whole decade, which is amazing. I was like, I leapt at the chance because it's like taking all the things that I love most about storytelling, and then we're adding Spider-Man, and in this case, someone who's been like one of the most influential characters created in the last decade, easily, Miles Morales. So super, super excited to work on this with the awesome illustrator, Pablo Leon.
Hi, I'm E. Lockhart, and I wrote a new hero for DC Comics. Whistle, a new Gotham City hero, is the novel, and it's in the bookstore. It came out just a couple months ago, illustrated by Emmanuel Pretano. And Whistle is a Jewish teenage superhero who lives in Gotham City and fights Batman villains. And my favorite graphic hero, I think I'm going to go with Nimona by Noelle Stevenson. Oh, we have some Nimona fans. I mean, I grew up reading all these amazing heroes, and when I read Nimona, I felt like I was seeing something I hadn't seen before. And I think about that book all the time.
Well, so I'm actually really interested because earlier during the keynote this morning, you talked about how you were a Spider-Man fan. I'd love to sort of hear about each one of your histories of how you got, like, did you grow up reading comics? Was it something like, was it, you know, so much of the book that we've worked on is the X-Men animated show was a huge entry point for a lot of the female and non-binary writers now currently writing for Marvel. But like, what is
coming back?
yeah. Like, what was the thing? What was your entry point into comics, into into sort of the Marvel or DC universes?
Well, all right. I grew up with 3 brothers who are younger than me. I grew up in the Bronx in the projects, so they were really into wrestling and comic books and something else, but I can't remember. Probably beating up on each other, you know. And so they, I would steal their comic books and I would read it, and they would probably tease me about it. But I was just like, I wanted to hang out with the boys. I wanted to know what they were doing. I wasn't into wrestling, but I'll watch wrestling. I'm like, I'll watch them play video games. I like to be able to see the story as it unfolds, and it's a little violent. So I love watching, that's really, besides Wonder Woman, it was really my brothers and me stealing their comic books.
For me, I'm fortunate enough, I always talk about my mom being a big influence and the reason why I get to tell stories. She was an educator and a librarian for my entire life. I basically grew up at the library. And the cool thing, though, about her and about the people that she worked with is that at that time, sometimes people wanted to act as if, comics weren't worthy of our time and attention. And my mom was just like, that's crazy. Why would you want to not only, limit yourself in terms of, great, awesome stories, but also, reading. That's the point, right? And, expanding your mind and growing and experiencing something that is, transformative and transportive. And so my mom really embraced it. And every first Saturday of the month, my mom would take my sister and I to the flea market, and we'd go to, she'd kind of make us almost wait for it, but then there'd be a moment where we'd go to our favorite stand, and they had these comics, and they had this bag, these mystery bags, these brown mystery bags. You'd pay a couple dollars for them. You don't know what's inside, and then that's the excitement, and then you take it home, and me and my sister would just open them at the same time, and just dive into it. And sometimes it would be people we never heard of, or it'd be our favorites. And of course, we always traded, and we just devoured those stories. And that was one of my favorite things. So Spider-Man, like I said, was a big influence. Honestly, back then, I read a lot of Archie and Jughead and that whole gang, that whole crew. The love triangle of Betty, Veronica, Archie. That was still, I still have a lot of feelings about that. So yeah, that's where I come from.
Oh yeah, I'm with you on that. So my Uncle Richie, I was living in Seattle, and my Uncle Rich was there, and I had 2 cousins, a female cousin and a male cousin, and he would take us all on the weekends to Golden Age collectible comics in the Pike Place Market. You can still go, it's still open, you can go and check it out. And they had these long cardboard bins of comics that were 5 cents, 10 cents each. So he would just give us a couple bucks, and we could buy so much. And so my cousin Sarah and I bought all the female-coded comics, right? The feminine, Betty and Veronica, Archie, Pep, and also Richie Rich and Little Lulu and stuff like that. the comedies. They were all comedies, and the Archie and Betty and Veronica ones were like pretty. They were like not racy but sexy. Like everyone was just all they wanted to do was kiss and be big hearts all over, and right, and they'd be jealous, and it was just endlessly exciting and not like Riverdale at all. So anyway, but we would finish. So then we'd flop down on our tummies on the on the living room carpet with our haul, and I would read all of mine, and then I would read all of Sarah's sort of second best Archies, and then I would be done, and I'd be like, what else is there? And my uncle and my boy cousin would have gotten all the male-coded superhero comics, and they were really into Incredible Hulk, Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, and Batman. Those were the four main ones, and so I grew up reading those. Quite thoroughly, like big stacks of them, and have loved them ever since.
I mean, these are such great stories because I think the thing that you sort of hear about is that for a long time, comics were sort of considered pulpy, right? They were considered like cheap and like, obviously we have to look back at politics about why comics became very like specific in what was in them, but like.
Do you want to actually tell them why comics?
Well, okay, so in the during the Cold War era, in the 1950s, there was sort of like a pushback on the type of material that like children were reading, right? And so there were these Congress hearings. They're actually online. You can go watch them now. They're kind of like frustrating to watch, but they really basically created this. So the comic companies all sort of came together, those that survived through that period of time, and they created the comic code, which still sort of exists, but not really. And it's very similar to like the movie rating system and the music system and all those systems. And so from that, sort of a lot of the parents that were growing up through that period of time looked at comics as sort of like cheap, as having sort of material that wasn't good for like the American dream family. And so that really endued into sort of the 1980s, into the 1990s. There was obviously a lot of pushback. There's so much more in like the history of like comics and graphic novels, and like when you think the word comic, right, you think almost superhero, right? But a comic is just a genre, right? Comic is more than superheroes. It is the graphic novel. It is these worlds. It's Calvin and Hobbes. It's
Mad Magazine.
Yeah, it's like all those worlds. So it's really interesting if you really get into it. There's a lot of like history online. There's actually some great documentaries. I could go on and on and on because we had to do this all for the book.
Well, but the other interesting thing that I will just add is that because the industry contracted, publishers stopped making so many titles. So when we interviewed older women, they were like, we remember a time when everyone read comics. Everyone read comics. Women read comics as much as men, boys, girls. They were just like picture stories. But what happened was you couldn't make Night Nurse, or you couldn't make romance comics. You couldn't make detective comics anymore because the industry contracted. So all that was left were superheroes and basically Archie. So it was really an interesting thing where that was kind of like, it was like the government changed comics.
Right. I grew up reading EC horror comics because my parents were divorced, and I would go visit my dad, and that man had no children's books in his whole house. So I'd like be there for weeks or months at a time in the summer, and there was literally Alice's Adventures in Wonderland and the complete EC horror comics, and those were the closest things that there were for me for Kids Lit. And
that explains so much about you.
It really does. And so, but one thing I learned was, so those were like full-on horror comics, right, with people being turned into taxidermy and buried alive and all kinds of juicy stuff. And in the back of all of those were the ads for the romance comics. So those also, didn't exist by the time I was growing up, and I didn't get to read those, or I might have turned out very differently. But there were like all these other genres of comics that were flourishing for a while that maybe we're starting to see a little more now, but we have not seen in a long time.
Stan Lee loved romance comics. Stan Lee understood that Marvel is essentially a soap opera. I mean, it's Shakespeare and a soap opera, but that's like, it's very clearly, that like ongoing, serialized storytelling.
When it's also about accessibility, right? When sort of the previous to the mid 1980s, the way that you would buy a comic was you would go to like the candy store, the corner store, there'd be a spinner rack, you could buy it at like a newspaper stand. It was accessible for everyone. Anyone could buy comics. But then when sort of comic stores really became a power play in the 1990s, as the comic boom sort of exploded, and it was all about number ones and variants and all this world, it really changed accessibility, and that became the space where suddenly comic shops were really predominantly for cisgender white men. And if you walked into a shop, not all shops obviously, and they're so much better now. There are so many more women-owned. There's an amazing black-owned store in Philadelphia. They're everywhere now. But it became about accessibility, which I think is what graphic novels is different, right? Because now, you still can't necessarily, well, it's changing now, but you still can't buy like a single issue comic on Amazon or Barnes & Noble or your local bookstore unless they buy into the market. But with graphic novels, the accessibility has completely changed, and now you can have these amazing stories of different diverse characters that are like, and then obviously, things like movies and TV show has made it really different. But okay, so now we gave you your history lesson. Let's talk a little about what it's like to write a graphic novel. So what I'm actually interested in, because this is a conversation, Margie and I've talked about this a lot. What was the one thing that surprised you when you went from writing a novel to writing for an artist to draw? What was the one thing that you learned?
I said this, by the way, my childhood, my interest in comics came mostly from brothers and action figures. So I acted out comics more. Because I'm so old, I can't say the X-Men animation was my introduction to comics because it did not exist back then. Television was black and white. Okay, let's not talk about it.
Stop trying to age yourself even more.
But, wait, what was the question?
What was the thing that surprised you about writing?
The thing that surprised me the most was, and I said this morning, but it was learning how to really work with an artist. And I worked in comics for a couple years before I truly understood that. So it's kind of embarrassing that I feel like I learned how to write comics in front of my readers of comics, because, and I think you're always doing that. I went back and read Beautiful Creatures 2 days ago or 3 days ago, and I was like, what was I doing? What were we doing? This is, and you look back on your work and you've changed.
Yes, you've changed.
And I recommend Beautiful Creatures. I don't mean that, but it's always a gripping experience. Anyway, I did not know how to write with an artist. And I was stepping on the artist all the time. And there are some moments in comics, if you've read a graphic novel or comics, they are not about words. And so I had to learn to shut up in a certain way and to tone myself down. So that was new. And once, it was actually Joe Quesada who taught me that, who's the chief creative officer at Marvel. And once he said, step off, that's not your moment, then that just unlocked a ton of things for me. And I was so much more respectful of that collaboration. And my work got so much better. So that was humbling. The stuff I was doing wrong was about me being there.
Margie and I we had a talk about this earlier. And I read her Spider-Man Noir, which you can get in book form or on your e-reader or whatever, if it's not at the Blue Bicycle today. Is it at Blue Bicycle? Yeah. Oh, it is. I highly recommend this Spider-Man Noir. First of all, if you haven't read Spider-Man Noir, it's like Peter Parker in the 40s in black and white, and it's super sexy, and everybody's vampy, and they go to the Germany and go to cabarets, and it's incredible. But there are several sections where, there are words on the page, but the artist is just showing off so hard, and it's really, really fun, and it really contributes to the storytelling arc, but also just to the joy of why we read comics is to see these incredible artists do what they can do. And it was just so clear to me that you are a master at making that room for that person to be now I'm, and in one of the places where he shows off the hardest is literally a little bit of exposition where they're going into this place and going down these hallways. But it becomes this incredible art set piece. And anyway, I just wanted to say, you did figure it out, Margie.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. No, but it's true. An artist will do miraculous things if you are not constraining what they can do. And we're writers, we're not artists. So we can world build, but we're not going to come up with the shot that, that they're going to come up with. And really, really unlocking that was so much more fun for me.
I mean, I think for me it was ideal for them. When I was talking with my editor, we were like, it's important that we hire a Latina, and it was important, so important to me. Like, I was like, can we just push that? And I was so glad when they discovered Steph C. And she, her work is so brilliant. And there's Aztec mythology throughout the book. Jessica Cruz ends up, traveling into another realm, and she has these gods and goddesses who are kind of giving her advice. And I could, as a writer, you can describe that, but I was just like, I need to see it. And I was so blown away when I got those pages back. I was just like, I was crying, because it was way more than what I would have even written, would be able to describe it in a paragraph. Like, her work was so beautiful and so otherworldly that I was just like in awe. So it was a moment of like, just do what you can do. I'm like, I am not an artist. I don't know. Stick figures I could do, but I'm like, I'm gonna please just go off on it. And she did, and I was just really happy. Like, I just felt like, let me just, like you said, like, step off and just let her do what she can do. And it was brilliant.
Same. But honestly, no, for real. I think the thing that I became like intimately aware of is that Pablo is also a storyteller. Like, we're both telling the story. And so, to everyone's point, like, leaving the real estate for him to explore elements of the story that I haven't even thought of, right? And then thinking about how we are collaborators. Like, it's not like he is just responsible to illustrate this world that I'm trying to create. Like, no, we're working together. And in the beginning, it was like a little strange, right? Because for us, it was kind of an arranged marriage, and like, we didn't really know each other well enough to say like where our strengths lied and where we were a little weak and needed to kind of prop each other up. And so in the beginning, I was overwriting, right? I was like we're writing it in script form, and they're like, give the description of the panel, and I'm just like overwriting every element. Like, he's on the north side of the thing, the sun is coming down from the, slanting through the. It's like, okay, like, that's cool, but like we don't need that. Like, he gets it. Like, the sun is out. Like, great. And so, like, I think, and Pablo, I talk about this with him all the time, somewhere like about after the first third of the book, I realized, like, I'm looking at his illustration, I'm like, this is like infinitely better than what I could say on this panel, like infinitely better. And so I needed to back up and say, okay, he is doing things that I can't express in all of the words, right? And so giving him space and trusting that he is more than equipped to take that story and then to bring out the best elements of it each and every time. And then sometimes, like, surprise me, where I would go back and like, okay, wait. So if we have that, then I can go this. I can investigate this thread that otherwise I would have gone untouched. And so that was really kind of the awesome part of it, is that we developed a sense of trust in each other's ability to tell the best story. And I think, to me, when you compare it to like the novel form, it's like, okay, every element of storytelling has a thing that it only can do, right? So a novel can only do this. A movie can only do this. Like, a book, you could try it, but it's not gonna come out nearly as well. And the same thing with a graphic novel. It's like, this does not have the same responsibility that a novel will have. We don't have the space for that, right? There's not 90,000 words, right? But there are elements in this story that with Pablo's help, I can do that I could never do on my own. And like, embracing that and like kind of falling in love with that the same way I fell in love with comics in the beginning when I was a kid, like, that's what allowed the best story to emerge from our collaboration.
I mean, I think that's the magical thing about comics and graphic novels. It's about a collaboration, right? For so long, most people, you know the names of Stan Lee and Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko, but behind all of them were all these different people. Obviously, there's the writer, there's the editor, there's the artist. I mean, in comics, sometimes there's a penciler, an inker, and a colorist. Plus, you might have a separate cover artist. Then you have the letterer. Then you have the people putting it all together in the bullpen. Back in the day, they literally would use like acetate and all these different things. But that's the magic of comics, and that's why I think draws people to wanting to work within comics, is it becomes It's not one writer sitting alone in a bedroom or in a cafe writing. You're collaborating with someone who might also be halfway around the world.
Yeah. But there's also this cool thing, and I won't express it correctly, but there are these levels of storytelling, kind of like a palimpsest in layers in comics, where the character might be thinking something, the character might be saying something differently, and like the story might be, images might be telling you something completely different. So there's sort of there are these multiple plates spinning all the time, and it's a thing you actually can't do in the same way, in a novel. You don't have that sort of other, and when that is really humming, there is there's this feeling that you're sharing that with a reader. And that's a crazy thing to be able to invite someone into. So weirdly, they seem pulpy, but they're the most sophisticated, I think, of any of the forms I've actually worked in. Don't you kind of think?
It's like instant subtext. You can just do things, you can wink at the reader in a way that you just can't do without this gorgeous art,
It's the wink. It's exactly that. Thank you for saying that, because I've never been able to express that. But it is that. And that's I think if you think about fandom or really sharing, your work with someone, the wink is the most intimate thing you can share with someone, It's amazing.
I would just add that it's a form that has restrictions, and especially if you're writing for not an indie publisher, but for one of these big companies. This is how long it's going to be, right? This is the maximum number of panels you can have. This is how many times people can talk within a panel. And in the books for young readers, at least at DC, please change locations on the left page, right? Don't change in the middle of a panel. Don't change on the right page, because people get confused, and if they're not experienced comics readers, that will be no fun for them. So that is, first of all, it's my jam. I love it when people are these are all the rules of this project, and sometimes I just make up my own rules, right? I'm going to do this book backwards because that will be hard. But I think of it poets have done this forever, right? Sonnet forms and all these other poetic forms that I don't even know what they are, right? They're imposing limitations on the creative, the structure of the creative utterance, so to speak, right? But those restrictions spur you to creative solutions and even to content that you might not have done had you not had those restrictions. And so to me, that was the biggest difference, was being given this set of formal restrictions that I needed to work within, and seeing how that changed what I did. Because if you write a novel and then there's a part that's kind of weak in your plot, you can add another 30 pages right there in the middle, and it doesn't matter.
I love the rhythm. It's thank you for mentioning poetry. The I rhythm and the page rhythm and the panel rhythm. You know what I mean? It's so rhythmic, and I think that in itself is a story, right? And you do a lot of it without thinking. That a big panel is slow, and small panels are fast, and you convey speed and change in all these different ways, and you kind of start doing it even without thinking about it,
Yeah, and turning the page takes a sec, right? Yeah. So you can breathe, and then
I like the idea. How time moves itself, right? You can manipulate time so easily, and my favorite thing about movies, and I've thought a lot about this a lot in my novel writing, is how can I create the montage that we see in movies to express a feeling, an idea, a process, to show the evolution of a relationship or the deterioration of this relationship so quickly, so succinctly in 30 seconds, but I understand the entire thing, and that's what comics can do, right? They can take you over the span of a page. Okay, I know everything I need to know about the history of this thing. Now I'm prepared to enter that world, armed with that knowledge and with that feeling. And I think that's what's so awesome about it, is it gives you. Yes, they're the awesome thing is the limitations, right? It's okay, I'm being forced to work in these constraints, but then in a way they're freeing, right? Because now it's like I'm opening up all these other things that the novel does not allow me to do. Like my editor doesn't want me to write my 90,000 word novel in 1,200 words. They're like, sorry, we need a little bit more from the storytelling, but you get to do that. You get to create an entire world in 2,000 words, right? That's amazing. And it's so much of it is because the art, which just makes you want to turn the page and see. And like, I think that the fact that you're kind of like still doing the same amount of heavy lifting when it comes to storytelling, but you have someone else who's also like holding the weight up with you. And like, that's awesome.
And talking about like rules and constraint, I mean, all four of you have written within these big universes, right? These, 80 plus histories within the Marvel and DC universe. Some of you were
80 years.
80? 80 plus years, yeah. DC is even longer too, yeah. But like some of you got to introduce characters, but you're still introducing them in this world. Did you like feel pressure? I mean, obviously, Justin, you wrote Miles. Did you come in having this pressure? Did you just know that you wanted to tell the story the way that you wanted to tell him, or?
I mean, I was very fortunate the way that they kind of like allowed me to have the freedom to explore Miles, and they, from the very beginning, were like, what do you want to say with Miles? And I think like one, I mean, it helps like when you love the character already, and to see the kind of cultural impact that Miles has had. I mean, people. Especially a lot of people, and I understood that a lot of people's introduction to Miles, even though he's been around for a decade, was like Into the Spider-Verse, right? So it's like, okay, we have all this rich history that exists that I love and that I'm passionate about, and now it's like, and then we also have prose books written about Miles. There's a lot of information about Miles by awesome storytellers. Like, what is it that I can add to it that matters to me, right? Like, how can I also like offer another angle that adds to the canon of Miles and gives us like maybe like a little bit of a glimpse into an area or into a pocket of his life that we hadn't seen before. And for me, it was like a lot of it was like the cultural experience of Miles and like what that meant for him to be, biracial, and like how that impacts his ability to see the world. And then like the cool thing that I really wanted to talk about, in addition to his history through these series of earthquakes that happened in Puerto Rico, and that being where his mom is from and the home, like how does that influence Miles? And then on the other side, it was like, okay, earthquakes also can't be fixed. Like Spider-Man this is a villain he can't beat. So then what is it that he can do when like the superhero is like, has met their match, right? Like what can we do to tell that story? And fortunately, like they gave me the space and the green light to explore it.
For me, I wanted, obviously, when I was asked to do something, I was like, I want to do a Latina, superhero. Like that was important to me. And we were, going through some characters, but I was drawn to Jessica Cruz because she deals with her adult life, I guess. She deals with anxiety, and this is something that it's important to me to talk about mental health, and especially for Latinas and Latinos, it's like a big thing that isn't really talked about. It's kind of taboo. So I wanted to be able to like talk about this and also talk about her parents being undocumented and her having to have that kind of like be her story, the kind of secret that's like compelling her to like keep it secret and be, and do all the things that a lot of young people do, which is excel and do all, all the teenage stuff, but also have the huge, amount of burden, family burden that you're dealing with. And so here's a compelling story because I know people who are doing this, and maybe she doesn't have like, she's gonna have her superpowers here, but it is like the seed that I wanted to plant for her future life of what's gonna be, what her superhero life is gonna be like, and here are the seeds and all these things that come about in the story about community, about not having to keep these secrets just a burden to yourself, that you can seek out other people to help you. I mean, all these things are really important, and these are the things that I'm always kind of writing about like these cities that sometimes feel really cold and unwelcoming to a lot of young brown people, and I wanted to be able to see that you can find your people, you can find your friends, they will help you. And so to me it was like the key for it. And I love Jessica because she kind of embodies this idea of like the anxiety. You cannot have that anxiety and keep it to yourself anymore. Like it's too harmful in a way. So yeah, it was great to be able to write about that.
I'm fascinated. Did you pitch to DCE? Did you pitch to DC? Like how did your story come about?
Well, DC was bringing in a whole lot of really cool YA authors to write graphic stories about their characters. So, you know, like Melissa de la Cruz and Marika Tamaki and
Cami Garcia.
And Cami Garcia, who we missed. She was supposed to be on this panel, and she's amazing. And et cetera, a huge long list that I could go on and on. I've read almost all of them. Anyway, they asked me to pitch, and they rejected my first 2 pitches. And it was sort of embarrassing and awkward, but whatever, it happens, right? You know, you don't sell everything that you pitch. And so I was sort of like, okay.
Dang, even when you're E. Lockhart.
Yes. So I was like, okay, they think they like my writing, but they don't really like my writing very much. So I was kind of done with them. But I went out to LA. My mom lives there. And I was visiting, and my agent was like, I think you should go in and talk to them in person. And I was like, okay, but, you know, like, it just kind of made me feel bad about myself, frankly. But I went in, and there was, like, Henry Cavill's Superman costume, and then, like, I don't know who, George Clooney's Batman outfit, I think it was. And there's, like, a special chess set that's all Marvel heroes versus DC heroes versus DC villains. And it's very, like, sexy over there. And they took me on a tour of, like, the DC Comics archive, which is all like first editions and original artworks and movie memorabilia, and this like librarian who's like the official comic book librarian, like tours you around. Right? Did you get to do something
That's
like
cool.
that?
Marvel doesn't have anything like that. I would like to go on that tour.
Yeah, I did that too, and I was so full on geeking out. I was just like, oh my God. It was amazing.
But Marvel didn't do that.
No. I was like really nodding my head at the fact that there's like the thing I didn't know that existed is like Marvel historians, like people who just like fact check and know everything. Yeah, and now I know who
Tom Brevoort.
I see the faces now. Yeah.
Anyway, so yes, I had this wonderful like big geek out, and they were like, you know, it's like they greased me up with butter and then shot me down a cannon, because then they were like, so you know, yeah, you're not so good at pitching the heroes that we already have, but we think we still like you, so would you like to invent a hero? And I was like, what? I didn't know that was an option. And they were like, yes, you can do it. And then would you like to put her in Gotham? And I was like, yeah, I would. And I was like, does that mean I can use the villains? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, any villain I want? And they were like, yeah, just don't touch the bat. And so I left the bat alone, and then I could do whatever I wanted. And that was really fun. But I don't want to talk too long, but I just want to say that my way in was a little different, I think, because it seems like you two were really thinking about like identity and emotion, and also emotional issues that were super important to you. And I ended up coming around to that, but I started with trying to make a neighborhood in Gotham City that my hero could, you know, I was like, Batman is busy doing a lot of stuff in Gotham. Like, what is gonna happen? I'm gonna make a local neighborhood, a friendly neighborhood superhero. And so I built a neighborhood in Gotham City that's basically New York's Lower East Side. And like kind of New York in the 80s. So it's covered in graffiti, and it's historically Jewish, and it has this long Jewish history, but now it has all different kinds of people living in it. And so then I started thinking about who is the hero who protects this neighborhood. And I grew up going to Lower East Side. I'm attached to it. I had researched it for another project. So I was like, aha, this is my neighborhood. Now what is the hero who will fit this neighborhood and can defend it?
I mean, I think that's what's great about comics is that you can have like a basic superhero story that's enjoyable for everyone, but then you can also have characters that are dealing with mental health issues and anxiety, and put that on the page so that like maybe younger or older readers can experience that. And then obviously you can also still have a conversation about race and like what does that mean within the superhero community, specifically when you look at, for so long, the big Avengers and the DC version that I just blanked on their name, Justice League, there we go. they, were predominantly white. So like this is the magic of comics, and this is also the magic of comics now, right? In the last, really, I feel like 2016 was like that precipice. It became that moment in time where we started to question who was our heroes, who were we looking up to, and also who were creating these stories and really opening the doors. And I think it has to do with, YA is a huge part of that, because so many of Marvel and DC and the indies, a lot of their new writers now are coming up through YA because the editors read YA, and then they're like, oh no, I love their writing, let's bring them in, let's bring in their perspective, and it also allows to bring in different perspectives. So it's really kind of a magical time right now, because you can buy every one of these stories that these writers write are phenomenal and amazing. So it's so magical. I like comics.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think we all like comics. I think that's the theme of this panel, is we all really...
Comics are good.
Yeah. Okay, I think we should...
We're 2 minutes over,
Are we 2 minutes over?
Yeah.
Is there any anyone have 1 or 2 questions? Your hand went up first.
Thank you.
I wish Cami Garcia was here, because she was the reading specialist at my kids' school and can quote you the study that shows it literally does not matter what the child is reading. Their reading comprehension zooms up. So if comics are getting someone to read, they are winning that game for the child. There's math on this. I'll email you.
I mean, my own daughter only read comic books because that was the only thing that she would read. And now she's doing audiobooks. So to me, it's like you're reading. It doesn't matter.
And I think it's like, yes, the important thing is, I think when people talk about like reluctant readers and that whole thing, it's like, no, we're just putting the wrong books in people's hands, right? And so as a librarian or educator, it's like my job is to figure out what book is going to like light your fire, right? It's going to ignite you on this like reading journal. And maybe you get here or you get there, but like that's not the point. The point is like what excites you. And that's what you're supposed to put it. So if it's a graphic novel, it's a comic book, if it's a poem, whatever it is, like I want to light that fire and then allow you to go ahead and like experience whatever it is you want to experience on your reading journey. And I think like when we stop trying to like police what people enjoy and say like this is the way, this is the canon, this is whatever, it's like then we can say like look at this whole world that has been opened up to you that now you can like indulge in and just enjoy and escape in and learn and grow. And I think, we just gotta get away from this whole idea of like what is literature, what is valuable.
I also just say, we need to be teaching visual literacy as well as book, literacy, because they're consuming huge amounts of visual content. And so to be visually literate and to be able to decode complicated text and image constructs is a part of literacy today.
Amazing. I feel like I would keep on going, but I have to run to another panel after this. This has been so amazing. I want to thank our 4 epic writers. Yay!
Thanks for coming.
Thank you for coming. Make sure you guys go pick up each one of their books, see if they're available at the bookstore, and if not, support your local bookstore. Thanks so much for coming, everyone.
Hello, hello. If you guys are here for the Ask Me Anything craft panel, we don't have pens for you. There was a small snafu in the pens department, but I do have these Post-its if you would like to write a question down for our illustrious panel. Does anyone want one of these Post-its? I will give it to you. This is your chance right now before they come on. Thank you. I do have 2 pens, but if you have your own pen, that would be helpful. And then after you write it, can you give it to one of the volunteers, this fine gentleman in the shirt? Thank you.
Hello. Hello. This is the AMA Writing Craft panel. If you are looking for something else, you're in the wrong place. But I am Victoria Aveyard. I will be moderating and asking some of your fantastic questions. If you think of a question while we're talking, there are this guy right here has a paper and pen, and you can write down your question and give it to us, and we will try and get to it. But for now, let's tell everyone who we are, what our books are, what we're doing here, and we'll get going.
Hi, everyone. I am Julian Winters. I write young adult contemporary novels, mostly. I wrote Running with Lions, How to Be Remy Cameron, The Summer of Everything, and my next book, comes out in March of next year, is Right Where I Left You.
Woo! Woo! Hi guys, I'm Tahada Mafi. I'm the author of the Shatter Me series and a couple of contemporary novels and some middle grade novels. And my newest book, This Woven Kingdom, comes out in February of next year. Yay! Anyway, super excited to be here.
Hi everyone, my name is Adam Sass. I also write YA contemporary, but I started with a thriller, Surrender Your Sons, and then next fall is my first romantic contemporary, The 99 Boyfriends of Micah Summers.
Yay! What's funny about that? Is it because 99? You have 99 boyfriends and a something and one? No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Long book.
My name is Amy Skylark Foster. I write YA, genre fiction, sci-fi, fantasy. I have a trilogy called The Rift Uprising, The Rift Frequency, The Rift Coda, and I am also a songwriter. And I write a lot of songs that you've heard on the radio, and I'm not going to name them. You can Google me. Okay.
Woo!
Yes.
So we did all write down some of our own questions to get things started, but suddenly we have quite a few.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's fine.
But I know you really wanted to ask your... No, so we're going to start with your questions and just go from there. And like I said, if you think of something, come write it down, give it to us. We'll see if we get there. So let's talk about writing craft. And this one is, we're all going to have different answers. Do you know the ending of your story when you start it? And everyone just jump in. I don't intend to go down the line.
No. Yes. Do you
Tell us too late. You already said no.
No. I'm a crazy OCD planner. I have notebooks for every character, and I know exactly what's going to happen. But sometimes my characters, like, they get in my head and they change their mind and they go a little bit, but generally I know what's going to happen. Yeah.
I am a Gemini, so I don't even know where this sentence is going right now. But no, and my first book, Surrender Your Sons, is a murder mystery, and I didn't necessarily know who the killer was by the end, and I'm very much a plantster, not quite without structure, but sort of having like a little bit of knowing where to go. But always being open to, well, the story's maybe going to tell me what it's going to be.
Okay, I want to say I love plantster.
Plantster.
I've never heard that, and I really recognize. I find that.
But you knew right away.
Yes. Yeah, I knew. I saw myself in that. I also want to say that I think it's different for me if I'm writing a standalone or the first book versus like an ongoing series. I think when I'm writing the first book in a series, I'm not familiar with. I'm not 100% sure where that first book is going to end up. I have a couple, it's like, I heard somebody say this once, and other authors say that it's often like planning a road trip. You know where you're going to start, you know where you're going to end up. There are a couple of places you're going to stop along the way, but there's so much room for dynamism and unexpected events to occur. And so I feel that way. But with the first book, I don't always know where it's going to go. But with a series, after that, I have to pretty heavily plot things out.
I respect you so much. Because by chapter 10, I'm like, it's going to get somewhere. I don't know. The only two things I know going into the book is where I'm starting and where I'm ending. And if you saw the letters I get from my editor, it's always such glowing praise about those two parts. And we need to talk about this in the middle here. We might need to, but yes, I always know the ending scene.
I like that. I also usually know my ending scene. To add to the many, many metaphors that we're using to describe the way we are as writers, the one I heard that I like best, I'm going to crib from George R.R. Martin, but it's architects and gardeners. And architects have their blueprint, and gardeners plant seeds. And I like to say that I am a gardener who plants tomatoes. So I put the sticks in the ground, and I know the basic path. But then the thing kind of grows the way it's going to grow. But I get to the ending I want to get to, and I start where I want to start.
Love that.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, that's where I think Plantster. I think
George
came from.
Martin?
Yeah, I think it was.
No, I'm kidding.
I was gonna. I'd be like, so George R.R. Martin.
I'm kidding.
No, so that was something where that was this kind of story was like it was you just kind of you still have to I think be a little open to like this story is organically pulling you in a totally different direction than maybe where you thought, not to like super invalidate. But like, I'm sorry, not to start
No,
problems.
it's not that. Sometimes my characters will, because you develop your characters as you write them, and sometimes all of a sudden you find that they do something that's very surprising because you're creating them, right? So you think like, oh wait, he wouldn't say that. He wouldn't do that. So you do kind of have to change. Even if you have a structure, your characters will evolve, and you have to follow their voice in a way that's not like crazy, but in a way that makes sense to the writer.
And I think you can also like really use sort of these writer's block moments where like maybe you feel jammed or stuck, and use them to like create a really, really that can end up being like some of the strongest points in my work are when I really had this very firm idea of where it was going, and the story just is pulling it this other direction. I'm being really stubborn about it not moving, but then I realized this needs to be fixed. But then the solution I come up with for that ends up making it sort of like you have to get really creative to solve your way out of this story problem. So I think writer's block, and I think a lot of like mistakes and sort of dead ends in your story, if you're kind of open enough and willing to experiment a little bit, I think they can be some of the strongest parts in your whole story.
Very true. Somehow I'm driving this bus. I don't know how.
We know how, V, because you're a queen.
Wow. So I love this question, and I think we're going to have a really fun time answering it. What do you think makes YA so popular? I said we're going to have fun.
Oh, sorry.
You set the bar so high.
Yeah.
Oh, does that mean I have to start?
Go for it, V.
So popular, why?
I think YA is pretty universal. I think when you look at the numbers, our audience is 50% actual young adults, actual teenagers, and 50% adult, which you don't really expect. But when you think about it, every adult was a young adult. So I feel like everyone can relate to the stories and the journeys and the questions that we all deal with. And the thing that is most central to all of our stories is choosing who you are or seeing who you're becoming and trying to change that. And I think everyone can relate to that no matter what the set dressing is.
For me, writing young adult is so fun because growing up as a Black kid in the South and as a queer kid in the South, a lot of what I experienced weren't always the best of times. And so writing it for me is my chance to make sure it doesn't happen to anyone else who identifies like me. And that's where I get my joy from YA, is looking at the things that happen to you and the scars and wounds that you carry. And yes, they heal over, but then you get the opportunity to kind of make sure someone else gets the happy ending or whatever it is that they're looking for, or just to keep the dream alive and to keep that hope alive, that despite the circumstances we're currently going through, you get to end up like me with great fashion sense. I don't know. So that's the fun in YA. And then I get to write people in cool clothes because I always wanted them when I was growing up.
I think, well, it's a great question, but I think that we all carry a narrative about who we were in high school that is completely wrong. I thought that I was the most uncool, loserish, like scrawny, no one liked me. I felt like I had no friends. Felt like I always had to chase down like where the party was, like, this is before social media and dinosaurs roam the earth. And also, and I had such a twisted sort of sense of myself. And I think writing YA really helps us as writers and people sort of reevaluate that narrative and create characters not only that we wish that we were, but help heal those wounds of and see ourselves as who we really were, which was basically way cooler than we thought we were. All of us were so much cooler.
Have you seen my Facebook?
No, ma'am.
No, no.
I don't believe that for a minute.
No, ma'am.
I don't believe that for a minute. No, you were so
You
much
live in a fantasy land.
I definitely live in a fantasy land. No shit on that one. But no, we were so much cooler than we thought we were. We had no.
Girl, I spent all my time writing Lord of the Rings fan fiction.
Which
is very cool.
Why do you think that's not
I
cool?
think that was cooler than what I was writing fanfic about. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, to that, I mean, I would say, I mean, you mentioned like feeling like, I even at YALLFest, I'm like, oh, where's the cool party stuff at? Like, oh, am I there? Am I allowed in with my badge? Like, I feel like a lot of life a lot of it is sort of either reliving kind of patterns you're trying to break out of that began back then when you were a teenager. And I'll say, like, you know, like a big part of a lot of when I do write YA is to kind of go through and investigate that era of my life where it's, you know, a lot of the teens now are not dealing with those same things, but there's a lot, you know, that are really, really, really dealt with. And I think there, in YA, especially right now with who's writing right now, I mean, I'm just incredibly in awe of people who are writing YA right now, because this is sort of the space where there's a lack of pretension. There is an ability we are going to investigate these big, raw emotions, and we're not going to judge them. We're going to make them as big as possible, as big as it felt when you were that age.
Yeah.
And I think there's an immediacy to that emotion that people really respond to. So I think that's something where, you know, across all demos, that's something that is really important about YA. And that's a big part of the reason why I write it, is to be able to experience those emotions and to get all that, you know, and to work all that out and kind of and realize like, oh, this is something I'm still working through, and, you know, 20 years later.
I guess, I mean, I think we've reached a conclusion here, but I think I would just add that what I think is so powerful about YA is that, yes, we get to experience these like really powerful emotions of our youth, that coming of age story, right? Your first love, your first hate, your first enemy. All of those firsts are so enormously powerful when you're a young person and your body is still vulnerable, your heart is still raw, you're still so open to emotion. And so everything that you have felt is the greatest feeling you've ever had. And it's so real and so serious. And adults don't often respect the enormity of that emotion, or how transformative it can be, or how decimating it might be. And so what I think distinguishes YA from, like, you know, adult fiction, right, like literary fiction, is the hope. It's like what Julian said, that at the end of it, you get to look like him. You know what I mean? Like, you get to be cool like Julian. You get to suffer, and basically, like, it's kind of like therapy. You know, it's cathartic. You get to move through those same emotions, but come out of it with hope and light. And I love literary fiction. Like, I love all fiction. I love nonfiction. I love everything. I love books. But I do think that there has to be space for hope. You know, everything can't be awful. Grown-up fiction is just like, you know, the relationships are bad, the people are toxic, everything is terrible, the world is ending, there is no hope. Like,
why would you want to be an adult?
Right? Yeah, don't grow up. But YA is here to say, like, listen, like, you can move through that. You can move through that pain, and you can still succeed.
That's
you
a great
can still
point.
be amazing.
That's so right on. You really nailed that.
Yeah, you can have that trauma and still be happy. It's possible to be like a happy, functioning person with love in your life and people in your life who love you, and then you still went through a terrible thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I can't wait to write my adult series.
Oh, yeah.
No smiling.
everything is grim and it is always
Yeah.
raining. So I'm going to combine two questions because they kind of bookend part of our writing process. And it's, how do you start the process of writing a book, and at what point do you consider your manuscript finished? And by finished, I'm going to say, what time do you turn it into your editor? Because we know it's not finished.
2 minutes before they told me I had.
Me too.
Right.
I say deadline day. That's when it goes to you.
If I could go into the bookstores and actually write on the books like different things and like cross things out, I would do that. It's never done. I'm never happy.
No.
I see things and I'm like, I cringe. Like, oh my God, there's so much exposition there. Like, what are you doing? Oh, I get so embarrassed and cringy, and I cross things. I have crossed things out at Powell's, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I start. You know what? The process comes where like a story will come to me, and it will just need to be. It will need to be written, and I would write it for free. Don't tell my publishers that, but. It's a story that needs to be told, and there are so many different ways to tell a story, and which is why originally I thought this was like craft and knitting and stuff, but and pottery, but I think probably for all of us, maybe I could be wrong. I shouldn't speak for everyone, but. The characters find me and are really demanding, and their stories need to be told, and I'm there to tell it, and that's what happens. And it's hard work to get them to talk and to get them to reveal their vulnerabilities and share space with you. A muse is not like a pixie dust fairy that like climbs on your shoulder and is like, la, you're gonna write this. The muse is like, as Stephen King says, like the uncle in the basement smoking the cigar, like totally bullying you. Like it's, your muse is not supposed to be some ethereal thing. It's a real gut-wrenching sort of like, you've got to do this. Your job is as a writer is no different than a plumber or a doctor or whatever. Like, you can't be precious about how you go about working, because if you become precious about being a writer, or you need to write under certain circumstances, then you become disconnected from the very people that you're trying to reach. So you have to look at your job just like any other job. And if you wait for all the stars to align in the celestial heavens to sing, I won't sing for you again, don't worry. But that is kind of the, oh God, I went on a tangent. I'm sorry, I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Well, to that, you do need to be a craftsperson. There's part of it's art, part of it is craft. So, and it's really up to you to determine at what point you activate that part of your brain. You know, and I said this on a previous panel, but if you're all you out here who are writers, if this is your first book or your debut you're writing, there's a lot of like downsides to that time, a lot of uncertainty, but there's one part of it that is like the greatest part of your writing life, and that is the most time you will ever have to put into a single book, because every book after that is going to need to be on a really, really much more intense clock, and that's when your craft brain has to take over, because you'll get to a part where your second book is going to be due out by this time, which means they have to have the first draft by this time, and then it's not going to stop for, it'll stop for like, health reasons or whatever. But, other than that, like at a certain point, you do have to, whether you're feeling it or not, craft it out. And then when you get there, realize that you probably had it already. You're just, because you're not feeling it in that moment doesn't mean it's not work that is worthy and that someone else isn't going to respond to really well. You need that distance, and in order to do that, you just need to get the book out and then get your distance and then look at it again.
I treat writing books how I treat my love life, which is terrible. But for me to start something, I have to fall in love with the idea. So it can't be like I don't write every idea, just like I didn't date every crush, because they didn't want to date me, but also because you just can't. So I have to let an idea come to me, and it has to sit for a little bit, and I have to fall in love with it, which means I have to like build a Pinterest board, which is like me buying the story chocolates, and I got to make a playlist, which like if you're old school, you'd like make a mixtape or send somebody your Spotify playlist for them, and I have to do all these things to make sure that I'm in love with this idea. Like I'm fully committed, and that's where I start. Is by dedicating myself to it. If I can't come up with a playlist for you, or I run out of Pinterest ideas, we are not meant to be. And maybe you need to date one of my friends. I don't know. And then stopping wise, I think it changes with every story. But for me, it's getting to the point where I feel I have gotten all the joy about this out of me. And for some people, that takes a long time. And deadline's the worst. But I think someone told me this yesterday, which is, yes, in publishing, it's a business. Things have to get done. But your name is forever on that story. So if it's not the full thing that you need to tell, or it hasn't reached the level that it needs to be, then fight for that. Because you don't get to take it back. I don't get to take back, I do get to cross out things. I don't go back and read my stuff. How do you do that? I don't read anything I wrote.
Now that you've opened that up, that's
your name is on there. Right. So that's when you know when to stop. When you've just exhausted all that joy you have for these characters and the story that you needed to tell. That doesn't mean go on for 200,000 words for 6 years. But it does mean that you like fully just get it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like my answer is so bloodless. I really do. I write to my deadlines. I'm like, I have a deadline. I have to meet my deadline. I'll usually work backwards. Like I look at how much time I have now, like where I'm at now, and when my deadline is, and I will assign myself a word count per day, and I say, okay, well, how many days do I need? I'll divide it up, right? Like, what's a target word count for the manuscript, the first draft? I divide it up. I say like, okay, reasonably I can write this many 1,000 words a day, and then I'll go and divide up, do some math, and then I extract days for the weekend and like maybe a vacation and some like I have a doctor's appointment or whatever, and then that's how many days I have to write the book. So then every day on my calendar that I have to write, 2,500 words or whatever, that's what I do that day.
It's a job. It's a job.
Do you do it like old school?
Scrivener does that for you.
Or I use Pacemaker. I was gonna ask. Yeah. Do you do this by hand?
I use the calculator app.
Oh my gosh.
No, it's not that complicated.
I don't do math.
But I know. Yeah. I'm like, what's 2 + 6? Let me get my calculator out. But yeah, I'm But at this point, also like. I think it was different for me. Like you were talking about your debut novel, like you have so much time to write it. I will also say that I am motivated today to write my books by it's the same motivation that it was for me when I wrote my debut novel. And I have realized that the older I get and the more books I write, the more obvious I become to myself. There is absolutely a theme in my work. If you ever, you don't have to do this, but if you ever did look back through all of my books, like it's pretty obvious. I'm telling the same story over and over and over again, but in many different ways. And it's like the story of like my own, like, childhood pain, right? Like my youth, my like unanswered questions, like all of that. It's about, at the end of the day, every single book that I write is about telling young people that their pain matters. Because I experienced a tremendous amount of pain as a young person, and I felt like nobody cared. And I feel like that's all I want to do is tell young people that their pain matters. Now, you could be an adult who was whose pain as a young person did not matter. And you can also read my book and be told that your pain matters. So like for me, that same motivation gets me to meet those deadlines. And now I'm just a little bit more practical about it. But the feeling is still there.
We're all definitely here, for the love of the game, but also learning the rules of the game as we're doing it. And I'm very similar to you, Tahara, in that I figure out when my deadline is once I am locked into the story, and I know exactly how much time I have with it, and the day it's due is the day it comes back. And that's because we've written multiple books at this point, and we understand that their schedules do not move for us until you get to a certain place when you can say, I need one more month, and they're like, okay, fine.
Maybe a month.
Yeah, maybe a month. But,
a month is like super
lot-
easy. That would be great if you can just delay it by a month. But I think more than that, you just get into this zone where you're like, oh gosh, now I'm everyone, because like in a publishing house, there's like so many jobs working, and their part can't move until you deliver your part. So you just become very, very aware of the mechanism of it all.
Absolutely.
And that's a good thing. We probably should be. Speed along. Yeah.
It is a little bit of, not a blessing, but being busy does help me decide what story I want to tell next, because the ones that really need to be told stick with you across deadlines and contracts. Realm Breaker was a book that tapped on my shoulder 4 years ago, and I had 2 Red Queen books left to write, and the story stuck around, and it kept asking, like, tell me. And so I knew that was my next thing.
It wasn't a crush anymore. It was
love.
It was the real thing.
It was an obsession.
It was the real, yeah.
So I got a couple of questions, all kind of around the same theme, and it is a little bit more business-sided, asking about what are some of the more successful ways you found to self-promote, how do you build a loyal readership, and how do we balance the needs of social media and needing to self-promote and needing to be sort of present, because I was pretty shocked to find out that my job is not just to write the book.
Yeah, no. Let me ask something in the audience. How many of you, can I see your hands, are writers or plan to be writers or are writing right now? So almost all of you, right? Almost all of you? I'm going to tell you a story. It's fun. It's short. When I have a trilogy that you've never, ever, ever heard of called The Rift, and it's great. It's amazing. It's so good. You should definitely go out and buy it right away. I sold my trilogy to Harper Booker for $1.5 million. This is almost unheard of in the publishing industry. I was a nobody, right? I signed that contract, and I thought I was Joe Rowling. I was like, I've made it. That's it. I'm here. It's F you all. I'm good. And everyone's going to call me, and I'm going to go to all the conferences, and everyone's going to be in love with me. And my book came out, and the day my book came out, I sold 8 copies. And I look at that, tell that story, because at first I was so ashamed, and I was so humiliated. And now I think of it, I feel so lucky that that happened to me, because what it did was it forced me to figure out how to network, how to make friends, how to get to know my publishers, how to promote my book, how to think outside the box, how to sell myself in a way that wasn't embarrassing, although I'm obviously embarrassing to my children all the time. But I look at that experience, which should have been great, and I don't want to be crass and talk about money, but hey, let's talk about money. So I feel like in the business side of things, everything can seem to go right, but it's still, no one's going to care as much about your art as you do. And so you are the president and CEO of your company, and you need to lock everything down, and you need to that everything is together, and then even then it could go wrong. But when you fail, that's where you learn. You don't learn when you succeed. You only learn when you fail. So I think that I tell that story without guile and without humiliation, although I should be completely humiliated. I'm really not. I think it's such an important lesson to tell. 8 books, first day, winning.
That's tough. Yeah, that's something. It's so much of this business is extremely unpredictable. So I think that's the other hard part to answer a question about promotion and self-promotion, because so many of these are variables that you, the author, are just not in control of. But beyond that, what you are in control of, so Surrender Your Sons, my debut last year, you know, I'm released by Flux, you know, independent press, and we knew it was going to be dropping during a very, very busy fall. Fall in general for YA is very busy, and especially last year, where it was the first sort of publishing year of the pandemic, where everything was, summer books were getting pushed into fall. Everything, like the fall was sort of like, it was catching a lot of releases. And so I really knew that, we were not having quite, we were thinking the promo was gonna be at these other places. They were all in-person events, those had to go. So it really just came down to those personal relationships that you forge, because I think a lot of this business is, we're all little bees kind of buzzing around, kind of pollinating flowers, getting excited, you get this person excited, another author will get other people excited about your book. And so I think really, there isn't really a straight formula to it, but what I found to be the way that's most successful is to just keep being fans of other people's work, and hopefully if you get the right people in your life, they become fans of your work. And that can cross other authors, that can cross other agents, that can cross into booksellers and librarians. I think that's a big part of the way, is sort of keeping yourself open to realizing that it's not just completely about you and your book and your path. That it's all a big part of a larger ecosystem of excitement and getting other people excited just about reading. So that seems to be one way that helps me.
I think I would add to that well, I think we've established here with both of your answers that there's so much outside of your control, right? There's very little that you can control in this industry. The one thing you can control is the writing. And I would give you a single piece of advice, and I don't know that I would even call this advice. Take it with a grain of salt. It's something that I found to be true. Front list sells backlist. So just keep writing. Write. The only thing you can control. Write the book. Even if it fails, write another one. Even if that one fails, write another one. Because your front list will sell backlist. Like if you've sold 8 copies on the first book, write the second book, and maybe you'll sell 8 copies, but then those 8 people will be like, oh, there was another one? So then you've just sold 16 copies. Mm-hmm. That's the only thing you can control, and it's the only thing I would focus on.
That's great. That's amazing. Thank you. That's amazing. No, I mean, yes, that's amazing advice. Incredible. Yeah.
I thought you said you didn't do math. Just throwing these numbers.
You'll sell 27 copies.
And I was sitting here, 8 plus 10, carry the, okay. Oh yeah, I know, I totally agree with everyone else. There's only so much that you can control. And I thought, like for a long time with social media, I was like, oh, this is where I'm just gonna bank and get it all. And I lost control of like work-life balance. Because people don't realize, like Victoria said, there's more to writing there's more to being an author than just writing, and how much of that promotion and being on social media and everything can consume your day, so that while one day was supposed to be like 8 hours of work turns into like 12 hours because you add in all these other things. And so there is no magic thing. There is no secret code for 99 more lives. There's none of that. It's really about you writing the story, telling the story. For me, one of the things I've always tried to do when it comes to like my online presence, because I can't always be in person, is to respect my audience. And growing my readership is by interacting and acknowledging their love and their passion for books and for my books or other books, and geeking out with them and making sure that they're being seen and that they're not just speaking into the void, like I hope all of my tweets are going to. It's building that relationship with them, and it's so fascinating to me, you talking with one person about how much you love one book can turn into them being a fan of just you. And a lot of people have said, I just love you on social media, so I bought 3 of your books. And I'm like, thank you so much. That means the world. I hope you enjoy the writing, but if not, I'll make a funny tweet. I don't know. But that's so much that's part of like the building thing. But it's also knowing when, okay, the writing is all I can do, so I can't figure anything else out because it is within so many other people's control. Just get back to the writing and tell the story. And great stories will sell.
I just also want to say, sorry, one thing. I know, V, that you probably have a great answer for this too, but you are all very lucky, and my dad makes this speech a lot. He's a record producer. What you need to do right now is turn to the person on your right and turn to the person on your left and introduce yourself. I mean it. Do it. Do it right now. Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. Okay? Follow each other on Instagram. Become friends. Because these are your peers right here. And they will help you and support you. And authors are not known. I'm an introverted extrovert or an extroverted introvert. I'd rather be alone right now, but I'm really great in front of people. But a lot of authors are not great in front of people, and here is your opportunity. Make friends with the people beside you. And this is where it starts. That seed, that tomato seed that V was talking about, this is an excellent opportunity. Make at least 3 friends in this room before you leave.
I feel like I should be taking notes. Oh my goodness. That was really great. The only thing I would add is if you do feel the need to self-promote, you do want to be on social media, find a way to do it that feels genuine to you, that you truly enjoy. Because 1, it's your time, it's your life. 2, your audience is going to pick up on if you're doing this just to sell them a book. And also, if you are going to be present on social media, figure out your boundaries. Figure out where you draw the line, what things are yours to keep private, what parts of your life you don't want to share, and stick with it. And that's something I've had to learn the hard way many, many times.
Yeah. But the social media should never be more than the writing of your work, because that's what's going to outlet. Because so many times, and Julian, you and me have said this sometimes, where I'm like, where you see somebody tweeting, I'm just like, that person has a deadline. I know they do. I don't know what they are doing.
Don't get caught out
right
there.
now. I was like, they have some business tweeting right now. You have work to do. So I think balancing that out is
procrastination.
It's procrastination. But we still do. I think it is that moment where it's like, okay, procrastinate, but then no, like. Keep it going.
Cut it off.
Pinterest is productive procrastination.
Yes.
I will say that.
Yeah.
Making
Research.
playlists, productive.
Make sure you're not making yourself more tired and vulnerable. No.
Absolutely. And so we're going to keep going. We've got, I think, time for one more question, maybe. This person touched a little bit on it, but I really want to know, they were specifically asking about how do you start the revision process and what's your ritual there. But one thing I really want to know is what are your writing rituals? Because I am always super curious to know what other people's days look like, how you guys get into the routine, exercise the muscle, what are the little things you do so that we can do what we do.
I have a writing coach. Do you guys have a writing coach? She's like my fitness trainer for my writing. I'll give you her name. She's amazing. And she keeps me motivated. She checks in with me every week, and she sends me notes every week. I send her pages. She keeps me on task. So I love collaborating. I'm a collaborator. I'd love to co-write all of my novels, because as a songwriter, as a lyricist, that's where I come from. So I love the collaboration process. So I suggest also to all of you, if you can find a great writing coach, you can't have mine. Victoria can, but you can't.
This is your way of saying I need a writing coach.
I'm not saying that. But it's just so much fun to have, because she's a cheerleader, and she doesn't say like, this part's shitty. She also says like, this is a great part. I love that you did this. And it feels so good to get that validation from somebody.
That's
as you're
why I
writing.
have a dog.
Your dog can read? Why the hell are you an author? Get on TV.
My writing rituals are, for me, writing is about temporarily putting myself into a trance, because I get very easily distracted, and no one has any control over their environment, but I, specifically in my current living situation, do not have control over my environment. There's many people in the house. There's dogs. There's Amazon delivery people coming, there's all sorts of people coming. Stuff is gonna happen. So for me, I'll usually like when it's time to be like, it is work time, I will queue up a few specific sort of like long 1 to 3 hour YouTube, and it's a loop. And it's like visually it's a loop or musically it's a loop, but it's nothing with lyrics. It's just something that's just like dissonant sounds or sort of sort of something soothing on repeat. And it's not so much about creating a mood, so it's not really a playlist like what Julian was saying, but it's more about I need to sort of get my brain going into a certain rhythm and then keep that going as long as possible, because it allows my brain to stop thinking about, well, I need to renew my Costco membership. Well, I also need to like register to, the 20 million things you got to do in the day. Like, there's gonna be no controlling that. There's gonna be no escaping that. So I think for me, what's helped is coming up with those sort of sound triggers to help get me into I am now in the world that I am making.
Yeah, I think we've established pretty thoroughly today that it's very difficult to find time during the workday as a writer to actually write. My days are full of meetings and calls and Zooms and emails and appointments, and it's crazy how much stuff I have to do that's not writing related. Or it's, I've had 3 books. I've got 3 books coming out in the span of a year, which it's unusual, but has been really hard on my time. So what I've been doing when I need to actually write is I wake up really, really early. I usually wake up, when I'm drafting, I'll wake up at like 3:30 in the morning, and I write while the house is asleep. My daughter is asleep, everybody is asleep, nobody needs me, my email's not going off, it's very, very quiet. My husband is also a writer, so we often do this together. We'll just get up really early in the morning and we work. And then when the day begins, after I've dropped my daughter off at school, and then I spend most of my day just doing work stuff, like the housekeeping of my career. But the actual writing I do when no one is awake. It's been amazing.
What time do you go to bed? Like 6 p.m.?
No, like 9.
Oh, 9?
Yeah, I'm very old.
No, I'm thinking about that's still not enough sleep for me.
Yeah, it's not.
I'll be brief because I know our time's running out. My writing rituals, when I find the time to actually write, because I do have a day job and the hours are not steady 9 to 5, so I have to move things around here and there, pieces. But when I do get time to sit down and write, my rituals include always having a caffeinated beverage of some kind. I have a playlist, like I said, my Pinterest up. I print out like whole Pinterest boards and put them on my whiteboard so I have something to visually look at and say, okay, so we're going to. And this is a really weird thing, and I mean, you can share it all you want to on social media and say Julian's weird, but I have to really get into my world and my characters, so I buy t-shirts to represent my character. Like if my character's dream college is UCLA, I have like a whole collection of UCLA t-shirts I'll wear while writing. Or if their favorite anime is Yuri on Ice, I have Yuri on Ice t-shirts to wear. If their favorite place to eat is, I don't know, Burger King, I like wear Burger King. Like I have to get into the character or the setting.
And then
Daniel Day-Lewis
I
over
know,
here.
it's so weird.
I'm
But it's so
obsessed
weird because
with
then when I'm
this.
done with the book, I have like all these shirts I'm donating to. I'm like, sorry, I'm no longer a fan of Burger King. I gotta let this go, kind of thing. But I have to do that in order to write, because then I know, okay, this is this character's time, and here we go, kind of thing.
Yeah, I will just say one of the things in my ritual is every single day is a clean slate. If I sucked yesterday, today will be better. You don't beat yourself up. It's already bad. Don't make it worse for yourself.
I need that.
Yeah.
Can I write that down?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't fix nothing.
You
You can't fix nothing.
I accelerate as I go. I am Usain Bolt. By the end, I am writing much better than I am at the beginning, and much more. The muscle, the more you exercise it, the better it gets. So that's the advice I'm going to leave all of you guys with, is do not beat yourself up. Tomorrow will be better. You will make it better. Okay. Yeah. That's it. I think that's all our time.
Thank y'all so much.
Hello, hello. Hello, 4 o'clock. Thank you for sticking it today, and thank you for making it to our 10th annual YALLFest. As you have probably heard by now, we're very proud of that, and we're really excited to have you all here after the extraordinary last 2 years that we've been through. You are at the longest con. I have to confess, I make these names up, and I amuse myself to no end. Although Mel's husband, who's also a writer, was like, I'm on the
fantasy of fantasy and fairy verse to fairy tales to fairy verse. So he said, is this next panel a panel of panelists?
Okay, for Mike, I'm going to have a panel of panels next year. In fact, this can be the panel of panels. We'll do it right now. Okay, 4 o'clock. Welcome to the panel of panels. I don't know what that means, but I don't actually know what any of these names mean, so that's fine too. No, the longest con. This is about community, fandom, and the relationship between the worlds we love and the worlds we make, basically, which is essentially apparently all I talk about because we were actually already talking about world building today. But my name is Margaret Stoll. I write games, comics, and novels, and sometimes they become movies and other things. I am best known here in Charleston for Beautiful Creatures, which was my first book ever. Thank you, 2 people. And recently, the last thing I've written was Spider-Man Noir for Marvel, and I worked on Life of Captain Marvel, and then I recently worked on Call of Duty, and before that, Destiny 2 at Bungie. So I get around. So I have swum in some fandom waters, is what I'm saying. I'm going to let my fabulous panel of panelists, Mel, I'm going to let them introduce themselves, and I've told them to shamelessly shill their books because you want to know about it, and then we'll get into this. So we're off.
Marie, you want to start? Let's go down the line for the first and last time on the panel.
Hi, my name is Marie Liu.
Let's woo at 4 o'clock. You can woo.
I wrote the Legend series, Warcross, The Young Elites, and most recently the Sky Hunter series. And Steel Striker, the conclusion to that duology just came out. It's set in like the far future in a regressed version of our society about a girl named Talon who is an elite warrior and this boy named Red that she can't stand who is a warrior from the opposing side. So very much enemies to lovers.
There was a panel of that too earlier. I'm Melissa Dela Cruz, and I wrote the Descendants series, yay! High School Musical, the series The Road Trip, which is why I'm on this panel right now.
High School Musical, the musical. Like I'm right there, the vibing with that.
Yeah, exactly. And then I write the Never After series for Macmillan, and The Queen's Assassin for Penguin, among other things.
And a book with me. 2 books.
Oh my God, and a book, you know, I had forgotten we wrote that book, Mark. And then people came up and had me sign it because I have a book called Alex and Eliza, and then we wrote a book called Joe and Laurie. So, and people came up to me crying, saying they were so happy we'd written that book. Because Laurie and Joe get together.
Spoilers.
Hello, I'm Tracy Dion, and I wrote a book called Legendborn. Thank you. It came out last year. It's about a 16-year-old girl named Bree Matthews who just lost her mother. She decides to run away to a university program, and on the first night there, runs into a secret society of demon hunting students who say they are descendants of the Knights of the Round Table, and they also may have had something to do with her mother. Well, they don't say that, but she finds out that they may have had something to do with her mother's death, so she decides to infiltrate them and gets embroiled in a war. The sequel to Descendants is called Bloodmarked, and it comes out next July, and the cover just dropped, and I love it. Yeah, that's me.
I'm Aiden Thomas. I am
I am the author of Cemetery Boys, which is a contemporary fantasy about a trans boy named Yadriel who is trying to prove his gender to his Bruex community, and he accidentally summons the ghost of the very cute bad boy at his high school, and they have to work together in order to solve some mysteries. And my latest book is Lost in the Neverwoods, which is my way of tricking publishing into paying me to write fan fiction. It's a dark reimagining of Peter Pan. And it takes place on Wendy's 18th birthday, when she was younger, she and her brothers went missing in the woods behind their house. Wendy was found, but her brothers never were. And kids start going missing in her very small coastal town again, and a boy named Peter shows up claiming to know where her brothers are, where the missing kids are, and how to get them back if she can help him find his shadow.
I'm in. We've all, I think, had books come out during the scourge of the pandemic. Is it weird to be back up here talking about your stuff again?
This is my second panel ever, so yeah, this is very exciting. I'm happy to be here.
It's weird because my life outside of publishing is more fandom oriented, actually. Like I wrote about fandom in graduate school, and I've done all this like research around fandom and fandoms, and I usually talk about diversity in science fiction and fantasy on science fiction and fantasy panels.
Yeah.
So it's very strange to be doing this about my book.
Right.
That now has people showing up in line wearing a symbol from my book and bringing a sword. There's a black girl with a sword in my signing line.
Woo!
So like to see the fandom now, it just feels like mirror, like Bizarro World a little bit.
Okay, we're gonna have to talk about that because that's amazing.
Usually by this point of the day at YALLFest, so this is our 10th year, Margie and I are so tired, so we're so exhausted. And I said, it's so funny, this year I feel so invigorated. I feel so, I forgot about our readers. I forgot that people love books. I think we were so isolated on the Zoom, you don't see your readers, you don't really get to interact with them. And I really did feel like, I was saying, well, who reads books anymore? Who cares? Nobody
She really
cares.
does say things like
Yeah.
that. It's
No,
disconcerting.
I was so depressed, and like to see people, and I met some readers who said they'd met each other, they were friends. I said, oh, did you guys go to high school together? They said, no, we met here at this festival 5 years ago. And I thought, oh my goodness, so what a wonderful community,
Yeah, we said that this morning. I don't know if you were at the opening keynote, but like we've realized we remember who we are when we come here, and it really feels like that this year. And it's something about your faces, and it's just not the same when you aren't here. Like we've realized you're the thing that makes it all different, which is actually pretty relevant to talking about community and fandom. Is this weird?
Yeah, I mean, it's weird in the best way because I mean we've all been stuck in like a cave for the last 2 years, and I was just saying to Mel, like the last time Mel and I toured together was literally the week before lockdown happened. Like we were like. Yeah, like we were on the road and we were like, should we be here? And I remember we were having conversations with our publishers, didn't know what to do, and everything was panicky. And then shutdown happened, and then I think I was like, oh, this will last like 2 weeks, and then we'll be back in business. And then I think I never realized, I took for granted this. Being able to talk to you and see you, because I'm such an introverted person by nature, and I never really realized how much inspiration I get from meeting readers in person, like hanging out with writers in person, just the energy. You were saying like Zoom is so exhausting because we expel so much energy and get none of it back. Like it's just going to a void. So it's really nice. Basically, it's just really nice to be back. It's really nice to be here. Yeah.
You're talking about like that first week or two of lockdown, and I feel like every writer I know said, I'm going to get so much writing done. And that's just not what happened for a lot of us. But also, I think we had to figure out new ways to connect to our writing and our stories and our work. And what I've felt today is like a reminder not only of who I am, but like what my story is in some ways, right? Like I think I got disconnected from my writing and had to find a new way to reconnect. And now this feels like a cementing. It feels like it's affirming what I think I did out in the world. It's cool.
And I think it's really wild because I don't think you were able to do any events before lockdown, right? So we're 2020 debuts. And like the whole thing that I was really excited about with publishing a book was being able to meet readers. And so like getting my book bumped back and then, you know, us suddenly being in this global emergency, it was really heartbreaking. Like a lot of very cool things happened with, especially with Cemetery Boys, like hitting list. I didn't even know what the National Book Award was until I was longlisted for it. Like I'm a very new to like the writing world. And it was so disappointing to not be able to go out and connect with people about my story. And so I kind of turned to the internet and just kind of like emoting at like on Twitter and then like getting the feedback back. And at some point, Adam Silvera like tagged me in a post once when someone was like, "Oh, who's like one of your favorite like content creators?" And he was like, "Oh, I love reading Aiden's like tweets and posts because he talks like his book like he's a fandom of his own book," and it's true.
Yes. I did have somebody who was like, "I cannot believe there's a character named Sel and a character named Tor. I cannot believe they used to date." And I was like, "Right?" Like, as if I didn't write that.
No, it's really true. We were talking about that earlier in the transmedia panel we did. That was basically like how weird it is to collaborate with showrunners or directors or other people about your world and seeing things totally differently and being like schooled in your own universe in some ways. I mean, you do some schooling back, but sometimes, you know, like you're in that community. And I do feel like that. Like we make the thing and then it's like a shell you leave on the beach and you're the little animal that crawled out of it. And then that's anyone's game. You know what I mean? Everyone owns the shell. And I love that. I mean, it freaks some people out, but I love it. I like like a true collaborative community.
It kind of feels like, to me, like I love your beach metaphor because I was thinking like it feels like I created like a sandbox and then other people get in it and make their own creations out of the material. And I'm like, I would not have made that castle, but that's cool.
Yeah.
And I get to enjoy that and watch it.
Okay, so back to my questions. Although if you really are, you know, like I really would rather have you moderate this panel with your fandom expertise. So please jump in and improve upon this at any time. But was there a first experience for you of an online community or an IRL community that like really like hatched you? Because I know that, you know, readers often become writers and consumers of content start creating. And we also know that everyone creates now. I mean, everyone has their brand and everyone has their social media and everyone, you know, is out there swimming in that same channel with us. So was there a particular community that founded you? And spoiler, like parentheses, context, I spent the pandemic interviewing 160 female and non-binary creators at Marvel. Zooming. So like I asked them all this question and it's so interesting to see in the life of a creator like where that started. So go, anyone.
The very first online community that I can remember being a part of was DeviantArt. Like I was the kid who just loved
that.
Like this was like DeviantArt was like the OG, you know, pre-Facebook, it was like the OG social media. You go there and you post your art. Like I just posted fan art of like Kingdom Hearts or whatever it was that I was into. Sonic the Hedgehog. I was a big video game person. Margie and I talk about this all the time.
That was mumbled. Sonic the Hedgehog fan fiction from Marie Lu, famously read on this stage several years ago. I hope one day you will give us a encore of that.
Never. Oh God, yeah, and I just have this memory, this really warm, fuzzy memory of like early DeviantArt and all these artists, you know, were sharing our art, sharing like the fandoms that we're passionate about, and then like liking each other's posts. Like that was like the early like you heart things and you fave things, and then oh look, it's on the front page of DeviantArt. Like it was just a really vibrant online community, and I remember it like way back. It was like the first couple of years when it started, and it's still around in a very different form, but yeah, that was my earliest memory.
I have an artist child in my house that was always called DeviantArt.
DeviantArt, I feel like it's a half and half. Yeah.
They didn't know that was a word.
I mean, my start in fandom was on fanfiction.net.
Nice.
And not to brag, but I ran a pretty successful Hunger Games Tumblr back in the day. And I think the even more embarrassing part is that I went from writing fan fiction to doing online role playing.
Nice.
So that's how I learned to write. It wasn't in school. It was writing posts like in my notebooks I was supposed to be doing schoolwork in. And kind of, so being like very, very deeply involved in fandom has always like been my life ever since I started being like, I like books. Those are cool. And yeah, like just the nerdiest parts of fandom I've been deeply involved in, you know, since they were written. And yeah, it's just so much fun. Content creating.
Now I'm dating myself, because when you said, what fandom were you part of? And I was like, oh, how could I forget? I was part of the Lord of the Rings AOL chat room. Yes. You know? I mean, I'm so old. And, you know, there were no emojis, and, you know, we would get together and people would give us, you know, the ale or whatever. So you would make the little 3 with the parentheses, and here's your mug of ale, you know. Welcome to the Lord of the Rings chat room on AOL. I mean, like when you said Hunger Games, I was like, I remember in publishing before Hunger Games came out. Like, I remember reading that arc and in 2009, maybe? Or 2008, and thinking, oh, this is going to change things, you know?
Changed my life.
Yeah.
Did you really read the Hunger Games arc?
I had the Hunger Games arc, yes. I've
You're
been
the
publishing
coolest person I know.
since 1999, so.
Tell us, Mel, really quickly, how many did you count up lately? How many books?
I think over 60, so.
She has to, like, do a batch. She rounds up or down. The rest of us kind of know.
I was also in AOL chat rooms. And I had to sit and think for a second. I'm like, yeah, no. I was in an AOL chat room community that was about the X-Men.
Oh,
and
nice. Was it about X-Men animated series?
Animated, but comics too. And it was, we created our own mutant character names. I'm not going to tell you mine. And no, you could search some things. And the room that we were in was called the Danger Room, of course. And so people would like introduce themselves when they entered by describing their power. So it's like, so-and-so flies in.
That's basically role playing. You can
It was role playing. It was definitely role playing. And then after that, it wasn't a long hop to fanfiction.net. Yeah.
The first video game I ever worked on was an adaptation of a text adventure. So essentially, also, I can be in your RPG club, but it was called Zork. Zork, you know, Return to Zork was basically the first graphical game, and I worked on Zork Nemesis and Zork Grand Inquisitor. And we had the text adventure in the game, but it was like such a specific early fandom that like our first, you know, early graphical game was an adaptation of a text adventure which had a rabid fandom, right? Like before there were pictures online, there were words and people geeking out over them. I pointed out today that I wrote the Dune 2000 video game. So before I wrote a book, I bastardized Frank Herbert's Dune for a video game. Thank you very much. It's, by the way, fantastic. Go watch those cutscenes online. But like, that is like literally before writing a novel. So like, and to watch Dune as an example evolve, you know, from in and out of different media and become something reintroduced in a totally different way to like this generation. The long life of a fandom is fascinating. Do you see the connection? Well, I guess if you were writing fanfic, it's explicit, but like, do you see the connection between the stuff you loved and the stuff you make?
Oh yeah, like almost direct lines sometimes. Like I mean, like the first things that I wrote, you know, it was fan fiction. Like I wrote so much Sonic the Hedgehog fan fiction and like Redwall fan fiction, and then in Lord of the Rings, man, like my first like novel was basically like thinly veiled Lord of the Rings like fan fiction. It was about like a group of random people / creatures looking for a shiny thing. And then I remember like pitching that to publishers when I was like 14. I'm like, this is great, so publishable. And I sent it like 100 agents, and I got back like 100 rejection letters.
You did at 14?
Yeah,
Oh my
it was
God.
so bad.
Amazing.
Oh God, I hope nobody remembers that. But yeah, like even now, you know, I can, like it's, a lot of it, the influence is unconscious to me where you know, I'll put something in, I'm like, oh, this feels right. And then, you know, like a year later, I'm like, oh, that was from that one time when I was like sobbing through that Redwall book, you know, when I was a kid and loved that ship and have always wanted to make like a version of that ship. And yeah.
So Mel knows this. I was obsessed. Well, first of all, can you find those letters? Like,
I hope not.
I really want to see that.
This is back when it was like snail mails.
I know,
You had
I
to
wanna
like
see that.
do your they call it a sassy. It's like self-addressed stamped envelope that you had to include in your mail so the letter, so the
my
agent
gosh,
could
you even knew
mail back the rejection letter to you without spending money on postage.
You know, they should have to buy the stamp to reject you. That's how I feel. But no, I was obsessed. In third grade, I was the head of the Dark is Rising fan club, which is a book series you should all read, and you haven't probably, by Susan Cooper, who's a fantastic British fantasist, who we once invited to the festival just so that we could get Mel as a surprise to me.
Yeah, that was the surprise. And she wrote back the nicest letter.
I know, I framed it. But we, you know, if you're a deeply nerdy girl, of course you have to memorize the poem from the front of your fantasy book. So, you know, when the dark comes rising, 6 return it back, 3 from the circle, 3 from the track, earth, air, water, bronze, fire, stone, 5 shall remain, and 1 go alone. I mean, and by the way, Cassie Clare and Holly Black can recite that. But I literally was the head of the fan club. We sat under the stairs in the bungalows outside Mr. Litlock's room, and there we went. You know, that was the formative experience of my childhood. And then it's not a surprise that my first book was a fantasy, novel. So I guess I see that connection directly for me too.
Yeah, Susan Cooper directly influenced me, and it's all over Legendborn. All over. You can just see it. I mean, I call it out even in my author's note. This idea that, which is funny because Arthuriana is all fanfic anyway, right? So anybody who's writing in the world of Arthurian legends is already doing the thing.
Yeah, she was clearly doing
She was doing the thing, and then I'm like, I'm inspired by you, but we're all inspired by, we're all sort of iterating here. And I remember thinking, I've never heard of a story where the legend is a legend, but the legend is true also. And that's, you can see that all over Legendborn, 100%. She's amazing.
No, I grew up wanting to be the seventh son of the seventh son of the seventh son.
Of course, obviously.
Now I'm the old ones.
I think for me, all of my stories, except I think Cemetery Boys was the only original story I've ever come up with. Literally, Lost in the Neverwoods is actually the first book that I sold, and that's just fan fiction. And then all of my subsequent books, it's I start with a pairing that is my favorite from another fandom. I write a book, and then I'm I guess I need to change the names now. and that's the thing is that I feel especially fan fiction writers, they're oh, I write fan fiction, I don't write. I'm honey, just change the names, change some locations around, and you're good to go. And I love packing in as many fandom pairings into my stories as I can, and then releasing the because I love commissioning artists to do pictures of my characters, and then telling them, oh, this is this character from that anime, and this one from this cartoon, and then also from this book that I really like. And then they're okay, and I'm yeah. And I think that's what's so wonderful about stories and fandom is that fandom begets fandom, You get excited about writing because you love a book. You're part of that fandom. And then you're I'm inspired by this. I love parts of this. And I want to create content that makes others feel the way that this content makes me feel. And then it's just kind of this really beautiful perpetuating thing that just, spirals out into these wonderfully diverse and really exciting and unique stories, even though they maybe share the same heart as something else.
For any of you who wrote fanfic, do you find yourself leaving openings, do you know what I mean, in your story for fan? Because there are scenes where I'm I'm not writing that scene, but somebody write that scene. I can't read it, but you go. I definitely feel I'm leaving cracks for fandom?
No, in a couple of my, we are always developing, so like, I'm sure you are also, where like every single thing you write gets some form of like a development meeting that never happens or does happen, but like that's the water we swim in there. And I can remember about Icons, a book I and 15 people on the planet love deeply. You should read it, it's great.
I was one of them.
You loved it, yeah. It's the closest thing I'll ever write to a memoir, and it was about like aliens destroying Los Angeles. But anyway, but no, there was like this this TV writer who said, "You left all like the really good scenes out of the book," and I was like, "Oh yeah, well I wasn't focused on that." And she was like, "No, you didn't show this. I'm going to show this, 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 and this." And I was like, "Well, you go." I was stuck in some character's head somewhere and not doing that. But it is really interesting, the spaces.
Yeah, I feel like that's a thing that I don't think you have to, because that's a hard word to say. But I feel like to do it unconsciously, to sort of write that way, it's because you've come up in fandom finding those same spaces yourself, right? Like I think about all the times where I'm like, that's a missing scene that I have to write. And I think that part of me is just, it almost feels like a gift back to fandom to write stories in which you create these like opportunities, or like there's somebody has a one-off line and you're never going down that road of explaining more or showing their memory or whatever, but you know that that's part of how you build a good story that a fan can participate in.
Yeah, I definitely think fixing things in, the canon that, I want to see is like such a huge inspiration for me to write. And my book, Never After, was actually, when people asked me what inspired it, I said, oh, it was this Us Weekly photograph of Kit Harington and Rose Leslie, and they were actors who played characters on Game of Thrones, and their characters had died, or Ygritte had died. And it was so tragic, and it was so sad, that in the story they don't end up together. But then there was this Us Weekly photograph of their wedding, and it filled me with so much joy. And I thought, in an alternate world, Jon Snow and Ygritte are together. And then I thought, I need to write a book about that, which it ended up being Never After, but had none of that part of it, none of the backbone. And then the direct line was through Lord of the Rings. It turns out Never After is a Lord of the Rings retelling, which I found fascinating because it came so subconsciously.
So we're all ripping off Lord of the Rings here.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
My first story I ever brought home was called Princess Primrose, and it starred a wizard named Gandalf. And when I was corrected about that, I said, well, I came up with that first. Like straight up, I would look you in the eye and say that. It was not true. Okay, well, so we've talked, and we're not actually going to get through anything, it turns out. But do you now think of are books blueprints for a fandom? Or do you consider that? It's a lecture I give. So I have, one of my day jobs is I consult about something I call foundational IP. That's what my group is called, foundational IP. And it's about teaching game companies to seriously consider the value of what they're building, the characters, the opportunities. So I sort of try to preach them, you are building the blueprints for a fandom, build that intentionally. But do you do that any more or less in your novels than you used to? Or what's your take on that?
I feel like I'm always thinking about fandom, whenever I'm writing. And I think one of the first things I did when I was writing Cemetery Boys was that I commissioned Mars Lauterbach, who is now the cover artist for Cemetery Boys, for character art. And it's just, the idea of I'm going to have this setting and I'm going to make it really beautiful because I want people to play in it. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to make this character and they're going to be this really strong personality type, and I can't wait to be reading, to know that AUs exist over on AO3 and stuff like that. I think I'm constantly in conversation with myself about the fandom and what I want to create, the kind of space that I want to make, and the kind of the playground, honestly, that I want to build for people. And it's so much fun.
Yeah, like when I'm first starting out structuring a story, there's like the basic technical structuring, like 3 acts, 8 whatever, and that's one way to structure the story. But then the other part is layering on like that. Like my friend calls it id, like the id of the story. Like there's like ego books and there's id books, and ego books are like it's like I'm reading this and it's great, and I know objectively this is a great book and I have come out of it feeling like a better person or whatever. And then id books are just like, this book gave me the feels, And sometimes it's just, I don't even know why, it's just like there's buttons in there. So I do like a second pass on my early stories where I'm like, what are the buttons that I'm putting in there, and just very consciously. And we all have like very, very specific buttons. Like one of my friends was like, one of my buttons is just like, when the good guy has been locked up in the dungeon and all is lost and he's waiting for his friend, and then his friends come and break him out, and then you see that scene where they're like standing in the dungeon doorway and there's just a silhouette and there's just like light coming on from behind him, like that. I'm putting that in my book, like just very specific moments,
But that's interesting because you're an artist originally, and so like that's a visual, like I would never think of a button as a visual thing, right? Like that's.
Yeah, and I mean, and that was my friend's button, but I was like, that I get it, like that kind of like visceral, like whatever it is that you're like, oh, I feel that tug in me, and there's nothing like up in my brain about it. It's all like in my gut, and you just know. Like I really like helmets for some reason. Like helmets are great. Everyone is sexier in a helmet, and so like
so
in
right.
class, I'm like,
YALLFest 2021 quote. Everyone is sexier in a helmet. Someone tweet that right now. Thank you.
Yeah, so I was like, in Warcross, I'm like, my villain is gonna be wearing a helmet. Clearly, he's just head to toe bodysuit of armor and a helmet. And so it's things like that. Like, there's no real like technical reason for it to be there, other than just like, this gave me a feel,
It's so hot when they take the helmet off.
Yes.
And then their hair is perfect somehow.
You're just like, ooh.
It's like in The Mandalorian. I was like, oh, then that show is just like id all over.
But I did talk to Ming-Na Wen during, speaking of Mandalorian, during lockdown, and she is the biggest science fiction fantasy nerd you'll ever find, and like truly of the books, like reads books, and like the way she describes walking on to the to a Star Wars world set, and the way they shoot that, like she was there as a fan, you know what I mean? And she was generating the content, but she was 100% Ming-Na Wen, who is such a big fan of Sting. She was just tweeting herself as Sting-Na Wen, right? But like we are all fans. Like that's part of loving stuff, right? Is how we do it.
And I'm glad we finally got back to Star Wars. I mean, talk about the feels. I mean, when you're in the dungeon, your friends come. I mean, just remembered Han Solo, and that's like the button that's pressed there. And I was thinking about what you said, like what are the buttons? And I thought, that whole ache of, Luke Skywalker wanting to go off, being in this like kind of provincial planet, and he wasn't part of the empire, he wasn't part of anything. And I think because I'm an immigrant and I grew up in the Philippines, and I read, these books that were set, in America or England, they were so foreign to me. I felt so far away, from all that, and that ache and that longing to want to be part of, what the central, part of, going to the big planet.
No,
Imperium.
I posted about that when I got a divorce. I was like, I had this image stuck in my head that was of C-3PO and R2-D2 on the sand planet, their escape pod wrecked. And like, I had sand planet feelings. And that was how I felt them, right? So, but George Lucas, I was talking to my writing partner on the Marvel book, Judy Stevens, who knows everything, and she was basically like, but George Lucas, that's Kurosawa fan, right? That's like, those side swipes are Kurosawa. That's what he's that's what he's doing. And that is like a love letter from a fan, which I think is not how we think of Star Wars, right? But totally fascinating. Anyway, I don't know where this is going. Well, we're in our last couple minutes. If somebody has a large question, interesting question, stupid question, yes. Yes. Thank you for bringing that up, because representation is like the second half of this paper. But yes, so restating that point, a fandom where you first saw yourself in terms of direct representation. Anyone want to take that?
I get this question a lot. And back in the day when I was a baby author, and I was like, I need to come up with something. And I was like, oh, here's this one book that has this one part of my identity in it. And as a person who is trans, queer, and Latinx, I grew up with no representation. I didn't have any representation until I published my own book with it inside of it. And I think that that's a really kind of valid experience. And I think it points to how important intersectionality is, because a lot of us aren't just one thing. We're multiple things, and those identities and those experiences play and build off and affect one another. And so for me, yeah, I didn't have, like when I was growing up, like according to media, like, you know, queer, trans, and Latinx people just did not exist. And like what that meant to me as a reader, especially as a young kid who was trying to figure out my identity, that's a really scary and kind of terrible thing, right? Because I felt like I didn't have a place in publishing. And I say that Lost in Neverwoods was the first book that I published, and that is a book that just has straight white characters in it. And it's because I felt like no one would buy Cemetery Boys. So it wasn't until I had hooked a publisher, and then they're like, option book, and I was like, oh, wow, how's about all this? And then I was shocked, of course, when they wanted it. And it's funny because when I pitched that book, I pitched 5 ideas to my editor. Cemetery Boys ended in question marks, because I was like, maybe he's trans? Maybe he's Latinx? I mean, I don't know. I'm just like spitballing. And it was me asking permission of this person who had a position of power within publishing, like, can I write this? Like, is this something that anyone is interested in? Am I allowed to do this? And so the fact that we're slowly but surely, you know, getting more representation, we just need more of it. We need an explosion of diverse representation, especially intersectionality. And I think that's what's so like wonderful and exciting about being up here with you all, because it's like, wow, yeah, okay, we're allowed to be here. I'm allowed to take up space, and people like even want me to fill that space, and that's really exciting.
I forgot we wrote a second book together, Marg. So the second book that Margie and I wrote is called The Secret Princess. And the first book that we wrote together is Joe and Laurie, which is a retelling of Little Women. And The Secret Princess is a retelling of The Secret Garden and A Little Princess and A Little Lord Fauntleroy, so Frances Burnett's books. And one of the characters, and it's set in the 1800s.
Never like second guess erasing myself from these worlds, because I'm like, I don't belong in these worlds. Like, they don't exist anywhere in this genre. And it wasn't until much later that I started thinking about that. And then, you know, like Mel and Margie are saying, like, there's at some point there's, you know, and Aiden, you mentioned like you wrestle with this idea of, do you want a successful career and erase yourself, or do you want to be true and kill any chance for success? And I remember wrestling with that so hard with Legend, because Legend sold in 2010, and publishing was very different back then. You know, like I could count on one hand like the number of like fellow, you know, Asian or anybody who wasn't straight and white on one hand, like fellow authors. It was a very different publishing landscape, and I remember just being agonized by this idea of like, am I allowed to be in this book, and will that tank my career? Like, will I be in the Asian American Studies section forever and never being like, just put me in fantasy and science fiction? And I remember crying about it, and I remember just feeling like there was really no good answer to that, and then feeling like I had to kind of sneak myself into it. You know, you were saying like you kind of like wanted to make a little footnote about it, and then I remember in Legend I was just like, by the way, Dave's Asian. I was like, okay, moving on, you know, like that. And then it took many, many books before I felt like I was able to be more assertive about that. And I think with Warcross, like that was the first time that I felt like, okay, I can write someone who is like really obviously Asian, and that was because it was cyberpunk, and I love cyberpunk, and I hate that cyberpunk has no Asian people in it, you know, because cyberpunk is freaking Asian. So I was like, I am going to write a cyberpunk, and if I write a cyberpunk, I have to have an Asian protagonist. And so, and from there, like watching publishing change year after year has been encouraging. in that sense. But I think we've all had this struggle of like, are we allowed to be in these stories?
Does anyone have a note to go out on, or is that good? Are we good? We're way over our time, so I'm just do it.
I was just going to say that I feel like the point where I'm thinking about, where was I brave in writing Legendborn? I mean, Legendborn was the first time I saw myself like you. Like, I think it took 6 months thank you. I think it took 6 months to really allow myself to not answer that question to like not dig for an answer, because I would be in situations where other people could say like, oh, this and this and this, and I'm like, oh gosh, I'm an A student, right? So I'm like, what's my answer? Did I see? And I'm like plumbing the depths of my memory, but like there isn't anything. And what I was doing often as a child was finding the part of that character that felt like me. So like the emotional beat, or like some process of their thinking that felt familiar. And I think where I was brave with Legendborn was that it was a black girl in a fantasy story, already unique and interesting, and there's not enough of that, right, in the way that I wrote it. But it was a black girl that I allowed to be angry the whole way through. And I felt like that was the thing that I remember being like, is it going to be, well, are they going to be, like, what am I doing here? Like, is this going to be something that someone's going to allow? Are they going to want her to be at peace at the end or whatever? Be more than the black girl on the page. Right. Like, we're allowing them to have emotional range and arcs and conflict, and to not land in the place that perhaps, readers want them to land in, because that's how they've seen other black girls end up. Yeah. So I think that's a certain type of blank blank.
That's amazing, and it's kind of a great wrap-up, actually, because that's the journey, right, to like being fostered by a community and growing up in a community, and then freaking change the community. You know what I mean? Like, let the community grow because you've grown and you're putting it back in. So, I mean, that's the space we live and work in and love, and I love that. Anyway, thank you. This was fascinating. You're a great audience. There's a lot more stuff going on, so check your program, and we'll see you later. Welcome to our afternoon Smackdown, our evening Smackdown. Thank you for being here, Charleston, for our 10th annual YALLFest. I know you know what you're here for, and I know how excited you are, and I'm just as excited as you are. So I will bring you most of the fabulous authors. We are sadly only missing Nikki Yoon of the incredible Blackout, which I hope you have bought, and if you haven't, you still can, I believe, at Blue Icicle, including the spearhead of the project, Danielle Clayton, Tiffany Jackson, Nick Stone, Ashley Woodfolk, and of course, Kobe's author handler, Angie Thomas. We know it as the blockbuster novel, and we know it as the future Netflix show, and we're so excited to have you here, and thank you for always being such a good friend of YALLFest, and take it away.
We love you, Margie. Yay! This is wild. We have a keynote with like 5 out of 6
we're
of our
like
beloved.
actually really close to in person.
Yeah. We're in person. This is weird. This is weird.
Why
So-
am I not seeing the background of everybody's apartment right now?
I know, right? Well, this is really exciting and fun because these are some of my favorite people. And we wrote a very special novel called Blackout. And I guess we should probably start out by talking about why. So they're going to slander me. So I'm just going to set the record straight first and say that I was so lovely and wonderful and great.
She's lying.
And I just had a good big idea and was like, hello, let's write a novel together.
No. That's not what you said.
What did I say?
We're writing a novel together.
That was
Here are your assignments.
Literally. It's still very lovely, I think. Right? Someone tell the story of Blackout and the origin.
Go, Nick.
Come on, Nick Stone. Oh, no.
Well,
I don't like that
I don't
sinister
know why you
laugh.
wanted to give it to me. You know I'm going to really tear you up now.
Oh,
So,
God.
Danielle, is something we've all asked at some point. Like every single one of us
Indeed.
on this stage has been like, but where are the black girls? So really her question was, why don't black girls get big love stories? And so then Danielle, she tells us this story over text, and then it's like, so
It was a bunch of movies, right?
It was
a bunch of movies.
Love
It was,
Actually, Valentine's Day.
It was all like the holiday movies and like just like
This
YA movies, right?
Yes. And teen shows. We watch
And
everything.
teen shows.
And we discuss.
Right.
It's very
Yeah.
serious. We are critics.
As you should be, especially
She's
her.
15.
Right, and as she should be, especially for the stuff we're creating. But so then Danielle's telling us all this in our, we have like group texts and things like that. So she hits each of us individually after dropping this idea somewhere else, and it's like, so we're gonna write this book, and this is the trope that you're gonna do.
These are leadership skills, friends. When you decide that you have a big idea, it's leadership.
None of us are complaining. Like
I know,
it worked
but
out.
like my teachers my whole life are like, she's bossy.
It works out when you
It
let
works out.
Danielle boss you around. It's basically the moral of this story.
Yes, listen to Danielle.
But I mean, look, I have a question for you though, because
Already.
we having a
Already.
conversation. And we having a conversation.
This is what Nick Stone does. Like, okay.
We're moderating as
Ourselves.
as all of us. Right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. So you decided that we were writing love stories in a pandemic, right? Like, my ass was depressed. Depressed AF, in fact. And then suddenly it's like, I need you to turn off the news and write a love story. Like, who do you think you are?
That's your question. Who do you think you are?
I'm awesome.
I mean, I think the other part of the story is also that, all of this horrible stuff was happening in addition to the pandemic, right? There was all this stuff all over the news about George Floyd and, police violence and all of these Black bodies that were just not being allowed to be human. And I think part of the conversation as we were talking about writing this book became like, we need to humanize Black kids because they are the most important people, in the world. And they need to feel that they are the most important people in the world when they're getting messages of the exact opposite, that they don't matter at all. And so I think that became another big part of the conversations we were having. And as we were talking about love stories and like what those love stories what we wanted those love stories to look like and where it was taking place and all of that, real life really came into play because we were in New York. Me, Tiffany, and Danielle were all in New York. And, when the pandemic hit, it was literally like a blackout, right? Like the streets were empty, the restaurants were dark. Like I have never seen, and I've lived in New York for almost 15 years, and I have never seen New York look like that. But that's really where, where the idea started and how it sort of became what it became.
And I think we wanted to also showcase the kids that we love and also hold on to something because all of us had our projects paused. Yep. And some of our editors were on furlough. Right. Some of our editors were fired. We didn't know if we were going to have a publishing industry or books or bookstores and libraries. And it was like, why don't we try to write something to distract us, to like remind us of like,
why we're doing this, because we hadn't seen kids in so long.
Right, and that's what sucks is when you write for young people, we want to see you and talk to you and like talk about books. It feeds us. And so that was really, really hard. And I think coming together like Avengers to write a book together was just so much fun.
Why didn't you say Captain Planet? You didn't
because I'm not trying to age myself, okay? All right?
That's what she used to say. She just changed to Avengers.
Yes, I did. Because a kid was like, who's Captain Planet? And I was like, oh, no. So we are the Avengers.
And see, my response to that is your parents are failing you so miserably.
And so basically, I called everyone and I said, hey, we're going to write a book together. And like, even my Mississippian and my Georgian, I was like, you got to be in this too. So you get to be on the subway and you get to be.
Tone matters.
Yes.
Tone was not, hey, you're going to be in this. The tone was, so this is what we're doing. You're going to do this. And this is when I need it.
Yes.
That was.
Yeah. And this is your due date.
And you're doing a love triangle. Like it was like.
Yeah, like here's your trope.
Yeah.
Yes.
I need it now.
Yes.
And I see what the most hilarious part about this is like everyone got this call and then she got to me and I was like, no.
Yeah, she did. She really tried to try my patience. She really tried to try my patience.
I'm always the one who will buck against her because I'm just like, no.
And then I was like.
And then, because I kept saying, I write pretty dark books. So when she came to me saying, we want you to write a love story, I was like.
She really did.
Please talk about the rat. Please talk about the rat.
Sure, girl. And then when she pitched the idea and she was saying like, it could be like Love Actually, Valentine's Day. And that all I heard was like, well, then they need to be all interconnected. Yeah. And that's the only way I can write this story. And so that was basically like, it was kind of my fault that the book got a little bit more complicated because I was like, well, I need to break up my story. And then everyone needs to like come and like be connected with me.
So you see who the real queen is.
Yes.
However, you did veto the real queen putting a rat in the book. So who is really winning?
So Tiffany was like, somebody needs a rat.
First of all. I felt like we need some excitement in the book. So maybe a falling elevator or a rat or something. And everyone was vetoing me. And then we listened to our real queen, Nicola Yoon, who isn't here.
Yes.
Our real queen of love.
Yes.
Who basically said there needs to be more kissing. And I was like, oh, okay, all right.
Yes, exactly.
Shut that down.
Exactly.
Yes.
But I feel like, Tiffany, like you breaking up your story is a good like transition to talk about the structure of the book. If somebody wants to do that.
So Tiffany gets to start.
Tiffany can start.
Tiffany's chapters are The Long Walk, and her two characters, Tammy and Kareem, are walking from Harlem to Brooklyn, which is a very long walk.
It's a really long walk. So
I
for
live in
people
Harlem.
not from
Yeah.
New York, it's like the longest walk you could possibly take. And, you know, people have made fun of it in the past in different episodes. Diddy did it in his, like, what was that, the Making the Band
Making the
video?
band, he made him go get some cheesecake.
Cheesecake. It's, like, notorious for being, like, this incredible walk. And I also took it on because I'm, you know, born and raised in New York. And so I knew that I was probably the person who would have to do the heaviest lifting in terms of, like, hitting the different spots in New York that you would typically come across if you were in a blackout. I'm also, like, you know, 3 generations in New Yorker where my family has been through the 1970s blackout, which actually sort of, you know, basically was the catapult for hip hop. And they still talk about that blackout to this day, to how it was so traumatizing for them. And then fast forward to the 2003 blackout. Yeah. And then us doing this blackout, there was a lot to be said about the fact that blackouts are very much a part of New York culture because it literally stops the city. It stops it cold. But the thing is, like, especially after 9/11, our city really very much comes together when it comes to, like, you know, traumatizing, you know, scenarios. And that's what we wanted to sort of show in this as well, too, is that, you know, it wasn't all scary. There were kids just falling in love in the middle of a blackout. And so I think that was one of the reasons why I took the long walk, the longest chapters, and the longest little, like, excerpts and stuff like that. But everyone else did an amazing job in their very, like, siloed, like, areas. Like, we had a library, we had the train, we had the bus. Like, I felt like everyone just nailed it.
Yeah, so Tiffany's characters start off in Harlem, and then they pass by a girl with a dog. And then we go to Ashley.
And then we go to me. Wait,
no.
You past the subway. Past the subway entrance. Yeah. Sorry.
She don't even know how the story went, and
Look.
she made it.
I am tired.
What did you call it? We, like, did a video. And you
Yes, we
called
did.
Black Love.
For Harper.
Black Love. So, you know, we wrote this book called Black Love. We were like, that's not what it's called.
Title. And what did they do on video? Drag me for filth. Instead of, like, being like, let's cut that. They dragged me.
Oh, no, we would never let them cut that.
Never. They won't let me live.
Oh, we will. We're living quite well, thanks to you, so appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Uncle Barack and Auntie Michelle, they've been of great assistance.
Yes.
So yes, Kareem and Tammy pass the subway, and on the subway is Tammy's little brother. Tammy's little brother is having what is basically a panic attack because he's claustrophobic. Also on the train is a boy that goes to the same school named JJ. And you watch this story unfold between these two characters, and I had so much fun writing that story. Like, I had so much fun writing it. Partially because it was like this reprieve. As I said, depressed, #depressed AF, right? So having the opportunity to take these two characters and weave through, one of them's the protagonist, to weave through some of the things that he's dealing with, it really helped me to kind of get out of my own problems for a minute. And so the best part of this was trying to figure out how the frick you get off of a subway train when the power is out. I'm like, are you just trapped? Like, how do you get off? It took me.
And I said,
months.
why didn't you call me?
She didn't call anyone.
Do we
live
know
in New York.
I did
how
actually
my
ask
anxiety
you.
works?
She knows every exit.
I know how to exit everywhere. Because I'm always thinking, I'm ready.
She's ready to run.
Look, right there, right there.
So here.
I'm ready.
My bad. You know, you had a lot on your plate. You had other things that you were doing.
It's true, but
no, I really just didn't ask her. Just truly. But then, yes, my character's stuff happens. We come back out.
Right.
We get back to Tammy.
Back to Tammy and Kareem, and then we hit
a girl with a dog.
Yeah. So my story is called Made to Fit. I almost forgot for a second. And it's about two girls who are at an old folks home. One of the girls volunteers there with her therapy certified pit bull. So that's the dog that her characters see walking out of the park. and the other girl is there visiting her grandfather. And so the whole story takes place inside the old folks' home, which is in a brownstone, which if you don't know what a brownstone is, they're just like these sort of historical houses that have been in New York.
A townhouse.
Yeah, it's like a townhouse, but they're beautiful. And so, yeah, what happens is my character's grandfather loses a photograph of his wife, his late wife, and he is very upset about it. And so they have to search all throughout the house to look for the photo. And as they're moving from room to room, they have conversations and, you know, they
fall in love, maybe.
They make out.
Hey, that's a spoiler.
No, it's not. Dude, we literally said Nikki told us to add more kissing. Like nobody is surprised that there is kissing in every story.
You're gonna get a kiss. It's the promise of the novel.
Literally.
Of every single
Not
chapter.
a spoiler. Maybe the grandfather's making out with someone. That's.
But yes.
I hear things
and
about.
then we go back to
back to my story, and then we hit the New York Public Library.
Yes, I'm a former librarian, so I was like, I knew immediately. I was like,
oh, your people are here, okay.
Yes, my people are here. I'm so happy to see my people. And so I was like, the New York Public Library, if you've never been, it has 2 big lions out front. They're like waiting for you, patience and fortitude. And it's the most beautiful building in New York. Like, it really, truly is. And I wanted to
People get married there.
Yes, literally. Carrie and Big had a fake wedding there, and it like didn't happen in Sex and the City. So like, it is iconic. And so I was like, I knew immediately, like, it's a flashback to Mrs. Basil Frankweiler, right? The mixed up files of Mrs. Basil Frankweiler. Like, I was like, 2 kids in the library, they're in there doing something. And I built these 2 kids, and they always have bets between them. It's just their friendship, they're best friends, they've known each other forever. And this night, they had to pick, what is the best book ever written? And they weren't gonna leave the library until each one of them had a pick, and they went head to head to see who would win the bet. And so, of course, my character, she has a lot of secrets. And, sorry, Kobe. Yes, thank you, Kobe.
Quiet.
She has a lot of secrets. And
Kobe, quiet.
Yeah. And one of her big secrets, he's like, that's my auntie talking. One of her secrets is that she's trying to figure out how to tell this person that she's known her whole life, this boy that she's grew up around, how she feels, right? And like, what's happening. They're about to go off to college and separate for a while, and she wants to know, like, what happens when you tell a person a thing? Does it, like, literally change the dynamic? It's like before you tell them the thing and after you tell them the thing. And so we're in the library. It's like the best. I'm like, where's my meet cute in the library? I'm trying to make this happen for myself, And so, of course, you get chased out of the library. There are librarians, and there are like little RoboCops in there.
They're like
so
dragons.
like security guards. So, you know.
Ooh, burn.
Yes. And then we have to come back outside, right?
So then we're back to Tammy and Kareem.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, I'm like the whole novel.
Basically.
And then we go to
The tour bus.
That's right.
Tammy's dad.
Yes.
Tammy's dad.
Yeah.
Tammy's dad is driving the tour bus.
Yeah,
Angie's got her
because
kids.
Danielle knows that I'm not a New Yorker. I mean, that's obvious.
Yeah.
I'm from Mississippi, which is a totally different world. I could not live in New York. I can visit. I couldn't live there. So she was like, you don't have to write New Yorkers. And I was like, oh, thank God. Because that's like alien to me. So I'm writing, thank you. I'm writing some kids from Mississippi who are on a tour bus visiting New York with their class. And Danielle told me, your trope is love triangle. Because you think about all of these big YA books, no shade to anyone, but you think about all these big YA books where you see love triangles, how many of them have a black girl at the center?
Zero.
Well, technically,
There's
well,
one.
a lot of people think that The Hate U Give did, but like the kid gets killed quickly, so that's my fault. I'm sorry.
You ruined the love triangle, Angie.
That is,
you ruined it.
that's
I don't know
my
why
fault.
we're laughing,
but
it's
okay, happy. Well, not okay. Happy love triangles. You don't see black girls in those, and so she was like, you know, give me a black girl in a triangle. I was like, you know, my first thought though was, ooh, drama.
Drama, mess.
Heck yes.
Mess. I'm like the lady on Netflix. I love mess.
Yes.
So I got to write these kids from Mississippi visiting New York for the first time, and this girl is on the tour bus with her boyfriend, and her crush.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
exactly.
Exactly.
Mess.
Exactly. It's messy. I love it. So, but it was fun too to write about kids visiting visiting New York from such a different place, because as someone who first visited New York, and I was like, what is this? Why are the rats so big? You know,
They're just strong.
Why do
They're just New York strong.
Why do people get on the subway when it smells like piss? You
We
know,
have places to be.
It's baby, it ain't enough places.
Tiffany has the answers to all of your questions.
But look, so I was just glad to be able to write these kids, but also to write this story and give a Black girl a chance to be in something like this, because I want more love triangles for our girls.
Yes.
In stories. Not, look, in real life, it's drama.
Yeah. I don't know if I want a real
I don't
love
know
triangle
about
for
that, but
myself.
like,
Listen,
but
I can
to
tell
be
you they're not fun.
But Nick would know.
Absolutely would. Not fun.
But
Not fun at all.
Like, to be wanted by two for a Black girl, that should not be revolutionary. But in the world we live in, where Black girls are made to feel as if they aren't wanted, that meant something. So thank you, Danielle.
Go ahead, throw that mic on the floor. Wait, I will say, Angie's story does have a happy ending, even for the boy.
For an Angie story.
For the boy who doesn't get picked, because I'm in love with him.
Yeah. She's claimed him.
So it's fine.
You guys can be together.
So then we
forever.
leave.
Yeah.
We leave Angie's story.
And we'll go back to you.
Back to my
Back to
story.
Tammy's.
And my story ends on the Brooklyn Bridge, which is my favorite absolute place in New York.
Okay, yeah,
period.
you haven't actually told us anything about your story besides
I know,
the fact that they're
because
walking.
the kids are just walking and they're just
They're fighting the entire time. They're exes.
They're exes, so it's sort of a exes to lovers to exes. So they're fighting about why they broke up in the first place, and you know what it would be like to leave New York, and the plans they actually had together. And all the while, the girl is sort of hiding this anxiety that she actually has. Something that Black girls often do, that we don't typically show our vulnerability. So this is an opportunity for her to do that. And the boy is actually very accommodating to her anxiety, which is also very rare, to just be accepted exactly who you are. And so they are also somewhat best friends, which I love best friend, like, you know, love, like, you know, that's actually kind of like my favorite trope. So and the story ends on the Brooklyn Bridge, or at least my story ends on the Brooklyn Bridge, before we then get to Nikki's story.
Because a car passes by on the Brooklyn Bridge. And then we get to go into that car with Nicola Yoon's two characters, Seymour and Grace. And Seymour is a young ride share, our fake Uber, you know. And he's a philosopher, and he's listening to a philosophy podcast. And Grace hates it. She's like, hate it, turn it off, like, you know, and then because she's so fixated on a boy who had just broken up with her, and she's trying to like orchestrate getting back to the party. They're all trying to get to this party in Brooklyn to make sure she's seen, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, look at me. And Nicola Yoon writes the best love stories in the world. And so you get this sort of like reluctant, the car breaks down, so they've got to walk. It's really beautiful. And then when you get to the party, you get to see what happened to every single chapter and where they're at. And so
I just want to say, because Nikki's not here,
yeah,
her being a part of this made me nervous. I'm not gonna
Oh,
front.
me too.
Like, for real. Because she's so good at everything every love story that she writes is so good that it made me want to be better. So like, made me like sit up a little bit, like at the laptop, like, okay, I gotta get it together, girl.
Yeah.
Like,
and Nicola Yoon and I debuted together in 2015. We were the only two Black women out of all of the 300 debuts or more that got a book deal that year, me and her. And so it was like, we made eye contact and it was like, forever, you know, like, you and me. And so when I was thinking of love, when I think of love, I think of Nicola Yoon. And so the Avengers were complete. It is hard to write a chapter about love when you know Nicola Yoon is watching.
The Avengers, apparently.
Yeah, we really are the Avengers, though.
Yes, and
because
so
actually, I get that question a lot. Like, how did you guys become friends?
Yes.
And I was like, I was collected.
Yes.
I I literally was collected by all the women up here.
So you and Nikki debuted together. Me, Tiff, Angie, and technically Ashley.
I was supposed to, and then my book got pushed later.
Yeah, so we were all supposed to debut. The three of us debuted together, and Ashley, she got pushed because publishing is stupid sometimes. Anyway, and so like I just slid into everybody's DMs.
She really does. She's a DM warrior.
Yeah. Literally. And I like tuck introverts into my very extroverted pockets. And like
infinity gems.
Yes, exactly.
I'm literally in the universe with my friend group is basically what Angie is saying. But the beauty of us being friends is that this was the easiest thing I've ever done, truly.
Yes.
Like, we get these questions from interviewers that are like, this is you, there are 6 of you, how did you avoid killing each other? And we're like, yo, this was the best thing ever.
And we also say we had a Google Doc.
We did have a Google Doc. And just like Tiffany was saying, like we push each other, even just by mere existence.
But I think we also just like leaned into each other's strengths, right?
Absolutely.
Like Nikki is like more kissing, and we're like, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I'm like the
Emo.
structure nerd.
Emo.
Like, yeah.
Emo as well.
We need more
I mean,
emotion.
I'm also emo, yes. But I'm also like a structure nerd. Like if you've read any of my other novels, none of them have a traditional structure. And so I was like, when Tiffany was like, we're breaking this up, I was like, yes, let's go. And I built that Word document and I sent it to everybody. I was like, look guys, we're gonna have timestamps. We're gonna have location tags. We're gonna have this.
She was
we're gonna
living
have
her
that.
best life with this duty.
I was so excited.
She's like, the sun actually doesn't set until like 7 or 9.
I was like, I looked it up, and it's gonna be July. So
the almanac says 9:02. So you need to turn the lights off even deeper in your story. There is no sun.
I was ready. And then also, like people, I feel like some people know this about me, but a lot of people don't. But I worked in publishing, and I have a marketing background. So then when it came to time for us to like start doing publicity and like marketing stuff, I was like emailing them and chasing them and like, hey, can you tell me when you're available because we gotta schedule stuff. So I was doing a lot of that, and then like the emo stuff too.
Yeah.
I feel like Danielle was the mastermind, which we already know. Tiffany was building the tension, like in all of her interstitials that are in between each story. She just built the tension more and more, and so the whole time, even if you weren't super into one story or the other, you were like, I gotta find out what happens to Tammy and Kareem. I almost said Cammy and Tareem. And then I feel like with Angie,
it's the
drama.
humor and the drama.
And
Yes.
dialogue.
The
Also-
what?
The mess.
The mess.
Also dialogue, though, because I feel like
The mess.
I feel like she's so good at dialogue, at just like making
you.
the conversation sounds real, and she's good at bringing like the family relationships too, because that group chat in your story is my favorite thing ever. There's a group chat with her character and her family at home, and like, it's just hilarious.
Thank you.
And I'm the boys.
Yeah.
The boy.
That's what I bring to the table.
That's not the only thing you bring to the table.
Oh, it certainly is.
Sorry. Because you're surrounded by them, so I'm like, you write them, I don't
Oh
write
man,
them.
there are so many male parts in my house. Help me God.
But what was so great is that this was easy because we all align on one major thing, that we wanted Black kids to know that they get to have a love story. All of them. Yeah. No matter, they don't have to be perfect. They don't have to say the right things. They don't have to be from the right neighborhoods. They don't have to, you know what I mean, have anything other than desire to like want that boo, want that kiss, want that love. And these were the kids that I was serving in my library in East Harlem. They were never seen. Yeah. And we wanted to showcase that, and that's what, it was easy. We all were like, yes, let's leave this behind, like in terms of our legacy. Let's make sure that they are okay, especially when every time they turn on the television, all they see are people like them getting beat up and killed or policed.
Yeah.
And so we were like, let's give them something else to root for and be excited by. And that's why it was a no-brainer.
Yeah.
And it was so easy.
I mean, we also gave it to ourselves. Because, like, just as much as we're doing it for kids now, like, it's also for us. Like, I was absolutely, like, I can't tell y'all the number of love triangles I've been involved in. It would be embarrassing.
I was
This
that
is
kid.
just your life.
I was that kid. It is. Whew, okay. Hi. But yeah, like all of us were that kid.
Yeah.
And
I was definitely
feel
like my kid.
Yeah, I feel like Nikki always says like she fell in love every day in high school. She always says that because she's such a romantic and such a little sweetie and cutie. And I feel like, I don't know, it was really important for me to write a queer love story because I feel like if I had read that when I was younger, I would have realized I was queer a lot sooner.
Yeah. You would have joined the team a lot earlier.
You know, the signs were everywhere. But yeah, I didn't realize it until much later. So that was really important to me to write, you know, black girls who liked girls because you just, you know, there's not enough of that in the world.
Because we out here.
Because we out
We
here.
are here. Yes, and we are queer.
I think for me, it was super important to see not only black kids in love, but also black kids from New York in love.
Yes.
I feel like oftentimes when you see New York stories, it's usually like the bang, bang, shoot 'em up. We're in the hood. Everyone's struggling and surviving and stuff like that.
Or there's just no black people at all.
Or there's just no black people. It's just
Seinfeld and
like,
Friends.
how? Like, how? But so for me, I'm like, because I did fall in love, like, sitting on the train. I did, like, kiss boys, like, you know, walking, like, down. Because there was something incredibly magical, which I hope all of you one day visit New York. Not today, though, because, you know, like, there's a lot going on. But
we're recovering.
We're all
from the
recovering,
pandemic.
Yes. But when you do, you definitely feel this magic in the air in the city, which makes like falling in love there just so much more. Like there's the chemistry there. It's just something like literally your hair, like the hair on your arms, like stand up because you're just like, wow, this person loves me. Out of 1,000,000,000 trillion people in this one city, I found my person. So for me, I felt like I wanted to leave a legacy for younger Tiffany's who are growing up, who don't get to see just us being just normal kids.
Angie.
It was twofold. It was selfish because we're in the middle of this awful time. Who wouldn't want to write something happy? I mean, you know, and then I don't get, like we were just saying, I don't get to see black girls in the love triangles. I don't see that, so I wanted to do that. And that's why I tell young people all the time, if you're not seeing the books you want to read, write them.
Yep.
And see, that's what we did.
Literally.
So, but also, it was an honor to be able to do this with them and Nikki. You know, in an industry that so often tries to pit authors against each other, black women against each other, make us feel as if there can only be one. We said, you know?
We really did.
You know, we threw them. My mom is throwing middle fingers, Jesus.
There's dog children in the room.
They're dog children. Kobe knows worse. But I think there's something powerful in that because, again, we're sometimes made to feel as if there can only be one. Yep. No, we said there can be 6, there can be 10, there can be 20. But for this book, there's going to be these 6. And we're going to do this together. And we're going to do this because it's for something greater than us. It's for you. It's for those girls, those kids, those people, those boys, all of them. They're going to see themselves in this. It's more important than us individually. We're the Avengers, and we're here to bring love.
That's right.
The Avengers of Love.
That's a perfect ending.
I love it. I love it so much. And I know we only have like a few more minutes. And
So we should talk about Obamas.
We should talk about the Obamas because I have to tell this story because it was so great.
Like, I need to lie down though.
I know. So like, okay.
So for those who don't know, tell them.
Oh yes,
for those who don't know, everybody knows.
So Blackout will be both a film and a TV show. And it's going to be...
Wait. And you haven't heard the wild part. Go ahead.
Yes. And so our wonderful film agent who is up front.
Hey, Mary.
Miss Mary Pinder. Yes. Set up the deal of a lifetime. First of all, she calls me. I'm in New Orleans. And she's like, I have something to tell you. And I was like, and whenever she says it, I'm like, oh no, what's happening? It's over. Or it's like really, really ridiculous. And she said, I think you said, are you sitting down? Like, what are you doing right now? And I was like, what is it? What is it? I'm sweating. And she said, well, the Obamas want to produce Blackout. what do you think about that? And I said, what do you mean, what do I think? What? Are you serious? What do you mean? What do you mean? And she was like, I have to ask you. I was like, ask me? These are the king and queen of love.
Of black love.
Of black love. What? And then I was just like, oh no. And she was like, well, you have to call everyone. And I was like, oh my God, what do I do? So I texted everyone and I said, please sit down.
Now, you told
And then
me
I
to
said,
lay down.
lay down horizontal before I call you. Angie was like, I'm in the car. Call me. And I'm like, pull over, right? So I text it out and then I call everyone because they're like, wait, what? Nick is just like, excuse me?
That is not what I said.
No, you didn't. I can't repeat what you said.
No, you
I
cannot.
cannot repeat what you said, but I'm going to say, excuse me, right? Like, it was an expletive, okay? Tiffany was like, yo. Like, because she's Brooklyn, New York. Yo. What? Angie screams. Her mama's screaming. She's screaming. She had to pull over. Then we burst into tears, scream some more. Ashley doesn't pick up the phone. I call her 6 times. Nick Stone calls her. Tiffany calls her. She doesn't pick up the phone. Then when she does, I said, Ashley, Barack and Michelle Obama, who you're writing a book about Michelle Obama, are gonna produce Blackout. She hangs up on me. She was like, oh my God, click. I think she'd had copious amounts of wine, and so she couldn't process. But we were all, and Nikki was just like, oh my God, don't play with me. Don't play. My heart can't take this. I'm falling to my knees. She was like, I said, you were supposed to lay down. She was like, I can't. Penny has hit the ground. We are on the ground. I can't take this. Don't do this to me. Are you serious? I said, you can call Mary. She was like, I can't talk. I can't breathe. What's happening? No. And like, it was the best thing ever to like shock them all. Yes, but Angie screamed so bad. Zoraida Cordova, another YA author, was in the other room. She was like, who died? What's going on? Angie's screaming. What's happening? Because I had to put her on speaker. And she, like, literally.
Do you know, like, and the most hilarious part about all this is, like, I didn't tell anyone. I refused to tell anyone because I refused
She didn't
to
even tell
believe
her mother.
I was like, no, don't play with me. Like,
until we started
I don't
signing
think I
things?
said to anyone, maybe my therapist, but other than that, until the actual announcement came out, I refused to say anything. I was like, nah, because if you take that away, I'm going to have to fight somebody. I don't want to fight Michelle and Barack. I just don't feel like it's appropriate.
And then the all of Jamaica would know after your mom found out.
Yes. So that,
And it would have leaked. But either way, it's like the dream of a lifetime to be able to bring these stories, these chapters into the world with, for us, like 2 of the most important people outside of like Jay-Z and Beyonce. Like, it's like, that is, you know what I mean? Like, those are our couples.
Yeah.
And so, yes, I can't believe we did that.
Yes.
And
we did that,
we
y'all.
did that.
Yes.
And Mary Pender did that, and Molly Kurhan did that. Our agents. And I think to close out, it's just, I really believe that everyone deserves the biggest love story. And a reminder that they deserve to be loved, that they deserve to love on their terms and how they want to love. And I think that we wanted to write something that reminded the world that they deserve to have that and to enjoy it, and that they should also write it if they want to. I wanted to inspire more.
Everyone.
Yes.
Each and every one of
should
you.
write it. Absolutely.
Yes, because I think that coming out of this dark time, this literal blackout across the world, we lost so many people. People lost their businesses, their ways of life. We needed a reminder of like why we are here together and what we can have to look forward to. And I believe that that is love. And so that's why we wrote our little book. And I'm so excited, and I got to do it with my best friends. So it was like #the greatest. And so thank you guys for like loving me enough to go down this rabbit hole of
We're
deadlines.
just terrified of you. Is
No,
really
I'm
the
5'1".
truth.
What are you talking about?
You are small but mighty.
Small but mighty.
I'm like Mighty Mouse. That's me.
But no mouses or rats. Mice?
No, mice. Mice. Like
no
Fievel.
mice or rats in our book, though. Sorry,
No.
Tiffany.
Tiffany is always trying to murder someone or like put a rat in a book.
In the book, please add. In the book. She's always trying to murder someone.
In the book.
In the book.
In the book.
No, not trying.
In the book.
She's succeeding at murdering people in the book.
In the book.
In the
Allegedly.
book. Allegedly. And we're out.
Just drop your mic. Just drop your mic.
And now it's time for the Smackdown with two of my favorite people, Brendan Reichs and Suman Chainani. So get ready for the shenanigans.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Guys, if you're coming to the Smackdown, you can stay in your seats. You don't have to move. Another huge round of applause for our amazing Blackout authors, the best. You guys are hilarious. Well, if you weren't here at the beginning and you didn't hear me say it all day long, it's our 10th annual YALLFest, our 10 years. We couldn't do it without our fearless festival director, Jonathan Sanchez.
Thank you guys so much for coming.
Blue Bicycle Books.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you to all the volunteers who've worked so hard today and the fans who work. All of you guys, just a fantastic, fantastic day. It's our best ever festival. We're so grateful to everyone and my amazing team that works so hard to put this on.
And our incredible sponsors who, even though they couldn't be with us here in person, managed to pay for this whole fest so all of you could be here enjoying it. So
we accept this honor, this award in their behalf. And I think we are
ready
loading.
To... Oh, let's stall.
Are we good?
We're good?
We're good?
All right.
It's a full house.
It's a full house. Woo! Enjoy the night. Brendan Rex, Soman Shainani, and the Smackdown we present to you for the 10th time.
Hey, Soman, what's up?
Hi. I know we have so much to catch up on because we haven't talked in a long time, and I'm super excited to see you, and I know we should do friend stuff, but it's super important that I get your sign off for the Smackdown because they told me that you have to sign some little form that approves of everything I do ahead of time, and I just want to make sure that you're going to give me that before.
First of all, why are you dressed like Steve Jobs?
Because I'm a visionary.
Okay. Soman, I want you to send me written down everything you're planning. I want to know run of show. I want to know who's going to be in it. I want to know how long you think you're going to take. I want to know how much Soman time that you've built in. And I need you to send it to me. And I need you to send it to me yesterday. And we're not going to go forward with anything crazy. You got it?
I will offer.
That's great, Soman. That's great. Good talk.
I refuse.
We wear red so they don't see us bleed. $100 bills under our sleeve. We intend not to sleep till we're dead. Drink our problems right out of our heads, singing trouble.
Yes, Soman.
Okay, so I did everything you asked me to. I put together a budget and a form and an outline and everything, and all I need is your little signature so I can go and do my show. So do you want me to present it to you? Okay, I'm going to. So here's what's gonna happen. There's gonna be a giant goldfish bowl when I come out on stage, and it's gonna be filled with water and my backup dancers. And then I'm gonna dive from the top of the stage into the goldfish bowl, right? And I'm gonna have this like sequin leotard underneath my outfit. I'm gonna pull it while I'm underwater, and I'm gonna become this like beautiful mermaid. And I'm thinking there's gonna be like a pyrotechnic explosion. And from there's gonna be this egg. And when the egg opens, there's gonna be more mermaids. So it's kind of like this mermaid drumline kind of like sequin fest. And I feel like that's just gonna be the opening. Brendan?
Singing here comes trouble. Trouble coming in the dead of night. Trouble making everything alright. It's in your blood, it's in your bones. You cannot sleep, oh, you cannot sleep, oh.
Soman, I asked you not to call me again.
Listen, I am a very nice person and very civil and easy to deal with until you don't sign my form.
Well, we're not doing some sort of crazy circus that we can't afford and nobody wants to see. So you just got to stop. Like, you got to, please. I'm actually begging you.
I tried to involve you because I am a good partner and host, and we have done 2 shows together, but I think it's time we admit that this is a bad relationship. You know how, like, in YA fiction, there's just relationships that don't work. Every time they get together, it's toxic. That is us. We are a bad ship, officially. And so what I've realized is I need to do a Beyonce and go out on my own and be famous. So I am going to do this show on my own, and you can sit in the audience with everybody else. So, okay, bye.
Hello, I'm Kit Young, and welcome to the annual roast of What? This isn't where we bully Soman. YALLFest. YALLFest. Like American word, like you all fest. Oh, the Young Adult Literature Lovers Festival, of course. Hello guys, welcome to YALLFest. I'm Kit Young, and welcome to the Smackdown. Yes, the Smackdown is back, which is great. The great thing about all of this is about our shared love of reading, all of us. And the great thing for me in particular is that because there are so many beautiful pieces of work being made, they're being adapted to screen. And so I get the chance to be part of multiple worlds, whether it's The School for Good and Evil or Shadow and Bone. Keep your eyes peeled for season 2. We're making that soon. And of course, the SGE movie. I've heard that today the theme for the Smackdown is bad ships, which is hilarious to me, given that Soman is the host and he can't get along with anyone. But seriously, guys, enjoy today. Enjoy the Smackdown. Have a great time. And bye for now.
The most powerful love potion in the world. It's rumoured to smell differently to each person according to what attracts them. For example, I smell freshly mown grass and new parchment and spearmint toothpaste.
So you're a tough guy, like you really rough guy. Just can't get enough guy, just always so puff guy. I'm that bad type, make your mama sad type, make your girlfriend mad type, might seduce your dad type. I'm the bad guy. Duh. I'm only good at being bad.
Ah, come to see the show.
You foul, loathsome, evil little cockroach!
Hermione, no.
Oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. At night she's screaming, my mind. Oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. At night she's screaming, my mind.
I just want to do this differently, smoother. But now I'm out of time.
Do what?
You need to hear the truth, Bella. And you need to know that I'm in love with him.
'Cause you're hot and you're cold, you're yes then you're no, you're in and you're out, you're up and you're down, you're wrong when it's right, it's black and it's white. We fight, we break up, we kiss, we make up. You don't really wanna stay, no. You don't really wanna go. Oh, you're hot and you're cold, you're yes then you're no, you're in and you're out, you're up and you're down.
This might sound odd, but I'm glad you're here. I might actually like you. Well, if you weren't in love with her, I might. Jacob.
My bad habits lead to late nights, sitting alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing
leave you a bullet to remember me. Let's promise never to forget each other, my love.
Do anything to keep you near. Count imperfections in the mirror. No, I can't let you leave, so I kill my insecurity.
I miss Milo.
You can't do better. You can't do better. Don't you know? Can't you see that there's no one else but me? You can't do
I'm sorry, isn't this character long, dong, duck, like kind of racist?
Not kind of, extremely racist.
So why do you like this movie?
Why are you even asking that question? Hello, Jake Ryan?
I'm way better looking than that guy.
I'm not cocky. I just love myself. Things go better. Every time I look at me, I turn myself on. I turn myself on. Things go better. Thank you, mom and daddy, 'cause I turn myself on. I turn myself on. Get into it.
The reason that I went to Jen's room that night was to tell her that it's over. Because I'm in love with you. Only you.
You what?
Soman, what is going on down there? I'm getting reports of booty shaking and tearaway pants. There's something about a horse? Why did you get a horse? All right, that's it. That's it. I'm coming down there. I gave you a chance. That's it. You're in trouble, buddy.
This is why we can't have nice things, darling. Because you break them, I had to take them away. This is why we can't have nice things. And here's to my real friends. Because you break them, I had to take them. And here's to my baby. Nice things. They didn't care about that. He said, she said, did you think I wouldn't hear all the things he said about me? This is why we can't have nice things.
I'm getting too old.
I'll handle the intro, you said. It'll be simple, you said.
The depressing part about this, it was all supposed to be about me, and somehow it all ended up being about you.
Yes, and anger.
Welcome to the SmackDown.
You look great. And when I say great, I'm mocking a little.
I am fully aware. I cannot host this show without anybody for Brendan because he lets me do all my nonsense. And after 2 years away,
You're sweaty. You're sweaty.
To be
Gonna
here.
step back.
Okay, so listen. First of all, let's do a little bit of business. Let's give it up for Ramon and June.
Ramon and June. These are our actual nice things.
The real talents in this group.
And you can have them. We're auctioning them off after the
Real
show.
talents. And give it up for Ellie Pasquale, who's in the pit, a true teenager. She's going to be guiding us through this show tonight. She's our producer.
Yes.
Invented the games, came up with all the fun stuff we're about to do tonight. So with that, should we get on with the show?
Oh, we should have a while ago.
All right. Allie, what game are we playing first?
We're kicking things off tonight with a classic, Truth or Dare. Authors will pick their poison from a hat, getting a truth or dare personally written by Soman, and are allowed to enlist the help of an audience member or fellow author if they need it. But there's a twist.
Okay.
You need to work on your outfit changes.
Yeah, the post-it notes. Let me tell you the twist. Well, first let's get the authors up. Ellie, do we want to get the authors up so this way I can announce the twist to them in person?
Yes, sounds like a good plan.
Okay, so let's have Chloe Gong, Marie Liu, Nick Stone, Mark Oshiro, Tashi Boyan, Angie Thomas, Nandini Bajpai, and Gail Foreman all come up to the stage.
What have I done?
Oh, you poor souls.
I know, poor souls.
I know.
4 souls. Wait, is everybody up here? Who are we missing?
No, we're missing several.
Let's see.
We have some runners.
Do we have all 8?
Mark. You're late. Late and lazy.
All right. So I know we pitched this to you as truth or dare, but the big twist is there are no truths. So your only option...
Just dare or dare.
Your only option are dares. We have 8 dares selected. You guys are going to pick a number out of the hat, and that's going to dictate what order you guys go in when Ellie picks up the first slides. I came up with these dares when I was in a mood. So...
and maybe those shorts. Who knows?
And these shorts. So let's see. Okay, so Nick, pick a number.
About to get real
Give it up for Angie Thomas and Nick Stone, the hosts of the last SmackDown when it was a little more respectable. Okay.
Yeah.
Gail Foreman's picking. Tashi's good. Don't worry. And audience members, I would start to get your running shoes on because there's a significant possibility that some of you will be joining your favorite author in completing some of these dares. That's the other twist.
Oh, Angie, please.
All right.
That's it.
Oh, brilliant.
Don't
Okay.
get confused, Soman. I'm over here.
Okay, Ellie, are we ready for dare number 1? Who has number 1? Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
All right.
Late to work, first to play.
Okay, here we go. With the help of an intrepid soul from the audience, act out a scene from a famous book. If Brendan and Soman cannot guess what scene it is, then you both have to sing Happy Birthday in cat meows. Who wants to help Mark act out a scene from a book? Okay.
I choose Clarabelle.
All right,
Okay.
Clarabelle.
Clarabelle's
All right.
going to come help Mark.
So what's this about cat meows?
If they lose? Oh, if we can't guess what it is, in which case we just don't guess what it is.
You really need to run things by me. Like, we'll talk.
Well, let's see if we can actually guess what it is, and then we can decide whether we're sabotaging them or not.
And I think the whole panel can help, frankly.
But I feel like the audience wants to hear them sing Happy Birthday in cat meows.
No. Oh, I thought we had to sing it.
No, they do.
This is a confusing
It's very
show.
rigged.
So if they get it right, you have to sing it.
Oh, I didn't put that part in.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, fine.
This
We'll
has
do it.
been my fear. All right. Time is up.
Okay, let's see you do the scene.
Here we go. Do you need a microphone?
Yes. I can't wait till we get canceled. Okay. Ready? Say it. Say it.
Vampire?
I'm thinking legend.
I feel like Marie's going to deny that. And you disappointed her to part of the panel that is going to make us sing Happy Birthday in cat meows.
No, the answer is, what is it,
I'm assuming it's
daylight?
Twilight.
Is it autumn?
I don't know where in Twilight
The
it happened.
gloaming? What is it called?
All right, let's get on with It's Twilight.
Twilight.
Okay.
Twilight. Well played.
Okay.
All right, number 2.
We have to sing Happy Birthday in cat meows.
No, we do we?
Okay, here we go.
Meow,
Meow,
meow, meow, meow, meow, meow. 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 Meow, 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 meow.
All right, who's number 2? Who's up second?
Yeah.
Chloe. Okay. Chloe, here we go. Enlist the help of an audience, an intrepid soul from the audience to learn a TikTok dance. Who can teach Chloe a TikTok dance? Pick anyone you want.
This one right here?
Okay.
You got this?
All right, let's do it. Come up. You're going to teach... yeah, she's going to teach you. So.
Yes.
Allie, can we have some music for our TikTok dance?
Yes.
Strawberries on a summer evening.
Let's Chloe a couple moves.
It sounds just like a song. I want more berries.
Hello. I only. Can I take my mask off? Cool. I only know the one that's trending right now. God, what's the audio? That's the like. That one? Do you know what audio it is? Can someone tell me how that goes? Yes. Okay. You literally just do that. Yeah.
Watermelon sugar high. Watermelon sugar.
Is anyone filming this for TikTok? You had one job. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done. Dare complete. Thank you. Okay, who's 3? Nandini, you're up. Let's do the third one. Right. With the help of an intrepid soul from the audience, mummify Brendan Reichs in toilet paper. Oh, I didn't run this by him. Sorry. You have exactly 2 minutes. While you mummify him, a second intrepid soul from the audience will do a dance to commemorate the mummification. I need 2 people. I need toilet paper. Oh, we're getting the toilet paper. Don't worry. It's coming. We have the toilet paper coming. June, can you bring the toilet paper? Okay, we got Danyan. Pick one more person from the audience. Anybody you want. Okay, come up. So, Danya, are you doing the dance or are you doing the mummifying? Okay, she's doing the mummifying and she's going to do the dance to commemorate the mummification.
We have the toilet paper.
Ellie, can we set 2 minutes on the clock?
Yes, we can. All right, your time. Are you ready?
Hold on 1 second.
Oh.
Okay, you guys are going to do it. And where's our volunteer? Second audience member. You have to do a dance to commemorate the mummification. Any dance. She's going to play music. Ellie, you're going to play music for 2 minutes, and she's going to dance. They're going to mummify, and we're all going to have a very good time.
All right.
All right, here we go.
Your timer is starting now.
Right now. Boom. And let's set the music. This is content, people.
Watermelon sugar high. 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 Watermelon sugar high.
All right, 30 seconds left. I would have gone straight for the face. Straight for the face.
Tastes like strawberries on a summer evening.
15 seconds left.
And it sounds just like a song. I want your belly.
All right.
All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Give it up for Daniel, Clayton, Nandini, Bashpa,
Wait a minute.
and our wonderful volunteer from the audience.
So this is why no one could find toilet paper last year. Good job.
Angie, I'm nervous that you're up next.
No, I'm not.
Oh, who's up next? Who's
It's
fourth?
Nick.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Here we go. Nick Stone is about to slay a challenge. You must tell us the plot of your book while 3 intrepid souls from the audience hop around you chanting, "I'm a bunny, I'm a bunny."
Angie, know that your dog started viciously barking at me when I was in a
All
mummy
right,
phase.
we
You
need
should
3
know.
people. 3 people. Now, Nick, can I make it harder for you? Of course. Can you rap the plot of your book while they dance around you doing it? I wanted to give you a hard one.
I don't know. What book are we talking? What even book are we talking about?
You write a lot of books.
I know.
That's. And you're gonna say, "I'm a bunny. I'm a bunny. I'm a bunny."
How long do you sweethearts want to hop? Because if you only want to hop for like 3 seconds.
Oh, they can hop forever. They are young.
I know they're young. I'm saying for their own sakes. Like, do we want like 10 seconds of hopping or like 2 hops and you're done?
No. Continuous. I'm a bunny. I'm a bunny.
I'm a bunny. Yeah, as long as.
Why are you doing this to these children? How dare?
All right, we're ready.
Don't be afraid to get close to her. Get close. She likes children.
I do like children.
Here we go.
Especially
ready.
ones pretending to be bunny rabbits.
Set. Go.
A 17-year-old African-American boy, after traumatic experience with racial profiling, starts a journal to the late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to see how Dr. King's teachings hold up in the 21st century. Somebody catch this mic I'm about to throw.
Woo! Give it up for Nick Stone and her bunnies. Nick and the bunnies, our new SmackDown band. All right, who's up? We had number 4, number 5?
5.
Tasha, you're up. Compose a poem or a rap about your book on the spot. Uh-oh. You might need Angie to jump in for you. Well, an intrepid soul from the audience beatboxes or offers an a cappella musical accompaniment.
Oh, that came up
Who
fast.
can beatbox or offer an a cappella musical accompaniment?
Can you spit sick bars? Because we need those. All right, let's do it.
Wait, no, they're all pointing at someone in the
All
back.
right, bring
that
that one
really
up too. We'll go
confident
2. Come on.
Can do it.
You and you. Let's go. We'll do 2. But I want fresh, hot lyrics. I want popping, fresh, delicious bars.
Tashi, this is a lot of pressure. I don't know why I came up with this.
Well, they're just beatboxing then. Maybe you should go stand over there.
Okay, so we got our 2 beatboxes. You need a mic.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
I cannot beatbox.
I didn't use the shit. I didn't. Dale Bestie.
Start with give her a beat.
Okay, just hum or something. Once upon a time. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna start counting syllables, guys. It's 575, right? Okay. Karina Ahmed dates bad boy when her parents go abroad. She is mentally ill.
These are so hard.
That was easily the show low point so far.
Who's number 6? I keep looking at Angie, waiting for Angie's turn. Oh, Gail.
Gail's
All
up.
right. You and an intrepid soul from the audience will play charades to guess a famous book title. You will act out the words. If your audience member guesses it correctly, then the whole theater will chorus with, "We salute you." If you lose, then you will both have to publicly shout, "We are the worst," 3 times. So you have to pick an audience member to do charades with you.
We will let you select your own audience member.
And you're going to act it out, and your audience member has to guess it. So you have to pick a book title. And to come up
Something
here,
esoteric.
old school charades with a consequence.
So now we're just waiting.
Here we go.
Anticipation. It's rife.
You got to guess it.
Okay, let's do this. One word. 2 syllables. Okay. First word. Okay. Give me first syllable. There we go. Curtain, black. Nose. Okay, black. Okay. Black, goodbye. Black, leaving. Blackout. There we go. T. Okay, awesome.
All right, audience. You know what that means. On the count of 3, you all have to say, "We salute you" to Gail Foreman and our audience member. 1, 2, 3.
We salute you.
Congratulations. All right, number 7. Is that Angie? Marie.
Very mid-century German.
Marie Lou, with the help of an intrepid soul from the audience, act out a famous fairy tale. You may only use animal sounds. I love Marie. Marie is my favorite. I'll help you.
Marie, would you like to
Marie,
choose?
who do you want to pick?
All right, right there. It's a run.
Do you have a
This
fairy
is a
tale?
run
Okay,
task.
and you can't tell us what the fairy tale is. You just have to act it out, and we all have to guess.
I'm thinking of one, but I'm not telling you.
Oh, no, you can tell her. You guys are doing it together.
This is a team.
And you can take your mask off. All right, so you guys confer for a second and come up with what it is. And let me give you a mic also.
What animal sound? Okay. Then I'll pick it up.
Okay, what? Squeak, 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 squeak. Squeak, squeak,
Squeak. Squeak.
That's it, right? Sorry.
Well done. The squeak, I'm assuming, was a mouse.
Wait, nobody answered.
Cinderella.
Saying it was a Little
All right,
Mermaid.
This
Clear.
better mean Angie Thomas is up.
Angie.
You are arriving at the red carpet of your big movie premiere of your book adaptation. Do your best runway walk down the aisle of the theater. You may pick 2 intrepid souls from the audience to sashay behind you as your mean girl minions.
Then this is a perfect opportunity. On the come up filming now. Hey.
Angie.
And Angie, you can pick as many as you want. As many as you want. Pick. You tell me how many mean girl minions you need.
Oh, take the whole theater. Anyone who wants to walk with Angie right down here, right now, you have 5 seconds.
Okay, that's enough. No more. That is definitely enough.
I made a poor choice.
That was a poor choice, Brendan.
I made a poor invitation. I would now like to thank the fire marshal for his wonderful forbearance during our visits.
Okay, the rest of
in
you
Charleston.
sit down because this is all we got. And in a second, we're going to clear that little barrier.
Yeah. Do we have music?
Oh yeah, you can move that.
Throw some hot jams down on this. What do we got?
All right, let's get the music up.
Into a rhythm where the music don't stop for life. Glitter in the sky, glitter in my eyes, shining just the way I like. If you're feeling like a little bit of company, you met me at the perfect time. You want me, I want you, baby.
This is a moment.
I'm levitating.
This is a moment in the YALLFest history.
Yeah. I got you, moonlight.
All right, on the way back, drop Angie off at the stage.
Angie just took half our audience away. All right, well
That
done.
is Truth or Dare, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Truth or Dare authors. Thank you very much.
You guys are the best. What a way to start off the show. All right.
All right, thank you. Good night. It's been fun. That was it, right?
No, we got another one.
Oh, boy.
Ellie's got another game in store. This one is not easier.
For Crossover Chaos, 3 teams of authors are matched with 2 book characters from 2 different literary universes and a random conflict. They then have to convincingly pitch to the audience, in 2 minutes or less, what this particular crossover episode would look like. They can present their pitch like an elevator speech, act it out like a drama, or sing it. After all, the goal is chaos.
Okay. Simple enough.
That seems horrible.
Horrible. Okay, team one. Allie, who's team one? Okay, let's get Steven Salvatore, Rachel Lippincott, and Jordan Ifuego up here. All right, we're going to turn over our mics, and then Ellie, you're going to spin the wheels, and you're going to tell us what their crossover is, correct?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Spin those wheels.
One, we got Nico D'Angelo as your first character. Yeah, some cheers. We've got Star Carter as your second character. And your conflict is, oh no, their world famous rock band is splitting up.
Okay, so it's Nico D'Angelo, Star Carter, world famous rock band, splitting up. You guys have exactly 30 seconds to confer on a pitch.
30 seconds?
Play some music. And there you go. Nico D'Angelo, Star Carter.
We can go wherever, so let's do it now or never, baby. Nothing's ever too far. Glitter in the sky, glitter in our eyes, shining just the way we are. I feel like we're forever every time we get together, but whatever, let's get lost on Mars. You want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. Yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you.
All right, your time is up.
Okay, so picture this. We are at an acquisitions meeting at Schleiman and Booster. Get your booster shots, everyone. And we are about to hear an amazing pitch for a brand new book that's really all about the money.
And it's by the up-and-coming author, Angie Riordan. I am their agent, and I am so excited to pitch this story. It's amazing.
Oh, we're excited for it.
Yes.
So who do we got?
All right. Picture this. Nico, prince of the underworld, son of Hades. Star Carter, activists of Garden Heights. Together in a world-famous heavy metal kazoo band. They're on tour. They are kind of have a rocky relationship, but they're gonna get it together for Hellcella, which is the music festival down in the underworld. They're gonna go, but Hades has been wanting to break them up forever, right? He doesn't want his son touring. He needs to go down to the underworld.
Ooh, we love a villain. Yes,
Exactly,
we love a villain.
exactly. Dad doesn't understand the soul that goes into the kazoo, So they go down. Hades is like, hey, I'm gonna make a big party for you right before Hellcella. It's gonna be great. And he serves Star Carter Kraft box macaroni and cheese.
I don't know why you're all boo. What's that about? And why you hate on Kraft? Okay, fine.
Someone explain
fine.
this to Steven after the show.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Now, my question is, how do we make it gay?
That's true. Good point.
Because
Good point.
that's what I need. I need that. As a publisher, I need to know this.
I mean, can Nico have a stepdad? I don't know. Maybe it's Persephone in Hades.
Ooh,
Yeah.
yes. What do you think?
I'm honestly sold after that. That was, yeah.
I think it was Persephone's whole idea. Hades might want to mend the rift with his son. And
Okay.
yeah, Persephone's like, no, Nico needs to go to boarding school.
Okay, that's
Yes.
fine. We're gonna make an offer 8 figures.
Okay. Cool. No, I'm pressing for 9. I'm a good agent.
Awesome. Can your author get this out by January 2022?
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Well done. Team number 2. Ellie, who do we got? Nick Stone, Ayana Gray, Angie Thomas.
This is going to be trouble.
And
Kobe.
Kobe.
That's not gonna go well. All right, Ellie.
All right, you guys ready?
Let's hear.
We were born ready.
Your first character is Dolores Umbridge.
Oh, God.
And your second is Charlie Swan. Your conflict is, oh no, there's only one bed left at the end.
30 seconds on the clock for them to confer. Let's bring up the music and have them talk a little.
I guess that you've been working on yourself. I guess the therapist I found for you should really help. Now you can be a better man for your brand new girl. Well, good for you, you look happy and healthy. Not me, if you ever cared to ask. Good for you, you're doing great out there without me, baby. God, I wish that I could do that. I lost my mind, I've spent the night crying on the floor of my bedroom. But you're so unaffected, I really don't get it. I guess good for you.
All right, let's do it.
You, I guess you
Let's
get
do
me.
it. Here's the second mic. Nick, all yours.
Are we ready? No. So, are you editors ready for this? This is gonna be like not only the next mega seller, but like the next mega film franchise.
So like back up the Brinks truck, beep, beep, beep.
Bring it.
Bring it.
It's a dark and stormy night. A woman steps out of a vehicle that seems to have floated down into the parking lot. There's a man waiting for her arrival. What happens next?
He says, "Hey, baby." Actually, no. He's looking around for his date. He's only seen her photos online.
From a distance, he hears, "Ahem." And hears, "I will have order." And he knows that's his girl.
But her pictures online look nothing like the real woman. But I don't think Charlie really cares. Homeboy's been lonely for a while.
Charlie also has a personal problem that he's trying to keep under wraps. But this woman, there's something about her. She's shrewd and awful. For some reason, Charlie has a soft spot for this. So they decide to go to a motel. They're thinking, we'll get a room with 2 queen beds, no problem. Dolores Umbridge is a proper lady.
But there's only one. Bed. Yeah, bed. There's only one.
They walk into the room. They play Spotify. Dolores puts All Too Well on.
And they discuss their problems. You see, Charlie has a daughter who's been mixed up with a young fella.
Who isn't young at all. In fact, he's 1,000 years old. Charlie shares this with Dolores. And at first, she seems receptive.
But she's mortified. I'm just adding the dramatic sounds.
She asks why she doesn't like him, and he notes that he seems a bit pale, doesn't seem to get in the sun, and has a few graduation caps, and it's troubling. She asks if he's tried detention, some punishment. He hasn't.
She thinks he hasn't done enough. So Dolores decides it's time to punish that naughty boy. Not like that, you freaks!
Dolores steps up to Charlie. She says, "Have a seat." She gives him a wand and tells him she's going to help him do magic. But instead, the wand turns into a pin. She looks at him and she says, "I would like you to write to me."
Look, we're trying to make money.
Yeah, this is...
I will not allow my daughter to date a vampire. Over and over again, Charlie writes this, and blood appears on his hand. The end.
Fade to black.
Give it up for Ayana Gray and Nick Stone and Angie Thomas, the once and future hosts of the SmackDown.
Certainly not for brevity, whatever.
Allie, team 3. Let's see if they can top that. Emily Lockhart, Ayana Gray, and Don. Oh, no. It's not Ayana.
No, that can't be right.
Is that a mistake?
That is a mistake.
That is a mistake.
Who else is it's Adeline Grace.
Adeline Grace. Sorry about that. Adeline Grace, Danielle Clayton, and Emily Lockhart.
So
Let's spin the
fired.
wheels.
Alrighty, your first wheel, Kaz Brecker. Simon Spear. And your conflict is they're trapped in an elevator together.
All right, 30 seconds on the clock to confer. Bring the music up. We'll give them a little time to come up with their story.
He always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Usually I put something on TV, so we never think about you and me. But today I see our reflections clearly in Hollywood, laying on the screen. You just need a better life than this. You need something I can never give. Fake water all across the road. It's gone now, the night is come, but sometimes
All right, let's do it, Allie.
Ready.
Hold on, let me give you another mic.
Okay. So, you know how. Imagine we're in an elevator with a big movie producer, okay? You all are the big movie producer. We're in the elevator with you, and we're pitching an elevator pitch about an elevator, okay? So Simon, sweet, lovely, beautiful Simon, is texting his mom because he's going to the dentist. And he's in the office, in the elevator, and Kaz gets in the elevator, and he's texting his mom a little more, and he's like, there's a little bit of a, well, I don't want to judge people, but I'm a little nervous in the elevator. And the door's shut, and up it goes. Kaz is just like, the elevator stops. It is stuck.
Then Kaz Brecker decides to go and try to open up the elevator hatch to try to figure out how to open that door, right? He's using his cane, he's using his sharp glare, he's trying to figure out how he can use his criminal enterprising skills to break them out of the elevator, while Simon is still texting his mother.
And then, since they are both boys, they need to be saved by a woman. So Inej is going to come down from the... She's going to come down from, I don't know what it's called, I think an elevator shaft? And she's going to basically get Kaz out. Honestly, she'd probably only get Kaz out. So Simon's going to be left there with his phone texting his mother.
Telling his mother it's time to pick him up. But then, because Kaz, is a nice criminal, he has rigged it so that the doors open again. And who's standing there but Bram, ready for him to take him off the elevator, and he doesn't need his mom. The end.
Thank you, guys. That's our third team. Brennan, I told you didn't have to do any work, but come on.
Still wearing those shorts, huh?
All right. Next game, Allie.
In Bookish Headbands, 2 teams compete to find who knows their YA book characters best. Each team has a partner who guesses and a partner who answers. A character name appears on the screen behind the guesser that they can't see. They can ask their partner yes or no answered questions like, am I a hero? Am I a villain? Am I in a love triangle? Until they successfully guess the character on the screen and earn a point, or they pass to the next one. Partners are responsible for guiding their teammates in the right direction, but they can also turn to the audience for help if they don't know the answer. Plus, teams can earn half a point if their guesser correctly names the book that the character appears in, even if they can't guess the character's name. Whichever partnership earns the most points before their timer runs out wins.
Okay, Ellie, that sounds very complicated.
I have no idea what just happened.
Me too. So you're going to have to tell us exactly what to do. Do we need chairs is question number one.
No, they can stand in front so long
Okay.
as the guesser can't see the screen.
Wait, she's not a robot? That's the first thing.
Hello.
That was great.
So why don't we bring the teams up?
All right,
Do we bring up one team at a time? Or
Yep,
both?
one team at a time.
One
So
team
we're
at a
gonna have
time. Team
Victoria
number
and
one,
Anya come out.
Victoria Aviard and Ayana Gray.
It's basically like reverse taboo, okay? And I'll keep score for you.
Okay, so Victoria stands in front of the
Yes.
screen.
So
because
Victoria,
she's
you
going to
can't
guess.
see the screen.
And then Ayana is going to stand here. Okay, perfect.
All right, are you guys ready?
Sure.
Yes. All right, your timer's gonna start, and your first character.
Am I a man or a woman?
Man.
Man. Am I in a fantasy?
Yes.
Oh, crap. Am I in a Lee Bardugo book?
Yes.
Oh, my God. Am I Kaz Brecker? Am I Nikolai? Am I Six of Crows? No.
No, no.
Oh, am I Mal?
No.
God, close. Why am I standing like this? So I'm in Shadow and Bone?
Yes.
The TV show?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You'll notice
Who
that
am
it's not very light in here. It's rather...
Dark?
Yes.
Oh, that guy. The Darkling.
Yes. Okay. Next one. Oh. Okay, yeah, start asking questions.
Am I in a romance?
Ooh, yeah.
Yes? Okay.
Yeah.
Am I a female character?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, you don't look happy.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Am I in a book that came out in the last year?
No.
No. Oh, way back. Am I involved with a vampire?
No.
Shit. Am I am I in a love triangle?
Yes?
Yes.
Am I... No.
No.
Pick one.
Yeah. Ignore them.
Pass.
Okay, pass.
Can we pass? It's me! Is it a Red Queen character?
Yeah.
Is it Mayor Barrow?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, okay. Cool. All right.
I don't like the noises you guys are making.
All right.
Am I a male character?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. Am I in a fantasy novel?
Yes.
Am I in a relationship with someone?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Am I a warrior? No, not a warrior.
No.
So it's a fantasy, not a warrior.
Mm-hmm.
Is there magic?
Yes.
Is it a Harry Potter book? It's a singing book? He plays a guitar?
A guitar is a...
String instrument. String instrument.
Mm-hmm.
Instrument. Mm-hmm. Oh, Mortal Instruments. Oh, yeah. That was good. We should just do that. Am I a female character?
No.
No. Okay, I'm a male character. Am I in a sci-fi book?
No.
Okay. Oh, I get a half point for what? Oh.
Don't look. Shoot.
I didn't see anything.
Okay.
I have no peripheral vision. I should not drive cars.
Okay. La 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 is a...
Singing person? Oh. La. Opera singer?
Sing.
Sing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm singing.
No.
Is it a Little Mermaid? Is she losing her voice? What's going on?
No. Ask questions.
Okay. Am I a male character?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Am I in a romance
Yes.
novel? Okay. Am I in a love triangle?
No.
Okay. Am I a teenager? Well, yes, they're all teenagers. Oh, not a teenager.
No.
I'm in a not a love triangle. Boy character, not a teenager.
Not a teenager.
Not a teenager. Is it a contemporary novel?
No.
Oh, it's in the past?
Yes. Listen to them.
Listen to them. Okay, so it's a historical romance novel about a guy. Mm-hmm. Is he like a rogue? No. Is he like royalty?
No.
Is he a fighter?
Ooh, I've got something for you.
Okay.
Wait.
Oh, it's Achilles?
Yep.
Yes. Oh.
No, it's not. But.
Oh, it's the other one. It's Patroclus.
Yep.
Yes. Was there a time limit or?
Oh, yes, you have a minute left.
Oh, we have a minute. There's
there
more?
another one?
There's more?
If you want to go back to the other
one
one.
that I passed. Oh, okay. Okay, let's act this one out. Let's figure that out.
You go here. You belong in this group. You belong in this
Divergent.
group. Mm-hmm.
4?
No.
The other one.
Yeah.
Is it a female character?
Yeah.
Tris.
Yep.
Nice job. That was impressive.
Welcome to charade / taboo / twister / bookish headbands.
The panic I would have if I have to do what Victoria just pulled off is
Team number
well
2.
done, well done.
Team number 2 is panic and calm incarnate.
Oh yeah, this is fire and water right here. This is never gonna work. Who's guessing?
I put this team together because I knew it would be a disaster.
Please welcome Margaret Stoll and Marie Lou. Who is guessing?
Who is guessing?
Margaret's guessing.
Oh
God.
Oh, sweet angels. Okay.
All right, are you guys ready?
I would like to point out that I've been running a book festival today, so I'm going to need to use my phone a friend. No.
4.5. Yep, so they're trying to beat that.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 71845.
No.
Oh no.
Darling, hello.
Adam,
Hola.
I'm using my phone a friend.
Okay, what's good?
Come up.
Like go up?
Yeah, come up. Right now. I mean, are you my friend or not?
Okay. What?
Echo.
Okay.
So I'm just staying with you on this side,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
All right,
This is
you
my
ready to
phone a friend. Yeah, you go right ahead.
All right, we're gonna start the countdown. And here is your first character.
Is it Bella?
No.
Is it Edward?
Is it a hero? Is it? Are they an archer?
Katniss?
No. But.
Gale?
No.
PETA?
No.
Side character.
Click.
Oh, the dead one. The dead one. The little dead girl.
Rue?
We got one, baby.
Oh, that was devastating. Okay. Hero. Villain.
Is it us?
Gray area.
Aged Professor Muse.
Also dead.
More dead.
Fantasy novel.
Sci-fi.
Contemporary.
Yes.
They both died.
Are they in The Hate You Give? Who else dies?
Wait, can I say things other
Fault
than
in Our
yes or no?
Stars. Oh, Fault in Our
Oh,
Stars.
Fault in Our- Is it
Autumn,
Gus?
our-
Hazel.
Hazel.
Okay.
Okay.
Was that it?
Pew,
pew, pew.
Fantasy novel.
Yes.
Pew, pew. Oh, Jesper. Okay. Hero. Right, I have to ask questions.
Yeah.
Hero?
Here.
I almost thought it was villain. Okay. Fantasy novel.
Yes.
Okay.
Published in the last 2 years?
No.
Is it by Holly Black?
No.
Is it by Cassandra Clare?
Yes.
Yes. Hero, Cassandra Clare.
Is it Simon? Is it a boy? And did I ask if they're a hero? They're a
Yeah,
hero.
you did.
Okay, so a good
Top hat. I'm sorry. Are we
a
allowed?
top hat.
Do you need to phone a
Wait,
friend?
Is it a shadow hunter? Is this person an actual shadow hunter, or are they in a shadow hunter novel? Sorry, that was 2 questions. Are they a shadow hunter? Is it? Oh my God.
That's Jace. Is it Jace?
Oh, the Clockwork Angel people. Will.
Well.
Okay. Did I write it? Mateo.
I think that was a perfect 5 out of 5, right? We have
so
a
they
winner.
won.
Except for at the same time, we also have a huge disqualification because Adam was not a part of the game, was never allowed to answer anything, and got all of them right. So congratulations, Victoria. You are our victor. 4.5-0 by my count.
One more game.
Are you on? I don't know. Here.
Okay. We got one more game of the night. Ellie, do you want to tell us what it is?
In the book cover recreation challenge, writers bring to life covers of stories you may recognize, by whatever means necessary. Creativity is encouraged. Authors, good luck.
Okay, so let's do this so we can get everyone churned out at the same time. If you are in the book cover recreation challenge, and that is a whole lot of you, let's have you all come up and go backstage and start to get your covers ready. You're about to see a whole lot of authors take this stage. So everybody in the book cover recreation challenge, start heading backstage so you guys can get ready.
Thank you, sir.
Lots of things can...
Great crew. Can we give a round of applause for our wonderful tech people who make everything here work every single year? You have no idea how much Soman tortures these people. He's like, hey, can we have a morning full dress rehearsal? We want to do lights, show, everything. And Charles is like, his email said 2 words, not possible. To which someone's like, can I just come in the building? And he said, yes, you have 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So
it would turn out more like 3.5, but it's fine.
It's fine because they do everything for us every single year, and we're very, very, very lucky to have this venue. So don't screw it up for us, is what I'm saying.
I feel like, Brendan, this will be the last time we host a show together because you really can't put up with me anymore. This might be it.
I told you last time it was the last time we were doing this. And then he begged. It was not something he wants to go back through.
I told him, you know what I told him to get him? Because he said no, no, no many times, and I texted him, and I said, but the kids will love it. And I did that little emoji where the eyes get really big and black and sad. And here he is in a Cobra Kai t-shirt. Or is that, what is that?
It's just
That's
Cobra
a G.I.
Commander
Joe,
more.
Cobra something or other.
I don't know. Let's just get this show done.
Hold on, I'm trying to stall. Oh no, are they ready? We're ready for team number 1. Allie, tell us who team number 1 is. It's Mario Wood, Chloe Gong, Marco Shiro, and Tashi Buyan. Don't tell us their cover yet. Let's have them give it a go, and you tell us if you can guess it. Get your cameras out. You're going to want this one.
Yeah. All right. We're having some technical difficulties, but we're close. We're close. Does anyone have a guess?
Allie, bring it up. What are they doing? One of us is lying. Well done, guys.
You've done it. You've done it.
You beat the challenge.
We're proud. A little sad. All right, team number 2.
Okay, let's see if team number 2 is anywhere close to ready.
Is team number 2 ready?
How are we feeling back there, team number 2? Give me a thumbs up if we're in any sort of shape to do this.
Or do we just...
Okay, we're ready. Let's bring them on, Ellie.
Okay.
Justin Reynolds, Adam Sass, Eric Smith. And they're going to do their cover, and we're going to see what it is.
We have some accompaniment.
Oh, Ellie, we need the song.
Stand by.
While we're waiting, would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm Whitney Jones.
And your compatriot?
Maddie Johnson.
All right, thank you both for helping us out.
And here's your song.
Oh, we need to start at the beginning, they said, Allie.
And here's your song.
So
up the cover. Here we go. It's instructions for dancing, everybody. Well done. Bet you didn't expect that one.
I don't know what just happened.
It's what happens when you bring teenagers on stage at a teenage festival.
Still wearing those shorts. It's gonna make it all the way to the end, aren't they?
He makes me crazy. All right, team number 3. Oh, yeah. Why are there so many people? Team captain, Ali Kandi, are you ready? Okay, Ali Kandi, Nandini Bajpai, Abby. What's happening, Ali? You're coming out as if the team, something's happening? Okay, you have something to present?
This is already looking poor.
Abby Glines, Marie Lou, Tiffany Jackson, Stacy Lee, and Gail Foreman.
Oh, this is...
Ellie, bring up the cover, because what is happening here? Oh, that's pretty damn good. Brendan, that's pretty good. That is pretty good.
That's, I've never felt more shameless, what just happened.
That was an A+ cover.
That was.
Well done, guys.
All right.
They were definitely the team I was most worried about backstage. That's for sure.
It's just the unity, and also buy my books. I'm renovating.
Team 4. Rachel Lippincott, Julian Winters, Angela May, and Clarabelle A. Ortega. Team 4, do you guys have a plan? All right, let's do it, Team 4.
Oh my word.
Ellie, let's do it. Let's do it, Ellie.
We don't have insurance for this.
Well done. Nice work, guys.
That was commitment.
Well done. Drizzle. And now we've got our last team of the evening. Oh boy, get ready. We saved the best for last. Kwame Mbalia, Margaret Stoll, Steven Salvatore, Angie Thomas, and Jen Calanita. Team 5, you guys ready? Let's see if Team 5's ready.
There's... Oh. Oh no.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Here we go. Here we go.
This is... You're gonna want that cowbell. That is everything we could have hoped for.
Are you not entertained?
Oh, no. No, just stay.
Hold on. Kwame, tell us how much work this little moment took.
This is like a 50-pound typewriter. I walked here. I went to a panel and carried this with me, okay? You had better scream. I'm leaving this here. I'm not taking it back.
I'm sure someone will handle that. We have Soman for that.
Give it up for Team 5.
Well done, Team 5.
Hey, Brennan.
Yeah.
And now we're going to do our final cover of the evening. Let's take a look at it. Uh-oh. We're going to need a whole lot of people. Every author who's in the room, come up on stage. All our authors, come up.
Including you, Aviard. We do.
All right, June, can you come up here and get everyone organized?
All right. If you guys can form 2 pools, let's have one like crowd of people on the right side. If you can make like a half donut of people and make this donut pretty even so we can all see for the photograph. All right. If you guys want to curl around a little bit, just so no one's covering up anyone. All right. We have a dog, a cow, a nice melange of human beings. Okay. Just want to make sure we can see everyone's faces. You guys can't see the book cover, but I can. All right. And we have our Waldos!
Get your cameras out. Where's the second Waldo? Waldo number 2. Oh. Thank you for coming to this year's YALLFest! And that is the end of our SmackDown. Thank you guys. Get your pictures in. Thanks for coming. We're going to see you next year.
Thank you, Charleston. Thank you. We'll see you at lucky number 11.
Listen to yourself, think you need to get some help. Tell all of your friends that I'm crazy and drive you mad, that I'm such a stalker, a watcher, a psychopath.